Hey guys, tonight we drift into something a little stranger than usual because you're not just falling asleep. You're tumbling softly into a mind shaped like a cathedral with spiraling towers, echoing chambers, and rooms that no one's opened in centuries. You're entering the world of Carl Jung. It's Switzerland in the late 1800s. You're a boy again, or a girl, or whatever your soul feels like tonight, and you're alone in a garden, staring at the roots of everything. There's a stone near the path. Not a fancy statue, not a marker, just a regular old mossy slab. But to Jung, this stone is sacred. Not because someone told him it was, but because he talks to it. No, really. He sits on it, and in his head he whispers, I am sitting on this stone. And then he switches. I am the stone on which he sits. He's 6, maybe 7, and already flirting with metaphysics like most kids flirt with puddles. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're in a small town called Kessville, nestled along the dark glimmer of Lake Constance. It's the 1876. Carl's father is a clergyman, dull, bookish, with the kind of faith that's more fossil than fire. His mother, a little more complicated, sometimes gentle, sometimes absent, sometimes found in the kitchen whispering to someone not quite there. Jung later wrote that his mother had 2 personalities, and maybe she did, or maybe, just maybe, he was learning early to see what others couldn't. School is brutal. You try to focus on the slate in front of you, but the teacher's words drip like cold water off a leaky roof. You don't belong here. You don't even want to belong here. You'd rather be outside, following beetles and building imaginary empires, or curled up in that damp, dark attic filled with old books, faded smells, and something else, something heavier. You climb the attic stairs slowly. Each step creaks with memory, and there, sitting silently in a glass case, is your great-grandfather. Dead, yes, embalmed, respected, revered, but still there, staring in profile like he's waiting to be consulted. Carl Jung's grandfather wasn't just a doctor. He was also reportedly a bit of a mystic. A man who talked about the soul like it had texture. Some historians argue whether Jung's fascination with dreams and symbols was inherited genetically or planted by these uncanny family relics. You don't ask why there's a preserved corpse upstairs. This is just your house. You accept it, like you accept the invisible people your mother chats with behind closed doors. Or the way your father sighs into his sermons as if God himself forgot to show up that day. But outside is where the magic lives. You're back in the garden. You've been here all afternoon, watching ants carry food, listening to the wind threading through the trees, wondering, quite seriously, whether your body is real. It's not a childish daydream. It's a full philosophical inquiry. You feel split, like there's a Carl number 1 who does all the normal things, eats porridge, goes to school, smiles when told. And then there's Carl number 2, older, stranger, timeless, dressed in velvet robes and powdered wigs. He doesn't talk, but he knows things. Carl number 2 lives somewhere deep inside your ribs. He's not always awake, but when he is, you see things that make the hairs rise on your arms. You're not crazy, at least not in the diagnostic sense, but you are seeing the edges of the veil. Most people never notice. Historians still debate whether Carl Jung's early experiences were signs of budding schizophrenia or simply a rare, natural openness to the unconscious. Jung himself insisted he was sane, and perhaps saner than most. But even as a child, he knew there were layers to this world, and most people only skimmed the surface. You dream vividly. Not in flashes, but in entire symphonies of image and feeling. One night you see an underground cathedral, vast and cold. A golden throne sits alone under a shaft of light. It's made of flesh. On it, God defecates on a church roof above? Yes, that's the actual dream. You wake up sweating, shaking, and maybe smiling a little. And it's not rebellion, it's awe. You realize in that moment religion isn't just rules and hymns, it's something terrifying, elemental, real. And for the rest of your life, you'll try to prove it, not with doctrines, but with dreams, myths, and those tiny archetypal breadcrumbs left behind in every culture. For now, though, you're still just a boy, lanky, quiet, wandering the banks of a dark lake. You pick up smooth stones and pretend you're building cities. You stare into the water and imagine your reflection as someone else entirely, someone from a past life. You're still in the garden, but something's shifted. The breeze feels weightier, the leaves look like they're listening, and you're sitting on that same familiar stone, the one you've always called yours. But now, you're not just a child pretending. You're something higher. You're God. And no, seriously, don't panic. It's not blasphemy. Not exactly. You're 6 years old, and you don't think you're God. You feel it, like your bones have always known. You sit quietly, hands on your knees, head tilted slightly upward. In your mind, you become the earth. You feel trees as your fingers, clouds as the thoughts drifting lazily across your brow. You're not above it all. You are it. And then just like that, it turns. There's a strange, soft guilt that creeps in from nowhere. You suddenly remember your father's sermons, the stern frown of your religious instructors. You're not supposed to think things like this. You're not supposed to imagine yourself divine. God is elsewhere. Some white-bearded man in the clouds, not a boy in muddy boots with pine needles stuck to his collar. This is the moment Jung later described as his first conscious sin. And oddly, it's not because of anything he did, but because of a thought, a vision. He imagines the Basel Cathedral, massive, glorious, a kind of cosmic anchor in his childhood world. Its tower pierces the sky like it's trying to tickle heaven itself. And then the image, God is sitting on a golden throne, calm, colossal. And then, oh no, he lets out an enormous, divine bowel movement directly onto the cathedral. Yep, that's the dream. Go ahead, snort quietly into your pillow. Even Jung later admitted the image haunted him with both horror and amusement, a divine act of desecration. And yet, it didn't feel wrong. It felt true in some uncomfortable mythic way. And he didn't tell anyone, of course not. What kind of child walks up to his minister father and says, "Hey, so last night God pooped on a church?" You keep those thoughts buried deep. You fold them into little psychic boxes and pretend they were never yours. But they grow quietly. And here's the wild thing. Historians still argue whether this vision was a product of religious trauma, some early onset spiritual awakening, or a mix of both. But Jung himself believed it was a kind of initiation. That thought, as disturbing as it was, cracked open his world. It gave him a taste of the symbolic, of the sacred and the profane, all mashed into one dizzying image. Back in school, you're failing math, not because you're stupid, but because you're busy solving different equations. Why are you here? Why do people lie so easily? Why do dreams feel more real than daylight? Your teachers don't get it. They call you lazy, distracted. You overhear one of them whispering that you'll never amount to much, that you might have a nervous constitution. You don't know what that means, but it sounds contagious. So you lean further into your inner world. You read endlessly, not just fiction or fairy tales, but alchemy, ancient myths, philosophical scraps, the stuff most kids would have found unbearable. You read until your eyes sting. You doodle spirals in the margins. You start to see patterns in everything, from the way leaves fall to how your dreams echo the old legends. Sometimes you feel like you're splitting in half. There's the boy they see and the boy you see. Remember Carl number 2? He's back and stronger. Carl number 2 stands in the corner of your dreams like an old nobleman. He doesn't speak, he watches, approves, judges. He's not a guide, he's a reminder that there's more to you than your name and face and school records. And you're starting to believe him. You still love the garden, the silence, the weight of the air just before rain. But now, when you sit on the stone, you feel watched, not by people, but by something older, a presence. Call it God, call it psyche, call it hallucination. Whatever it is, it doesn't go away. You develop a secret habit when no one's around. You talk to yourself, not out loud, not quite. It's like part of you is narrating and another part is listening. You later find out this is a very young thing to do. He once said the greatest conversations he ever had were with his own soul. At one point, while everyone else is worried about exams and dinner and chores, you're wrestling with the nature of opposites. Yes, opposites. Like good and evil, God and Satan, conscious and unconscious. You wonder, are these actually separate, or are they two sides of one big cosmic coin? You're 9, and when your mother sees you staring at the sky, unmoving for over an hour, she gently puts a blanket over your shoulders and tells your father, he's just thinking, yes, but also seeing. There's a family story, kind of a quirky fringe detail, that Jung was once so absorbed in a dream state while standing in a field that he didn't notice a snake curling right next to him until it was gone. Coincidence? Maybe. Or maybe he was already slipping into that special mental bandwidth that most people only touch for a second and then forget. Back inside, you study a stone from the garden. It's small, gray, a little chipped, but when you close your eyes, it feels ancient, sacred. This isn't imagination, it's recognition. Some part of you remembers the stone, and you don't know what to do with that. You're still just a boy, still expected to say your prayers, finish your homework, grow up into something respectable. But something's brewing, not a breakdown, not yet, but a buildup, a psychic pressure, a call. And you know, without being told, that if you answer it, you might never be the same. The attic is cold and the light from the lone window slices the room into dusty triangles. You shouldn't be here, not because it's forbidden, but because no one else dares to linger. Yet you return, over and over, like someone visiting a shrine. The walls are lined with old books, cracked leather spines with gold lettering so faded it feels like they're whispering instead of speaking. You run your fingers along them and one practically hums under your touch. There's something in these pages, something old, something buried. Your great-grandfather's journals? Maybe? Or maybe they're just medical textbooks, but they feel heavier than that, spiritually heavier. And then there's the case, the glass cabinet that holds the dead man. He's your great-grandfather, yes, also named Carl Jung, a physician, a scholar, a towering figure in family lore. The way your relatives talk about him, you'd think he was half saint, half wizard. He died long before you were born, but that doesn't stop you from feeling like he's watching. He's propped upright, embalmed with eerie precision, his skin waxy, suit neat, hands folded politely. He looks like he might ask you to recite Latin at any moment. You don't scream, you don't cry, you just stare, trying to sense if any part of him is still in there. Historians debate whether this macabre display was something the young Jung actually saw or a constructed memory born out of family myth. But you believe it. Of course you do, because the moment is so vivid. You standing there, breath-catching, his dead eyes looking just past you, or maybe straight through. The attic smells like mothballs, mildew, and something older, like the breath of ancient wood. This is where you begin to think of time as something circular, not linear, not marching forward like a school teacher's chalk, but coiled, folding in on itself. You descend the stairs slowly, feeling older than you were 10 minutes ago. At dinner that night, someone says grace. You mouth the words, but your mind's elsewhere. Back upstairs with the dead man. You wonder if souls can linger in places, if ancestors can lean over your shoulder without ever making a sound. It's around this time that you begin fainting. It doesn't happen often at first, just every now and then when school becomes too loud, too bright, too absurd. You'll be reciting something meaningless at the blackboard when a hot wave of dizziness overtakes you, and you crumple. The teachers are concerned, your parents embarrassed. The doctor, he says you're nervous, a fragile type. You hear the word hysteria thrown around, and it makes you want to scream, but you don't. You just nod and retreat deeper into your internal world. Here's the odd detail no one talks about enough. After one of these fainting spells, you realize that you like the feeling right before it happens. That eerie, weightless moment where everything goes soft and distant, and it's like stepping between dimensions, a slow motion fall through cotton. You start to wonder if you're doing it on purpose. Not consciously, not entirely, but maybe your body is trying to pull you away from the outer world and back into the inner one, where things make more sense, where symbols matter more than numbers, where time slows and the dead can speak. You begin feigning illness to stay home, not to rest, but to read. You're elbow deep in obscure texts, alchemical diagrams, church manuscripts, pagan myths. You study like someone preparing for a test the world doesn't know exists. You're not trying to pass, just trying to understand. And somehow, despite your growing strangeness, you manage to scrape through school. Barely. One day, while your classmates play ball outside, you find yourself sitting alone by the river. It's ice cold, the kind of sharp water that snaps your senses awake. And you think, what if I just stepped in? Not to die, not quite, but to be purified, reborn. You take off your shoes, step into the current. It's so cold it burns. You stand there until your feet go numb, until the ache reaches your knees, until the world feels stripped bare. This becomes a habit, a ritual. And later, when you're much older and deep into the study of psychology, you'll understand it for what it was. An early attempt at initiation, a self-induced baptism into the mystery of the unconscious. You're not suicidal, let's be clear. But you are reaching for something bigger, a pattern, a truth, a way to explain why your dreams seem to predict illness before it happens, why your drawings look like ancient symbols you've never studied, why you sometimes wake up weeping from a vision that feels more real than your waking life. By the time you're ready for university, something hardens in you, a quiet resolve. You're done pretending to be normal. You choose medicine, not because you want to be a doctor, but because it gives you access to the mind, to the sick, to those who see what others deny. You board a train, backpack heavy with books, and that strange gray stone from your garden tucked quietly into a pocket. You don't tell anyone you brought it, but you plan to keep it close. Historians often point out how strange it is that Jung chose psychiatry at a time when it was seen as a dead end, a backwater specialty. But to you, it's a frontier, a map to the invisible lands inside the human soul. And besides, no one ever got to know their shadows by studying healthy people. You don't say goodbye to the attic or the corpse or the old books, but you feel them like a chorus just out of view. They're not finished with you. You're seated at the edge of a hospital bed. The air smells like carbolic acid, boiled linen, and something deeper. Grief, maybe, or the ghosts of thought left unsaid. Around you, men and women with far-off eyes, blank expressions, twitching fingers. The asylum is quiet now, but you know that's temporary. Night brings sounds, not screams exactly, but leaks. The human psyche leaking out of the seams. You're a young intern in Zurich, still technically a medical student, but This isn't textbook material. This is raw psyche, unfiltered. Your colleagues call the patients lunatics. You don't. You call them mysteries, broken poems, labyrinths waiting for a map. One girl hasn't spoken in days. She just sits, hands curled like nesting birds, eyes locked to the corner of the ceiling. You crouch beside her. You don't ask questions. You tell a story. Something about a dream you had. 2 moons and a staircase with no top. She looks at you finally and whispers, "Yes." It's the only word she says for a week. This is your first real glimpse into the unconscious, the vast, dark sea beneath the waking mind. Freud had already started writing about it. You'd read him. You respected the boldness, the audacity of it all, but you weren't sold yet. His was a one-path theory: childhood trauma, sexual drives, repression. You could feel the weight of it, but also its limits. The human mind, to you, was not a machine clogged with mother fixations. It was a cathedral with hidden doors, spiral staircases, trapdoors in the altar. You start keeping a notebook, not for diagnoses, for symbols, dreams, odd phrases you hear. You draw circles a lot, and snakes, and figures with masks. Your classmates think you're eccentric. Your instructors think you're talented but esoteric. You don't correct them. You let them think what they want. You're busy observing. One evening, while walking the asylum gardens alone, you pause near the trees and feel something watching you. Not a person, not even an animal, just presence, like the air itself is remembering something. You stand perfectly still, and then another one of those fainting spells, only this time you will it. You lean into the veil, and just before you black out, you hear yourself think, "This is what truth feels like." You're admitted officially as an assistant to Eugen Bleuler, head of the Berkeley Psychiatric Hospital and a quiet genius in his own right. Bleuler coined the term schizophrenia, and while the rest of the world still lumped all madness together under dementia praecox, Bleuler saw nuance, complexity. You respect him immediately. But here's the twist. Bleuler respects you, too. He watches how you listen to patients, how you diagram their ramblings into meaningful patterns. He once catches you mapping a woman's dream onto a medieval mandala and says nothing, just nods. You think, finally, someone sees the method in the madness. You begin experimenting with word association tests. You say a word, your patient says the first thing that comes to mind. Simple, right? Except you measure the delay. You note when the hands tremble, when the voice catches. You discover that some words strike deep, that they open trap doors, that trauma has fingerprints. This is the beginning of your complex theory. The idea that certain emotional clusters, complexes, shape behavior from behind the curtain. That people aren't just reacting to the present, but to echoes, shadows, memories they don't even know are speaking. Historians mark this as your first real contribution to psychology. But you don't care about footnotes. You care about unlocking the hidden codes in the human mind. You try your technique on yourself. Of course you do. You say, "Mother." Your pulse jumps. You say, "Failure." Your hand twitches. You say, "God." And something cold slides down your spine like a whispered dare. Still, you feel isolated. Most of your peers are dissecting brains. You're mapping dream architecture. They want clarity. You chase paradox. One night, after a long shift, you light a candle and read Goethe's Faust until dawn. You underline the lines about knowledge and temptation. You start to suspect that every patient you've met is a distorted reflection of yourself, and vice versa. Here's the fringe moment, the part you don't even write down. You dream of a tower, a spiral staircase made of bone. You ascend. Each step hums under your foot. At the top, a window. Through it, you see your face, but older, wiser. a scar under one eye, and then, just as you reach for the handle, you wake. You tell no one. Around this time, Freud reaches out, or rather, you write to him, and he answers. Your letters are curious, respectful. His are grand, affirming. He calls you his crown prince, says your work on complexes aligns with his theories. You're thrilled. At last, an ally, maybe even a mentor. You begin corresponding constantly, debating dreams, swapping cases. Freud invites you to Vienna. You go. The meeting is legendary. You talk for 13 hours straight, no breaks, just a mental tennis match of the highest order. Ideas flying, gestures animated, cigars glowing in the dark. It's exhilarating. But you also notice something. Freud flinches at certain ideas, especially when you start mentioning mythology, religion, the numinous. He calls it mysticism. You call it truth-seeking. Still, the friendship holds for now. You return to Zurich feeling galvanized. You've seen the heart of the movement, psychoanalysis. You're part of something, but you also know you're going to diverge. Sooner or later, you get married. Her name is Emma. She's calm, composed, and rich enough that you can quit the hospital and pursue private practice. You love her, and confusingly, not just her. But more on that later. You build your office with a small waiting room, a carpet that muffles footsteps, and a side drawer full of little carved totems and stones. You don't call them magical, but you do touch one before every session. At night, you walk alone by the lake, watching your reflection stretch out in the ripples like a long shadow with your face. You're just beginning. You feel it in your bones. The unconscious isn't a swamp. It's a cosmos. And you're about to launch yourself into its darkest stars. You sit by the fire with Freud again, this time in Zurich. The room is dim, shadowy, and smells faintly of tobacco and wet wool. It's been years since that first marathon conversation in Vienna, but the rhythm between you still pulses like a private code. Two minds circling a flame. You talk of dreams, hysteria, father figures, and phallic symbols, but you're starting to notice something different this time. Your pulse doesn't rise the way it used to. The awe has thinned, because here's the truth. Freud is becoming a fortress, closed, tall, and unyielding. He talks in absolutes. Libido is the universal key. Oedipus, the universal lock. Every symbol points back to the same primal urges. But you feel something else, lurking beneath. Something older, wilder, beyond the bedroom, and deeper than childhood. Do you press? Gently. You mentioned ancient myths, mandalas, the archetype of the Great Mother. You ask Freud what he thinks of dreams that feel sacred rather than symptomatic. He stiffens. He says, "That is mysticism, Carl," as if the word itself could burn his tongue. One afternoon, in the middle of a debate, Freud suddenly collapses, not from illness, from you. You had said something about the possibility that his ideas might be projections of his own psyche, and he fainted. Dropped like a puppet with cut strings. You caught him, startled. Later, you wonder, was that a neurotic moment or symbolic? Had you touched something too close, too dangerous? Historians still argue whether Freud's fainting spell was real or theatrical. You never accuse. But privately, it confirms what you've suspected. This friendship has limits. You write Psychology of the Unconscious, and it's your first real break from the Freudian path. You don't reject sexuality. You simply insist that it's not everything, that dreams can mean more than wish fulfillment, that symbols are autonomous, that the psyche is vast and self-organizing, not just a chaos of suppressed drives. Freud is not pleased. You send him a copy. He sends you a terse reply. The correspondence dries. The warmth becomes ice. And then comes the final rupture. Freud sends you a letter demanding that you publicly pledge loyalty to him and the core psychoanalytic doctrine. You don't, because you're not a disciple, you're a seeker. You resign from the Psychoanalytic Association quietly. It feels like the end of a marriage. No, an excommunication. You're alone again, but this time there's a strange relief in the solitude. Except the solitude doesn't stay quiet. The dreams start. Not the usual scattered fragments, but full sequences. Cinematic, terrifying, sacred. You dream of rivers of blood flooding across Europe, of frozen landscapes with bones peeking through the ice, of a sea of dead washing onto your doorstep. It's 1913, and you're not the only one dreaming darkness. You don't know it yet, but the world is inching toward World War I, and you're unconscious. It seems to know before the newspapers do. You begin slipping, not just into dreams, but into visions. You call it your confrontation with the unconscious. It lasts years. You step back from your professional duties. You avoid parties. You walk along Lake Zurich with your feet on the pavement, but your head in myth. Some nights, you wake sweating, the image of a red horse galloping through your chest. Other nights, you see figures in your office, glowing, not human. One man in particular appears again and again. Elijah, bearded, robed, a prophet. He speaks, riddles, and vanishes into shadow. You begin drawing what you see, painting, writing, not for others, for you. You create what becomes known as the Red Book. You don't show it to anyone. Bound in red leather, filled with pages of ornate calligraphy, watercolors, and dream monologues. It's part scripture, part therapy, part exorcism. In it, you document your inner descent, your own myth. Mainstream scholars years later will debate whether this period was a breakdown or a breakthrough, but you know the answer, it was both. A necessary collapse. A conscious decision to descend into the abyss and map what lay beneath. You write, I had to let myself be carried downward into the depths, and you mean it. During this time, you see figures you've never studied, gods from distant religions, creatures from ancient alchemy. You meet a wise old man, then a mysterious female god, Salome. She's blind, but sees more than you do. Together, they take you through inner cathedrals, caves, deserts. And no, you're not hallucinating, you're not mad. You're exploring the autonomous layer of the psyche, the collective unconscious, the place where personal experience meets ancestral memory. It's the break, the idea that flips the whole field upside down. Because Freud believed the unconscious was personal, you now believe it's universal. You call these recurring images and figures archetypes. They aren't invented, they're inherited. Humanity's shared dream language. Symbols that emerge across cultures, untouched by time. The hero, the mother, the trickster, the shadow, the self. You realize the human psyche isn't just wounded, it's mythic. And within everyone, there's a journey unfolding, process of becoming, of individuation. That's your word for it. The slow unification of the conscious and unconscious into a whole, integrated self. But integration isn't cozy, it's brutal. You learn that firsthand as you weather the storms of your own depths. You lose weight, you isolate, friends worry, your wife stays but watches with concern. You reassure her and yourself that you have to do this. You carve tiny stone figurines by the lakeside. You whisper to yourself. You sketch snakes that become circles, birds that become flames. You're trying to speak in the language of the unconscious, and you begin to feel it work. You emerge, not healed exactly, but anchored, like someone who swum to the bottom of the ocean and surfaced with seaweed in their teeth and a map in their hand. You return to work, but differently now. You don't just analyze, you guide. Because now you know life doesn't begin when we're born. It begins when we find ourselves. You wake one morning in Kuznak, your quiet lakefront home, and the sunlight slices across your desk just so, illuminating a pile of sketches, dried ink pens, and half-finished thoughts. It's been months since your confrontation with the unconscious began to subside, but it still clings to the edges of everything. Like a dream you mostly forget, but still makes your hands tremble when you see a certain shade of red. You don't look away from it anymore. You listen to it. You dialogue with it. You're learning slowly that the unconscious isn't your enemy, it's your twin. A feral, symbolic twin with a head full of riddles and rooted deeper than memory. By now the war has begun, 1914. You hear the gunshots only in the papers, but you'd seen them coming in your dreams. Oceans of blood, crumbling towers, a collective madness, rising like fog. It doesn't surprise you, not anymore. The psyche is not just individual, you've said. It's historical, tribal, even planetary. In all of Europe, it's lost in shadow. Your work turns inward again, but this time with purpose. You're developing something more refined, more structured, a kind of psychological model, not just for breakdown, but for transformation. The mythic journey of the self, mapped out in archetypes and opposites. You begin to lecture again, timidly at first. Some colleagues whisper that you went mad. Others say you became a mystic. You respond by explaining the shadow. It's your term for the parts of us we bury, shame, fear, rage, guilt. But you say it calmly, with that same glint in your eye. You don't banish the shadow. You tell your students, you integrate it. It becomes a cornerstone of your psychology, not to conquer darkness, but to know it, to greet it at the door, to invite it in and listen to what it has to say. Your clients begin to change. It's not just neurotics and hysterics now. It's people in search of meaning, lawyers in existential dread, artists plagued by symbols they can't explain, even priests who've lost their belief. You guide them through dreams the way a mythic guide leads heroes through the underworld. Your old peers scoff. They prefer rats and mazes and ink blots, but you're talking about the soul now. You introduce new terms, Anima and Animus, the feminine within every man, the masculine within every woman. You argue that the psyche is balanced on opposites and that true growth only comes when those opposites learn to dance, not fight. The alchemist, you claim, already knew this, and now scholars roll their eyes because, yes, you're reading medieval alchemy seriously, Paracelsus, Zosimos. Jung the scientist has become Jung the mystic, or, in your view, Jung the realist, because the unconscious is symbolic. And if you ignore those symbols, you're only treating the shell of a person. Here's a detail scholars like to skip. You start building towers, literally. In Bollingen by Lake Zurich, you lay stone upon stone. No architect, no help, just your hands, the rhythm of stacking, the whisper of wind off the water. It's primal. Monastic, you call it your place of becoming. You live there for weeks at a time. No electricity, no phone. You carve Latin inscriptions into the walls. Called or not called, the God will be present. You mean the unconscious, of course. Always watching, always whispering. Historians still argue whether Bollingen was a sanctuary or a symptom. You don't answer, you just build. Back in Zurich, you lecture more. Your theories grow, so does your circle. Analysts begin gathering around you, as they once did around Freud. But this time, you're careful not to become a father figure. You don't want to be the next tyrant of theory. You tell them, don't become me, become you. One student asks what that means. You smile and say, it means go down into your darkness and come back with your own light. You say these things so gently, almost like bedtime fables, but there's steel beneath them because you did descend and you know what it costs. Let's pause here because there's a fringe moment you don't often talk about. You're sitting alone one night, thumbing through a volume of Gnostic texts. You come across a phrase, "Within you is a light that no man can extinguish." You put the book down and go outside. The lake is completely still, a silver ribbon under moonlight, and in the silence you hear something, not with your ears, but with that deeper faculty you no longer doubt. A voice, calm and ancient, says, "You are not the whole story, but you are part of it." You never forget that. Your psychology isn't just about treatment anymore. It's about wholeness, about the self, capital S, the totality of who you are, conscious and unconscious together. You describe the self as a mandala, a circle that contains opposites, a symbol of integration. You begin using mandalas in therapy. Patients draw their dreams as circles, spirals, sometimes strange maps with no clear direction. But you know what you're seeing, the psyche in motion, trying to right itself, trying to become whole. By now, you've become known, even famous. Your name is spoken in the same breath as Freud's, but always with caveats. You're the mystic, the symbol hunter, the one who dared talk about God in the age of psychoanalysis. And still, you grounded. You keep carving stone. You still collect dreams. You still wake sometimes with a start, as if something ancient just brushed against your soul. The war rages on, then ends, then another begins. And again, your dreams predict it. Symbols of collapse, floods, towers crumbling. You don't interpret these as divine visions, just the unconscious reading the collective pulse. You once said, "The world hangs on a thin thread. That is the psyche of man." And you meant it. You're not just watching history unfold. You're watching it reflect the same inner battles you see in every patient, every dream, every fragile soul who walks through your door asking, "Who am I really?" And you keep answering not with definitions, but with maps. Because life doesn't begin with success or diagnosis or even healing. Life begins when you stop running, when you turn around and meet yourself face to face. You're older now. The beard has grayed. The skin beneath your eyes holds a permanent trace of sleepless nights and long dreams. But your voice? Still slow, deliberate, a mix of professor and prophet. You speak less now in lectures, more in interviews, as the world has finally caught up, or at least decided to catch a glimpse. It's the 1930S, and you sit for a photograph. Black and white, static. But inside, you're still moving, always moving. You've never stopped walking that interior path, never stopped asking, what is the self trying to become? More and more people are listening now, not just psychoanalysts or academics, but poets, priests, soldiers, teachers, people wounded by history, shaken by war, burned by ideology. They don't want techniques. They want meaning. And you reluctantly have become a kind of meaning merchant. But you're not a guru. You never were. You still hate being called a mystic, though you speak of dreams and spirits and the divine like a part of the furniture. You shrug off titles. When asked what you believe, you famously say, "I don't believe, I know." A cryptic phrase that both reassures and unsettles. Because here's the strange part. People want you to explain the world, but you keep pointing inward. They want predictions. You offer paradoxes. You tell them the shoe that fits one person pinches another. There is no recipe for living. And still, they come. They come with their recurring nightmares, their failed marriages, their existential despair. And you, sitting quietly, ask the same question every time. What does the dream want from you? Historians still argue whether your approach was scientific or spiritual. You never pick a side, because to you, the psyche isn't either slash or, it's both. It's laboratory and cathedral, brain and soul. Let's take a strange, beautiful tangent, one of those quirky bits people either gloss over or misinterpret. It's 1938. You're approached by Wolfgang Pauli, a Nobel Prize-winning physicist. He's having dreams he can't shake. Symbols of wheels within wheels, splitting atoms, feminine and masculine polarities. You listen, you interpret, and somehow it makes sense to both of you. That collaboration leads to something wild, the theory of synchronicity. The idea that meaningful coincidences, those eerie, timed, just right moments, aren't accidents. They're not causal. They're acausal, linked by meaning, not mechanics. The moment a woman tells you about a dream involving a golden scarab and a real scarab beetle taps on the window behind you, that becomes the cornerstone example. And yes, that really happened. You were there, stunned into silence. Synchronicity becomes your bridge between psychology and quantum physics, between psyche and matter. And suddenly, you're not just walking between Freud and myth, you're walking between Einstein and alchemy. You start writing again, this time, Answer to Job, a brutal, brave little book. You dare to psychoanalyze God. You say that the divine isn't just perfect, it's evolving, that the Old Testament God is shadowed and wrathful, and that humanity in suffering is mirroring that divine unconscious. Theologians gasp. Some call it heresy. Others quietly nod. You weren't trying to provoke. You were just following your method. Treat every symbol, every figure, every dream, no matter how secret, as if it had something true to say. The unconscious, after all, doesn't play favorites. It speaks through nightmares and miracles alike. Let's rewind for a second, because it's easy to forget the human side in all this theory. At home, you still drink tea at the same time every morning. You walk slowly. You hum when you think. Your wife, Emma, yes, still with you, stays your anchor, your balance. You had other relationships, sure, notably your bond with Tony Wolff, a former patient turned analyst turned something else entirely. Historians still debate that too. Love triangle, psychic sisterhood, a shared alchemical experiment. You never labeled it, because what mattered was the psychic transformation. And she helped you see your anima more clearly. She helped you know the feminine within. That's how your real-life relationships worked, not just emotionally, but archetypally. You were always mapping the inner world through the outer one. Not to escape life, but to decode it. People often ask you, why does finding the self hurt so much? And you tell them, because it involves sacrifice. You sacrifice illusions, masks, comfort. You give up the ease of blaming others, the safety of smallness, to individuate, to become whole. You must confront the opposite within you. You must look at the shadow and say, you are me too. That's no small thing. That's a kind of death. You speak often now of death, not morbidly, peacefully. You've seen enough of life to know it bends in spirals, not lines. You once wrote that life is a short pause between two mysteries. You smile when you say that. Because you know the self is bigger than ego, bigger than biology. It stretches backward into ancestors and forward into symbols that haven't even formed yet. You're not trying to be remembered. You're trying to be real. Sometimes in your later years, you return to Bullingen Tower. You sit by the fire. Maybe you read. Maybe you carve another small stone. Or maybe you just stare out at the lake, silver under moonlight, and wonder how much of you still lies beneath the water's surface. Like a dream not yet dreamt, life didn't get simpler, but it got clearer. You stopped needing certainty. You stopped fearing the dark. And in that surrender, something astonishing happened. You became whole. There's a certain quiet that only comes with age. And you wear it like a robe. Not heavy, not burdensome, just there. Like mist on the lake at dawn. You rise early now without alarms, as if your dreams themselves nudge you awake. The house in Kusnacht is quiet. The world outside buzzes with post-war recovery and the slow reconstruction of nations. But in your room, everything is still, as if time slows down for those who have truly listened to it. You walk past your bookshelves, stacks upon stacks, with notes and scribbles in the margins, and you know most people think these are your legacy. But no, what matters most isn't written down, it's lived. It's remembered, maybe not by scholars, but by those who walked out of your office and felt, for the first time, like their pain had a map. And what a strange, sacred map you've drawn over the years. A psyche made of layers, a collective unconscious that stores humanity's deepest stories, myths, dreams, fears, the whispering voices of the past. You say we're all carrying pieces of each other inside us, not just genetically, but symbolically. Symbolically, historians still argue whether your collective unconscious is science or poetry. You smile because to you the distinction never really mattered. Poetry, after all, was just science spoken in dream. Let's pull back for a moment, zoom out to the wider world. Psychology is changing again. Behaviorism rises like a machine. Data points, stimulus response models, rats pressing levers. Useful? Sure, but it makes the soul feel like a footnote. You watch from a distance, you don't fight them, you just keep going inward. Because you've always said the psyche is not a machine, it's an ecosystem. And to treat it like a box of wires is to miss its music. Here's a strange little scene people don't usually include in biographies. You once met an old patient at a train station, decades after her sessions. She recognized you instantly. You didn't remember her name, not exactly, but you remembered her dream. A lion made of glass shattering in slow motion. She asked you if it ever meant anything. You looked her in the eye and said it already did, because it stayed with you. Not every question has an answer. Sometimes just asking it changes you. By now, you are surrounded by new voices. Students, writers, seekers, theologians read your books in secret. Artists paint your symbols. Even CIA operatives flip through your essays on the shadow, hoping to understand how darkness hides in plain sight. Yes, really, even the intelligence agencies got curious. One journalist asks you if you consider yourself religious. You pause, then say, I don't need to believe, I experience. A maddening answer to anyone who wants categories, but it's the only honest one. You've stopped trying to define the divine. Now you just listen for it. In symbols, in silence, in synchronicities that make your spine tingle. New term is swirling in your writing now. Individuation, that long, slow, painful, ecstatic journey of becoming yourself. Not your ego, not your role, yourself. All of it. Shadow, anima, archetype, myth, memory. You say that life is a continual unfolding. Like a spiral, not a line. People want clarity. You give them depth instead. And still, you make space for doubt. Doubt. You once wrote, there is no coming to consciousness without pain. And yes, some found that too bleak, but you didn't mean it as a threat. You meant it as an invitation, because pain, in your view, isn't the enemy. Avoiding it is. You walk each day by the lake now, slower, but with purpose. There's a favorite bench where you sit and let the world pass. You notice the shapes of clouds, the way certain trees lean toward the water, the way your hands, still strong, still scarred, rest on your lap, like they're finally allowed to be still. You think often of your dreams. They've grown quieter in recent years, but they haven't stopped. You still keep your dream journal beside your bed. You still write them down, sometimes with sleepy scrawl, sometimes with urgent ink. Unrecurring image, a spiral staircase, worn wood, old stone walls, a soft light at the top. Sometimes you're climbing, sometimes descending. You never reach the end. But that's the point. And here's something lovely. People have started calling your work a mythology of the modern soul. You don't correct him. Myth, after all, isn't fiction. It's the language of the inner world. Let's toss in a final odd anecdote because you'd appreciate this one. In your last years, a young analyst asked what to do when a dream seems too overwhelming, too bizarre. You told him, ask it what it wants from you, then listen. And then you added, grinning, and if it says buy a goat, maybe it's time to move to the country. Humor even now, wry and quiet and strangely comforting. Because that's something people forget. You never claimed to be a prophet, just a man who listened, who dared to look inward when most were running outward. The world is changing again, faster now. Cars, radios, wars, televisions. But you remain anchored in the inner sea. Your life, if you squint at it sideways, looks like a myth. The young rebel, the dark descent, the symbolic rebirth, the tower by the lake, and through it all, a whisper, find yourself, not by chasing, but by remembering. Because life doesn't start when you win, or when you achieve, or even when you're finally understood. Life begins when you stop being someone else and begin the slow, sacred work of being you. The house feels quieter now, not lonely, just quieter, like an old song humming in the walls. You hear it in the creak of the stairs, in the kettle's soft wheeze, in the way your books seem to breathe with the breeze through the window. You've always said outer silence is what lets the inner voice speak, and by now yours is fluent in that language. You're no longer lecturing, no more grand talks in packed halls, no more squinting through the lights of conference rooms. Now it's mostly letters, pages and pages of correspondence from students, philosophers, poets, soldiers, some humble, some frantic, some painfully lost. One writes, I don't know who I am anymore. You write back, good. That means you're close. You don't mean it cruelly. You mean it like an initiation. The self, as you've always said, isn't found in the mirror, it's found in the fire. There's a weight that settles in you now, but it's not fear. It's something deeper, the gravity of legacy, maybe, or the strange calm of someone who knows he won't be fully understood in his own time and is okay with that. Remember the tower, Bollingen, still there. You visit as often as your body allows. No phone, no electricity, no interruptions, just stone walls, thick air, and the lake. You've carved more inscriptions, Latin, Greek, alchemical symbols. One reads, called or uncalled, God is present. You once dreamed of a great winged being circling the tower, neither angel nor bird. You said it felt like a part of your own soul, watching, waiting. Historians still argue whether your spiritual visions were metaphor or madness, but to you, it was just the unconscious speaking its native tongue. Image, symbol, sensation. The soul doesn't text, it paints. Your health is fading now. You've had a few scares, heart strain, exhaustion. Doctors murmur about rest. You smile and tell them rest comes after. And still, the mind keeps working, not mechanically, organically. Thoughts bloom like mushrooms in the dark. You keep dreaming, keep journaling, keep being surprised. One morning, you wake from a dream of a giant tree growing through the earth, its branches piercing the sky. You don't try to interpret it. You just sit quietly with it. Let it grow. Because by now you've learned not every dream needs an answer. Some just need to be honored. Let's circle back to something less mystical for a moment, because your daily life still has its odd human quirks. You've developed a habit of mismatching your socks. Not on purpose, just with less concern. Symmetry is overrated, you joke. You also insist on eating outdoors, even in the cold. Something about the air makes the food taste more alive. and you've become increasingly fascinated by old myths, Norse sagas, Hindu cosmology, Native American visions, not to appropriate, but to notice how similar our symbols are, no matter where we're from. The hero, the trickster, the great mother, the wounded healer. Archetypes, you say, aren't just stories. They're psychic patterns, templates. They move through us, shaping how we fall in love, how we fight, how we dream of death. You once told a student, if you don't become conscious of the archetype you're living, it'll become your fate. And just like that, the myth steps off the page and into your living room. Sometimes, at night, you sit by the fire and reread your own words, not out of vanity but curiosity. You marvel at what poured out of you in younger years. Some passages you barely remember writing. Others feel like they were whispered to you. You don't think of your work as finished, just offered. You're amused by how people treat you now. Some still think you're dangerous. Others think you're a sage. A few think you're just plain wrong. You shrug. Because the truth is, you were never trying to be right. You were trying to be whole. You were trying to help others become whole too. Not perfect, just integrated. The ego wants to rise. The self wants to unite. There's a difference. Here's a tender moment most people miss. A young man comes to visit you in your final years, hoping for advice. He fidgets. He asks you how to find his purpose. You don't offer a formula. Instead, you hand him a blank piece of paper and say, draw your dreams for the next 3 nights. Then ask yourself which one scares you most. That's the one you follow. He nods slowly, the way people do when the truth hits and they wish it hadn't. Because finding yourself, as you've always warned, isn't safe. It's sacred. The world outside continues to march forward. New wars, new politics, new philosophies. People keep hoping for quick fixes, faster therapies, instant wisdom. But you've always said real healing moves like geology. It takes time and pressure. You're nearing the end now, but there's no panic in you. You once wrote that death is not an end, but a goal, like the setting sun, not darkness, but completion. And when someone asks if you're afraid of what comes next, you smile and say, no, I'm curious. You've taught thousands, you've healed hundreds, but maybe your greatest act wasn't building a theory. It was giving people permission to trust their own depths. Because, as you've said over and over, your visions will become clear only when you look into your heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. And now, as the fire crackles low and your pen rests beside the final page of your journal, that truth echoes gently in the walls. You're still listening. You don't hear your bones creak anymore. They just whisper. As if your body is catching up with the soul, shedding urgency like old skin. The mornings are slower now. You sit longer at the window, tracing the skies, changing moods with your eyes. The lake never looks the same 2 days in a row. Some days it's silver and glassy. Other times it broods like a forgotten god. You're fading gently into old age, but your mind still leaps like a child on certain days. New symbols still arrive in dreams, half-formed, flickering. You don't analyze them with the same urgency as before. You just welcome them. You're not solving the psyche anymore. You're walking alongside it. People still visit. Some come to learn. Some just want to say they met young. You shake hands. You offer tea. You listen. You never rush them. One young woman brings her dream of a tiger trapped in a library. You raise an eyebrow and say, well, I suppose that's what happens when instinct meets intellect. She laughs nervously, but you can tell it meant something. Historians still argue whether you were a healer or a mystic, but you, sitting there in that armchair, are no longer concerned with verdicts. Let them argue. You've done your work. Because the truth is, you were never trying to be a system. You were trying to be a mirror. And the best mirrors, as you've said, are the ones that don't flatter but reveal. Your health is fragile now. Some days you walk with a cane. Some days you don't walk at all. And yet your spirit still paces the corridors of dreams, tracing symbols, rearranging fragments. Let's pause a moment. Here's a strange, sweet detail. Your grandchildren sometimes ask you what you do all day. You smile and say, I sit and talk to the dead. And you mean it, not in a haunted house way, in a historian of the soul way. You reread alchemists, medieval mystics, Gnostics, forgotten poets. You believe they still speak, if we're quiet enough to listen. Even now, Bollingen Towers, your retreat, you've added a final inscription there in stone. I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become. You've spent a lifetime showing people they are not their trauma, not their parents, not their resume. They are myth made flesh, story in motion. And when people ask you if all this, the dreams, the shadows, the archetypes is real, you answer, more real than the morning news. Because what could be more real than the pattern behind the pattern? Let's not forget, you once studied the I Ching for months on end, not for prediction, but for perspective. You believed the unconscious could shape events as well as dreams, that inner and outer weren't so separate. Modern psychologists scoffed, but they couldn't explain your synchronicity events, those uncanny, impossibly timed coincidences that open doors in the mind. A patient dreams of a golden scarab. The next day, a beetle taps at your window. Coincidence? Maybe, but it cracks something open, and that's what matters. One of your final visitors is a nervous young analyst who's read everything you've ever written. He's trembling as he sits. You offer him chocolate and ask why he looks like he's about to confess a crime. He stammers, "What if I've misread you all along?" You chuckle. "Then you've read me correctly." And that's the gift, isn't it? You never wanted followers, you wanted explorers, people who'd take your tools, then throw away the toolbox and build something of their own. You were never the destination, just a signpost pointing inward. The war is over, Europe is rebuilding, modernity rushes in hungry for speed and certainty, but in your study, it's still. The walls lined with books, stones, feathers, and dreams. The fireplace glows. Here's a soft, almost invisible moment. You rest your hand on your dog's head one afternoon, just a gentle pat. You whisper something in German. The dog tilts its head, then settles. In that quiet gesture is everything you've learned. Connection, presence, attention. You think of your old patients sometimes. Not the breakthroughs, but the silent victories. The moment someone stopped crying. The moment they admitted they were angry. The moment they drew the monster and realized it had their face. You never saved them. You simply gave them the mirror and stepped back. You once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And now, as age wraps around you like a shawl, you know you've done that. Not perfectly, but authentically. And in your final lectures, you no longer talk of analysis. You talk of meaning, of integration, of the dream beyond the ego, the great spiral of becoming. Some take notes furiously, others just listen with wide eyes, and a few cry quietly, not because they're sad, but because they finally see themselves. It's strange how your voice is softer now, but your presence is stronger. You've become more myth than man in many circles. But you're still here, drinking tea, watching the lake, smiling at clouds shaped like dragons. No one really knows where the psyche ends and the soul begins. But you've wandered that boundary more than most. And as your breath grows thinner, your thoughts grow clearer, not sharper, just more whole. Because this was never about figuring things out. It was about remembering, and you remember everything now, not the facts, but the feelings. The first time you saw a patient's eyes light up with realization, the time you stood under a thunderstorm and felt your shadow stretch, The moment you stopped doing psychology and simply became it. The wind outside changes. You watch the trees move and you smile because this stillness, this breath, this gentle awareness is what you were searching for all along. It's early evening now, and the shadows stretch long across the wooden floor. You sit quietly in your chair, no papers in your lap, no books left open, just the hum of a life winding gently down. The tower at Ballingen holds still, as if exhaling with you. The lake is quiet. The air carries the crisp edge of late spring. Somewhere a bird sings, not in triumph, but in routine. It sings because it always has. You've become a watcher more than a thinker these days, not because the thoughts have stopped, but because you've learned they don't always need to be chased. Some truths you've found come when you stop looking. A nurse brings you tea. You thank her. You don't drink it. Your fingers rest lightly on the arm of the chair, tracing a faint groove in the wood worn down over years of reflection. You've held this space for countless souls, and now you're holding it for yourself. Let's talk just for a moment about what you never published. There are notebooks, scattered thoughts on God, images, dreamscapes of blood-red suns, musings about time not as a line but a spiral, pages full of strange, beautiful things you couldn't quite fit into the formal theories, not because they weren't real, but because they were too real, too raw for neat footnotes. You once wrote, "Life is a short pause between two mysteries." And now you're at that pause's soft edge. Historians still debate whether your red book, your deeply personal illustrated dream journal, should have ever seen the light of day. You had it locked away, unseen, for decades. Too strange, too vulnerable. And yet, it is perhaps your clearest mirror, a vivid descent into your own psyche, painted with all the terror and beauty you found there. No wonder you hesitated to share it. But vulnerability you knew was not weakness, it was invitation. You were never afraid of madness, only of a life unlived, of a soul untouched. Here's something you did almost daily in your final weeks. You'd sit outside, close your eyes, and just listen. Not to music, not to voices, to the rhythm underneath everything, the heartbeat of the world. And when people asked you what you were doing, you said, "I'm checking in with the old gods." You meant it only half jokingly. You've said many things over your lifetime, some of them praised, some condemned, but the one that seems to echo most often now, the one people write on their bedroom walls or tattoo on their ribs, is this: until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Oh, how many lives that sentence has cracked open. It's not about control. You never promised that. You promised awareness, the kind that burns through illusion, that says, yes, this pain is mine, but so is this joy. You taught that we are not machines to be fixed. We are myths to be lived, complex, contradictory, terrifying, sacred. One afternoon, you whisper to your daughter, "The psyche is older than the body." She nods, though she doesn't quite understand. But you don't need her to. Understanding is overrated. Presence is enough. You sleep more now. Your dreams are quieter, simpler. No more gods or monsters. Just rivers, trees, faces you haven't seen in decades, smiling with soft recognition. Your hands, once so restless with pens and paints and margins full of symbols, now rest still. They've written enough. And finally, after a life of descent and ascent, of shadows and integration, of gods in disguise and monsters in mirrors, you breathe your last breath on a June day in 1961. But you are not afraid. You are curious. And so ends the journey, not with an answer, but with a question so deep it cradles the soul itself. And now, maybe that's the most Jungian thing of all. The fire's low, just embers now, breathing in a soft, fading rhythm. You feel your own body mimic it, slower, calmer, quieter. You've walked far tonight, through shadows and dreams, through symbols and stone towers, through the restless mind of a man who taught the world to look inward, bravely, vulnerably, completely. You don't need to remember every term, every dream interpretation, every alchemical metaphor. Just remember this. There is a self beneath all the selves, and it's been waiting patiently for you to stop running. Carl Jung didn't give answers. He gave questions. And better yet, he gave permission to explore, to feel, to fall apart and find something deeper waiting on the other side. So as you drift into sleep, let your thoughts go soft. Let them swirl like the lake outside Bollingen. No need to hold anything tightly. No need to interpret the dream before it arrives. Tonight, just rest. You are not broken. You are becoming. And becoming takes time. So breathe gently, sink into the quiet. The unconscious will meet you there. And somewhere on the other side of the dream, Jung is smiling. Because life doesn't begin when everything is figured out. Life begins when you finally find yourself.
1. The descent. Every human story begins in silence. Before the first cry of a newborn, there is only the deep ocean of darkness, the mystery of the womb, the stillness of nothingness. Carl Jung often described the unconscious as a primordial ocean, vast, terrifying, filled with images and forces older than memory itself. To be human is to be thrown into this ocean, helpless, vulnerable, unknowing. And so it is with life. The first breath brings not only oxygen, but also sorrow, for to be alive is to be destined to suffer. The infant clings to its mother's warmth, not yet knowing that separation is inevitable, that loneliness is already waiting at the threshold. Jung called this the shadow of existence, the dark twin that walks beside us from the very beginning. To live is to know both light and shadow, to experience both the tenderness of embrace and the terror of abandonment. The emotional beginning of every human journey, therefore, is a descent into pain, into confusion, into the unavoidable recognition that the world is not built for our comfort, but for our transformation. 2. The loneliness of the soul. Across history, the greatest thinkers, poets, and visionaries confessed to an early and profound loneliness. Friedrich Nietzsche wrote of his youth as a time of icy isolation, where he felt separated from the world by an invisible wall. Abraham Lincoln, long before becoming the emblem of resilience, was plagued by the black dog of depression, sinking so deep into despair that friends feared he might not survive. And even Jung himself, as a child, would sit alone in silence for hours, drawing strange figures, images that would later become the foundation of his psychology of archetypes. He felt there was one personality that belonged to the world, the child who could play and laugh, and two personality that belonged to the eternal, who sat in grave silence, haunted by mysteries of life and death. Loneliness, then, is not an accident. It is a rite of passage, a universal wound, a place where the human spirit is stripped bare and forced to confront its own nakedness. But herein lies the paradox. Loneliness is also the seed of depth. For, in the silence of despair, we hear the whispers of the soul. 3. The weight of the first questions of every great journey begins not with an answer, but with a question. Who am I? Why am I here? What is the meaning of all this? These questions do not arise in moments of comfort. They are born in pain, in disillusionment, in a trembling recognition that the world is fragile uncertain, and filled with suffering. The young Buddha, sheltered within palace walls, only discovered his destiny when he first encountered old age, sickness, and death. The Greek philosopher Socrates began his journey not by claiming wisdom, but by admitting ignorance. Jung himself confessed that his life was a story of the self-realization of the unconscious, a long descent into questions too large for any single mind to contain. Thus, the beginning is not triumphant. It is raw, disorienting, filled with sorrow and confusion. And yet it is necessary, for without questions, there can be no quest. 4. Archetypes of the beginning. Jung taught us that myths and symbols live within us as archetypes, timeless patterns of human experience. At the beginning of life's journey, two archetypes dominate: the orphan, abandoned, vulnerable, searching for belonging; the wanderer, restless, questioning, leaving home in search of meaning. The orphan archetype embodies our shared wound, the recognition that no one is truly safe, that loss and separation are inevitable. The wanderer archetype carries the torch of our longing to find truth, love, and purpose beyond the walls of safety. Every human being, knowingly or not, begins life's journey as both orphan and wanderer. The orphan within us weeps, while the wanderer dreams, and together they lead us into the unfolding drama of existence. 5. The sorrow that shapes history, history itself, begins in sorrow. The Israelites enslaved in Egypt cried out for liberation. The African-American slaves sang spirituals of grief and hope, carrying within them both unbearable suffering and unbreakable resilience. Nelson Mandela, in the depths of Robben Island prison, sat in solitude for 27 years before emerging not with bitterness, but with forgiveness and vision. These were not just political struggles, they were archetypal journeys, the descent into darkness that precedes the birth of light. Without sorrow, there is no awakening. Without despair, there is no courage. Without loneliness, there is no longing for unity. 6. Letters from the abyssing, the archives of history. One finds countless letters written from the edge of despair. In 1812, the poet John Keats wrote of his chilling sense of mortality as tuberculosis consumed him before his 25th birthday. In the 1940s, the philosopher Simone Weil, living in exile and near starvation, wrote of her yearning for God, confessing that suffering was the only bridge between the human and the divine. And in Jung's own Red Book, written during his descent into visions and inner chaos, he recorded dialogues with his soul, admitting that he felt he was falling into an endless abyss, yet trusting that the descent itself carried meaning. These documents remind us, despair is not an end, but a threshold, a place where the old self begins to dissolve, making way for something new. 7. The cinematic descent. Imagine it as a film. The opening scene, a solitary figure walks through a barren landscape. The sky is grey, the earth cracked, the air heavy with silence. Each step echoes with the weight of unspoken grief. The figure is not just one person, it is humanity itself, carrying the burden of history, of lost wars, of broken loves, of unanswered prayers. The music swells, not with triumph, but with aching strings that seem to weep. The camera pulls back, revealing countless others scattered across the world, each in their own solitude, a child crying in a war zone, a worker staring out of a factory window, an old woman holding a faded photograph. This is the emotional beginning. This is the descent we all know. 8. The Jungian insight Jung insisted that what we resist persists. The more we deny pain, the deeper it burrows into the unconscious. But when we face it, when we enter the abyss willingly, it transforms. To accept loneliness is to find inner companionship. To accept despair is to awaken hope. To accept the shadow is to discover light. The beginning of every journey, then, is not escape, but confrontation. To sit with pain, to acknowledge doubt, to allow sorrow to be a teacher. This is the descent. And it is only by descending that one finds the path upward. Chapter 2. The fragility of existence, mortality, despair, and the human search for meaning. 1. The moment of shattering every life carries a moment when the illusion of safety breaks. Childhood, with its fragile innocence, often shelters us from the terror of existence. But eventually, a funeral, a hospital room, a whispered conversation about money, a broken relationship, something pierces the veil. We discover, often too soon, that the world does not promise permanence. Parents die, dreams collapse, bodies weaken, nations fall. Even the strongest empires crumble into dust. Carl Jung wrote that this shattering is essential, for it is only when the ego feels its limits that the deeper self can begin to stir. Existence reveals itself not as a secure home, but as a fragile, flickering flame, a candle in the storm. 2. Mortality as the universal, teacher. No theme unites humanity more than death. The pharaohs of Egypt built pyramids to defy it. The Stoic philosophers of Rome trained their minds to accept it. The medieval poets wrote of the Danse Macabre, where kings and peasants alike danced with skeletons, reminded that none escape. And Jung himself, even in old age, wrote that life is a short pause between two great mysteries. Death was not an enemy to be conquered, but a teacher, a reminder that our time is finite, and therefore precious. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the world's oldest recorded story, the mighty king sets out on a quest to defeat death after his friend Enkidu dies. But in the end he learns the truth: mortality cannot be undone. What remains is not eternal life, but eternal meaning. 3. The human cry for permanence throughout history. People have tried to escape fragility by reaching for permanence. In Rome, emperors built monuments as eternal as the stone. In China, dynasties sought to anchor time itself in ritual and order. In modern times, billionaires pour fortunes into technologies promising to defeat aging. But permanence is always an illusion. The pyramids erode, dynasties fall, even stars burn out. The fragility of existence, Jung would argue, is not a flaw but a necessity. Only because life is temporary can it be meaningful. Only because the body is fragile can the soul awaken. 4. The shadow of despair. When confronted with fragility, many fall into despair. Nietzsche described existence as a fleeting shadow in an indifferent cosmos. The writer Leo Tolstoy, despite fame and wealth, confessed in his diaries that he considered ending his life because the truth is death. Even modern psychology recognizes what Jung called existential neurosis, the quiet despair that arises when people realize that careers, possessions, even families cannot shield them from mortality. And yet Jung taught that despair itself is a threshold. To feel it deeply is to begin to awaken. For only those who accept the fragility of existence can begin to search for its deeper meaning. 5. Archetypes of fragility, this stage of life's journey. 2 archetypes emerge with force: the destroyer, the figure of death, chaos, and collapse, who strips away illusions and forces confrontation with mortality; the seeker, the restless spirit, who, confronted with despair, begins searching for meaning beyond the material. The destroyer terrifies us, but without its presence, no one would grow. The seeker suffers, but it is only through the seeker's longing that humanity discovers wisdom, art, and transcendence. Jung emphasized that these archetypes are not abstract, they live within us. Every time we lose something, the destroyer speaks. Every time we ask why, the seeker awakens. 6. Voices from history consider Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor, who wrote in his Meditations, "You may leave this life at any moment. Let that determine what you do, say, and think." He ruled the largest empire in the world, yet never escaped the shadow of death, his reign marked by plagues, wars, and the loss of children. Or consider Viktor Frankl, the Austrian psychiatrist. Imprisoned in Auschwitz, surrounded by fragility and death, he realized that survival depended not on strength alone, but on meaning. "Those who have a why to live," he wrote, "can bear almost any how." Fragility, then, is not merely a tragedy. It is a revelation, a mirror in which we see what truly matters. 7. The cinematic image of fragility. Imagine again, as if in a film, a man stands in a ruined city. The buildings around him are shattered by war, the streets filled with silence. He picks up a single photograph from the rubble, a family smiling, a life that once was. His hands tremble. The camera lingers on his face as he realizes the truth. Everything can vanish in an instant. The music swells, not triumphant, but mournful, a haunting piano echoing across the silence. And yet, from the ruins, the man walks forward. Fragility has stripped him, but it has not destroyed him. It has given him eyes to see what endures: love, memory, spirit. 8. Jung's insight into fragility. Jung insisted that the modern world suffers most from its denial of death. In his view, we live in a culture obsessed with youth, progress, and control, terrified of endings. But the psyche knows better. The unconscious whispers of mortality, reminding us that wholeness is found not in denial, but in acceptance. To accept fragility is to live authentically. To accept death is to discover life. To accept endings is to awaken to beginnings. Thus, fragility is not the enemy of existence. It is its essence. 9. The turning of fragility into wisdom. The greatest wisdoms of humanity are born from the acceptance of fragility. The Buddhist teaching of anicca, impermanence, reveals that everything changes, and therefore nothing should be clung to. The Christian mystics taught that life is a pilgrimage, brief and passing, with eternity as its home. The Sufis sang poetry of the fleeting beauty of the rose, precious because it withers. Jung himself saw death not as an annihilation, but as a return, the soul's homecoming into a larger pattern, the continuation of the archetypal cycle. "The meaning of life," he wrote, "is to prepare the soul for its greater journey." 10. The path forward. The fragility of existence does not end in despair. It ends in awakening. When we see that life is brief, we learn to cherish. When we accept that nothing lasts, we learn to love without clinging. When we embrace fragility, we awaken resilience. This is the paradox that Jung understood so well. Only by facing death do we truly begin to live. Chapter 3. The Weight of Suffering. Forging. Wisdom and the First Flicker of Insight. 1. The universal burden: there is no life untouched by suffering. From the earliest cries of birth to the final breath, pain weaves itself into the human story. Illness, betrayal, poverty, loss, they strike without discrimination. Kings and beggars alike fall to their knees before it. Carl Jung insisted that suffering is not only inevitable but essential. There is no coming to consciousness, he wrote, without pain. The psyche resists growth until forced by anguish to awaken in the myths of every culture. Heroes do not rise through comfort, but through ordeal. Prometheus chained, job-tested, Arjuna paralyzed before battle, Christ crucified. Suffering is the crucible in which the soul is refined. 2. The psychology of the Wundung developed the concept of the wounded healer, the idea that those who suffer most deeply are often those who heal others most powerfully. Why? Because the wound forces confrontation with inner depths that others never face. The person who has lost learns compassion. The one who has been betrayed learns discernment. The one who has suffered learns strength that no comfort could teach. Thus, the weight of suffering, though crushing, presses hidden wisdom into the soul. 3. The shadow of resistance. And yet, when suffering comes, the first impulse is to resist. We numb ourselves with distractions, with work, with substances, with false hopes. We tell ourselves that if we ignore the wound, it will vanish. But Jung warned, what we resist persists. The wound unacknowledged festers in the unconscious, shaping our lives in unseen ways. To bear the weight of suffering is not to flee, but to face, to descend willingly into the darkness, trusting that within it lies the seed of transformation. 4. Stories of human trial history is a vast gallery of souls who bore unbearable burdens. Socrates, unjustly condemned, drank the hemlock calmly, teaching his disciples that philosophy is a preparation for death. Nelson Mandela, after 27 years in prison, emerged not broken but forged, declaring that forgiveness was stronger than revenge. Helen Keller, blind and deaf from infancy, transformed isolation into a legacy of wisdom, proving that the human spirit can transcend even the harshest limits. Their suffering was not a detour from destiny, it was destiny itself. 5. The mythic descent in myth. Suffering always takes the form of descent. Orpheus descends into Hades. For his beloved Inanna, the Sumerian goddess, descends through 7 gates, stripped of all power until she stands naked before death itself. Christ descends into the tomb before the resurrection. Jung called this archetype the night sea journey, the passage through suffering and darkness that leads to renewal. To suffer is to enter the underworld of the psyche, and only by walking through this valley can the soul discover its hidden treasures. 6. The letters of anguish great. Documents of history are often written under unbearable weight. Dostoevsky, writing notes from the underground after his mock execution. An exile poured suffering into literature that forever changed psychology and philosophy. Rainer Maria Rilke, in his letters to a young poet, confessed, "Why do you want to shut out of your life any uneasiness, any misery, any depression? For you do not know what work these conditions are doing inside you." Jung himself, in the Red Book, recorded visions of despair, madness, and inner death, only to discover that within the terror was a dialogue with his own soul. These voices remind us suffering writes itself not only in pain, but in wisdom. 7. The cinematic image of burden. Picture this. A man carries a heavy stone up a mountain path. His body trembles, sweat pouring, knees buckling. Around him, others walk freely, some mocking, some indifferent. Yet he continues, one step after another. The camera shifts. The stone is revealed to be inscribed with words: loss, betrayal, grief, loneliness. At the summit, he drops the stone, and where it lands, flowers begin to grow. This is the weight of suffering. What seems only to crush also contains seeds of beauty. 8. Jung's insight. Suffering as initiation for Jung. Suffering was never meaningless. He wrote that the soul suffers because it is growing beyond what the ego can contain. The greater the destiny, the greater the burden. In alchemy, a subject Jung studied deeply, base metals are purified by fire. The burning is painful, but it transforms lead into gold. In the same way, suffering burns away illusions, hardens character, and reveals the deeper self. Suffering is not punishment. It is initiation. 9. Transformations born of Panth. World's greatest achievements often arise from suffering. Beethoven, deaf, composed music that touched eternity. Martin Luther King Jr., jailed and beaten, wrote from Birmingham that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Malala Yousafzai, wounded by violence, became a global voice for education. These are not exceptions. They are confirmations of a universal law. When born with courage, the weight of suffering becomes the foundation of greatness. 10. Toward the first flicker of insight first. Suffering seems only destruction, but slowly, imperceptibly, it reveals its secret gift, insight. The grieving mother discovers compassion for all who mourn. The lonely soul learns to listen to the quiet voice within. The one who loses everything learns the truth of impermanence. This is the paradox of suffering. The very thing that breaks us also awakens us. And so the journey continues. From sorrow and fragility through suffering, the first flicker of light begins to appear. Chapter 4. The cry for freedom, defiance, dignity, and the struggle against oppression. 1. The moment of defiance. Every great struggle begins with a cry. Not a gentle whisper, but a raw, primal sound born from the deepest part of the human soul. It is the cry of the Hebrew slaves in Egypt, calling to the heavens for deliverance. It is the cry of the French revolutionaries, storming the Bastille against centuries of tyranny. It is the cry of a single young man in front of a tank at Tiananmen Square, standing not with weapons, but with dignity. Carl Jung recognized this. Archetype, the voice of the oppressed, the human spirit breaking its chains. The cry for freedom is not merely political. It is psychological, spiritual, archetypal. It is humanity refusing to remain in darkness. 2. Jung and the archetype of liberation. Jungian psychology, oppression appears not only in outer systems but in the psyche itself. The ego becomes tyrannical, repressing the unconscious, silencing the deeper self. Just as nations rise against tyrants, the soul rises against inner chains. The archetype that awakens here is the rebel. The rebel archetype does not ask politely. It disrupts, resists, demands. It is Prometheus stealing fire from the gods. It is Moses confronting Pharaoh. It is Harriet Tubman leading slaves to freedom under the cover of night. Oppression awakens rebellion, and rebellion awakens transformation. 3. The suffering that demands liberation, the cry for freedom, never arises from comfort. It is always born in unbearable suffering. The Indian independence movement was fueled not by luxury, but by poverty, famine, and humiliation under colonial rule. The civil rights movement in America grew from centuries of slavery, lynching, and segregation. The cry of women for equality echoed from centuries of silence, exclusion, and denial of basic rights. The greater the oppression, the more powerful the cry. It is the human spirit itself. Refusing annihilation. 4. Letters of Defiance History preserves the words of those who cried for freedom with such clarity that even centuries later they burn with fire. Martin Luther King Jr. from his Birmingham jail cell. We know through painful experience that freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. Mahatma Gandhi, writing during imprisonment, in the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists. In the midst of darkness, light persists. Nelson Mandela, in his Rivonia trial speech, I have cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society. It is an ideal for which I am prepared to die. These are not just political statements. They are archetypal cries, carrying the weight of millennia of human longing for liberation. 5. The cinematic image of the cry picture. This, a crowd gathers. In silence, under the shadow of soldiers, the air is tense, thick with fear. Then, one voice rises, shaky at first, then stronger. A chant begins, carrying through the crowd. The soldiers raise their weapons, but the chant grows, echoing into the night. The cry for freedom cannot be silenced. It is older than any empire, stronger than any tyrant. 6. The inner cry for freedom. Jung insisted that the outer cry for freedom mirrors an inner cry. The psyche longs for liberation from repression, from denial, from false masks. The worker trapped in meaningless labor feels it as quiet despair. The artist stifled by convention feels it as creative suffocation. The individual forced into conformity feels it as soul death. When this inner cry is ignored, neurosis follows depression, anxiety, the endless feeling of being trapped. But when the cry is honored, transformation begins. Freedom, then, is both external and internal. To rise against outer tyrants, one must also confront the inner tyrant. 7. Archetypes of liberation. As the rebel archetype awakens, it is joined by others, the warrior strength, courage, the willingness to sacrifice for freedom, the visionary, seeing a new world beyond chains, guiding others toward it, the martyr, willing to bear suffering, even death, for the cause of liberation. Together, they form the mythology of revolution, played out again and again in history and the psyche. 8. Stories that defined freedom. Spartacus, leading the slave revolt against Rome, a symbol of defiance for millennia. Joan of Arc, hearing voices of vision, defying kings and armies, burned but never silenced. Frederick Douglass, once enslaved, who wrote with such fire that his words became weapons against slavery. Susan B. Anthony, arrested for voting, declaring, "Resistance to tyranny is obedience to God." Each story is unique, yet all echo the same archetypal cry. We are not meant to live in chains. 9. Jung's warning, yet Jung offered a caution. The cry for freedom can also be dangerous if untempered by wisdom. The rebel can become the tyrant. The oppressed can, in victory, become oppressors themselves. Thus, true freedom requires not only rebellion but transformation. The outer system must change, but so must the inner self. Otherwise, the cycle repeats, revolution giving birth to new chains. 10. Toward the spark of hope, for freedom is not the end of the journey. It is the threshold. Out of suffering and fragility, the cry rises. But from the cry comes something even more luminous, hope. For once the oppressed dare to cry, the possibility of change awakens. The night is still dark, the danger still real, but a spark has been lit. And so the journey continues, from despair into resilience, from fragility into fire. Chapter 5. the spark of hope, the first light in the darkness. 1. The fragile beginning of light hope never arrives as a roaring fire. It begins as a spark, small, trembling, vulnerable to the wind. Yet in that fragile glow lies the power to transform empires, to awaken sleeping souls, to turn despair into courage. Jung described this spark as a numinous experience, a moment when the unconscious reveals a symbol, a dream, or an insight that fills the soul with unexpected light. For an individual, it might be a dream of flying after months of depression. For a people, it might be the words of a leader, a song in the night, or even the simple courage of one defiant act. The spark is never guaranteed, but when it comes, it is unmistakable. 2. Hope in history. Hope has erupted in the darkest chapters of history during the Nazi occupation of France. Resistance members passed secret poems coded as nursery rhymes that reminded their people the soul could not be occupied. In South Africa, even under apartheid, children sang freedom songs in schools, tiny sparks against overwhelming oppression. In America, the voice of Rosa Parks, seated in quiet defiance on a Montgomery bus, lit a flame that spread across the nation. Each spark was fragile. Each could have been extinguished. Yet history shows that sparks, once lit, ignite forests of change. 3. Jung's symbol of the light in darkness. Jung often spoke of the light hidden in the shadow. In his view, the psyche never leaves us in total despair. Even in the darkest dreams, symbols of renewal appear. A tree sprouting in ashes, a candle glowing in a cave, a child born in ruins. These images are not accidents. They are archetypes of hope, eternal patterns that assure us that no night is absolute. The unconscious, Jung taught, always balances darkness with light. Thus, hope is not naive. It is archetypal. It is built into the very structure of the psyche. 4. The letters of Hopesome, of the most luminous words ever written, emerged from prisons and shadows. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, jailed by the Nazis, wrote, "The essence of optimism is not its view of the present, but the fact that it is a power of hope where others resign." Anne Frank, in hiding, wrote, "In spite of everything, I still believe that people are really good at heart." Martin Luther King Jr., in his I Have a Dream speech, transformed centuries of sorrow into a vision of children holding hands in freedom. These are not sentimental lines. They are sparks lit in unbearable darkness, and they endure because hope, once spoken, becomes immortal. 5. The cinematic image of the spark. Imagine this: a vast battlefield after war. The night sky is heavy, filled with smoke. Among the ruins, a single lantern glows. A child bends to light a candle from it. Then another, then another. Soon, dozens of tiny flames pierce the darkness. The camera pans back, an entire field of light where once there was only shadow. This is the spark of hope, fragile but contagious. 6. The inner spark. Hope does not always roar in history. Often it is deeply personal. A patient, after years of depression, feels one morning a faint desire to live. An addict, in the midst of relapse, suddenly hears an inner voice. Not this time. A lonely soul dreams of a sunrise, and for the first time in years, wakes up smiling. For Jung, these sparks were signs of the self, the deeper center of the psyche, calling the individual forward. They could not be manufactured, only recognized, and when recognized, they could guide a person out of despair. 7 Archetypes of hope at this stage of the journey. The archetype of the child emerges. The child is not naive. It is the symbol of potential, of beginnings, of a future not yet written. It represents the part of the soul that refuses to be destroyed, no matter the suffering. Jung saw the child in myths of rebirth, the infant Moses, hidden in the reeds, carrying the hope of liberation. The Christ child, born in a manger under threat of death, the phoenix, rising as a new bird from its own ashes. The child archetype reminds us, every ending hides a beginning. Point 8. Hope, transformed into action. Hope is not passive. It is not mere optimism. It is a force that demands action. Gandhi's hope in non-violence became mass movements. Florence Nightingale's hope for healing redefined medicine. Malala Yousafzai's hope for education became a global revolution for girls. The spark does not remain a spark. It grows into fire, and fire changes history. 9. Jung's warning on false hope. But Jung also warned, not all sparks are true. False hope, the illusion that denies reality, can be destructive. Denial of suffering, empty promises, shallow. Optimism, these do not heal. True hope, Jung insisted, emerges only when despair has been faced honestly. Only when the shadow is embraced can the spark be trusted. The candle shines brighter because it has known the night. 10. Toward the fire of resilience, the spark of hope is only the beginning. It flickers, uncertain, fragile. But once it is tended, once it is fed by courage and community, it grows, and from that growth comes the next great chapter of the journey, the fire of resilience. Chapter 7. The call to greatness, answering the summons of destiny. 1. The summons from within every human life reaches a moment when survival is no longer enough. The body may endure, the spirit may persist, but deep within a question begins to echo, why have I endured? For what purpose have I suffered? This is the call to greatness. Carl Jung described this as the emergence of the self, the archetype that transcends the ego, calling the individual into alignment with their truth. Purpose. The self is not content with comfort. It demands transformation. It demands destiny. 2. The universal pattern across history and mythology. The call to greatness appears as a recurring motif. Moses, tending sheep in the desert, is summoned by a burning bush to free a nation. Joan of Arc, an uneducated village girl, hears voices that call her to lead armies against the might of an empire. Mahatma Gandhi, a timid lawyer, finds himself drawn to resist oppression through the revolutionary power of non-violence. Each story shares the same rhythm. The call appears not in strength, but in weakness, not in power, but in obscurity. Greatness emerges from those who least expect it. 3. Jung's hero archetypes. The call to greatness awakens the hero archetype. The hero is not born. The hero is made through response to the call. Jung noted that the hero's journey is never comfortable. It requires leaving the familiar world, entering danger, and confronting forces far greater than oneself. Yet within these trials, the hero discovers power hidden in the soul. The call is terrifying because it demands death, not always physical, but symbolic. The death of the old self. 4. The resistance to the call. History shows us not everyone answers. Many hear the call, but retreat into fear. The rich young man in the Gospels who could not leave his possessions, countless visionaries whose dreams withered under ridicule or self-doubt, whole nations that ignored reformers until it was too late. Joseph Campbell, echoing Jung, called this refusal of the call. It is the most common response. But when accepted, the call transforms not only the individual, but the world. 5. The fire of visionaries' greatness is never solitary. It always connects to humanity. The greatest leaders and thinkers did not pursue power for themselves, but answered a larger call. Martin Luther King Jr. wrote from his Birmingham jail cell, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." His call was not personal survival, but universal liberation. Florence Nightingale, moved by the suffering of soldiers, answered a call that gave birth to modern nursing. Albert Einstein, fleeing persecution, gave humanity not only relativity, but also moral courage against nuclear weapons. Each was haunted, pursued by a vision larger than themselves. 6. The pain of the call to be called is not to be honored, but to be burdened. Jung saw this as individuation, the painful birth of authenticity. Those who answered the call are often mocked, imprisoned, exiled, or killed. Socrates drank poison. Jesus was crucified. Galileo was silenced. But the very resistance they faced proved the power of their call. As Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. 7. A cinematic moment. Imagine this scene. A solitary figure sits at a desk late at night, surrounded by rejection letters, debts, doubts. The world has turned its back. They place their head in their hands. Silence then. Suddenly, an image comes. A thought, a vision, a conviction that refuses to die. They stand, trembling, but resolute. They begin to write, to speak, to march, to act. The camera lingers. This is the moment of decision. The call has been heard. 8. The letters of destinies. Words ring through time like a trumpet of destiny. Winston Churchill, in Britain's darkest hour, "We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall never surrender." Mother Teresa, in her diary, "I have found my calling. I will care for the sick and the poorest of the poor." Jung himself, in a letter, "The decisive question for man is he related to something infinite or not? That is the telling question of his life." These were not mere words. They were responses to the call. 9. The transformation of the individual. When one answers the call to greatness, the world changes, but so does the self. The timid become bold, the broken become healers, the ordinary become extraordinary. Greatness is not bestowed. It is chosen again and again, in defiance of fear. 10. Toward the power of the human spirit. The call to greatness does not end with the individual. It awakens a collective movement. Once a vision is spoken, others begin to rise. This prepares the stage for the next chapter, the power of the human spirit, when the fire of one soul becomes the blaze of many. Chapter 8. The power of the human spirit, when the many rise together. 1. From the individual to the collective. When one person stands, it is a miracle. When many rise together, it is a revolution. Jung taught that the unconscious of humanity is shared a collective unconscious. Just as one drop of water belongs to the sea, one soul's awakening reverberates through the psyche of humanity. What begins as an individual's act of courage becomes the resonance of millions. 2. The archetype of the tribe. Within the depths of the human mind lies the archetype of the tribe, the longing for belonging, unity, and shared struggle. When the human spirit rises collectively, it is this archetype that awakens. We see it in the chants of protesters, in the hymns of freedom fighters, In the songs sung round fires before battle, each voice alone is fragile. Together they form Thunder. 3. History's rising movements. The power of the human spirit has always reshaped history. The American Civil Rights Movement, when Rosa Parks refused her seat, she was one woman against a system. But soon the streets of Montgomery filled, and a people rose together. Guided by Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream, the fall of the Berlin Wall. For decades, families were split by concrete and barbed wire. But when thousands gathered with candles in hand, a wall meant to last forever crumbled under the weight of human unity. South Africa's freedom struggle. Nelson Mandela spent 27 years in prison. Yet his endurance became a beacon, and millions of South Africans rose to shatter apartheid's chains. These moments remind us, power built on fear cannot withstand the awakening of the human spirit. For Jung and the collective energy, Jung understood the danger and the glory of mass movements. Crowds can be destructive when driven by shadow, mobs, hatred, tyranny. But when aligned with truth, they become unstoppable forces of renewal. The rising of the human spirit is not chaos. It is synchronization, the alignment of individual destinies into a greater symphony. 5 letters, speeches, and shouts of freedom, the written and spoken word, often ignited these collective risings. Abraham Lincoln's Gettysburg Address reminded a broken nation that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Václav Havel, playwright turned president, wrote from prison, "The power of the powerless is the strength of those who live in truth." Malala Yousafzai, after surviving a bullet, declared, "One child, one teacher, one book, one pen can change the world." Words like these are not mere sounds. They are sparks that ignite the shared psyche. 6. A cinematic scene of rising picture, a square filled with thousands. Night falls, fear is in the air. Soldiers line the streets. One voice begins to sing, another joins, then another. Soon the square vibrates with a chorus. Candles are lifted high. The soldiers hesitate. The wall of fear begins to crack. Humanity, when united, is greater than any weapon. This is the power of the human spirit. It is not violence, but the indomitable refusal to surrender dignity. 7. The inner power revealed. What is it that makes humanity rise together? Shared suffering. When pain is collective, endurance becomes solidarity. Shared hope. When a vision is shared, it becomes destiny. Shared love, the most mysterious force of all. Binding strangers into family. Jung believed the deepest archetype was the self representing wholeness. When the many rise together, it is humanity glimpsing that wholeness. The truth that we are one. 8. The trials of the collective, but every rising faces betrayal, violence, setbacks. The crowd disperses, hope flickers, leaders fall, histories. Revolutions remind us, the human spirit is powerful, but fragile. When corrupted, it can turn dark. When fractured, it can collapse. And yet, time and again, humanity proves resilient. The collective soul learns, stumbles, and rises anew. 9. Toward the next stage of struggle, the rise of the human spirit is not the end, but a threshold. Once the many rise, new conflicts emerge, choices, betrayals, turning points that determine the fate of nations. This leads us into the next chapter, the tension of choices, when destiny balances on a knife's edge. Chapter 6. The fire of resilience, turning pain into power won. From spark to flame, every great fire begins with a single spark. But a spark alone cannot endure. It must be sheltered, fed, fanned into flame. Resilience is the art of protecting that spark until it becomes unquenchable fire. It is the transformation of pain into energy, despair into resolve, weakness into strength. Carl Jung once wrote, "I am not what happened to me, I am what I choose to become." This choice, too, turn wounds into fuel, is the essence of resilience. 2. Resilience in human history. History is the living archive of resilience. Time and again, human beings have endured devastation and yet risen stronger. After the devastation of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan rebuilt itself into one of the most technologically advanced nations in the world. Its spirit unbroken, its resilience unmatched. Nelson Mandela, imprisoned for 27 years, emerged not with bitterness, but with the fire of forgiveness, transforming South Africa. Abraham Lincoln, defeated in election after election, crushed by depression, yet refused to surrender, eventually becoming one of the greatest American presidents. These lives were not free of suffering. Their greatness came from suffering. 3. Jung's shadow and the forge of the soul. Jung saw resilience as inseparable from the shadow. The shadow is all that we repress: pain, fear, rage, failure. Left hidden, it poisons us. But when faced, it becomes fuel like iron in a forge. The soul is tempered in fire. Every trial, every loss, every betrayal becomes heat that strengthens us. Resilience is not avoidance of pain, it is alchemy, the turning of suffering into strength. 4. The letters of resilience, some of the most powerful words ever written, testify to this alchemy. Viktor Frankl, survivor of Auschwitz, wrote in Man's Search for Meaning, "When we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves." Helen Keller, deaf and blind from infancy, declared, "Although the world is full of suffering, it is also full of the overcoming of it." Maya Angelou, scarred by racism and abuse, rose to write, "Still I rise." Each of these voices proves resilience is not the absence of wounds, it is the decision to rise because of them. 5. The archetype of the warrior. At this stage of the journey, Jung's archetype of the warrior emerges. The warrior is not simply one who fights battles, but one who endures. The warrior stands against despair, against injustice, against inner weakness. The warrior archetype appears in myths and stories across cultures. Achilles, who rose to face Troy despite knowing his fate. The samurai of Japan, who trained not only their bodies but their souls to embody discipline and honor. The Quranic and biblical prophets, who endured rejection and exile, yet carried truth without surrender. The warrior does not promise victory. The warrior promises endurance. 6. Cinematic image of resilience. Picture this: a person in chains, bruised, bloodied, collapsing to the ground. The crowd believes them broken, but slowly, with trembling arms, they rise, not because the pain is gone, but because the spirit within refuses defeat. The camera closes in, fire in the eyes. The storm rages, but the soul burns brighter. This is resilience. 7. Psychological fire. Post-traumatic growth. Modern psychology has confirmed what Jung intuited. Pain, when faced consciously, can lead to post-traumatic growth. Studies show that survivors of tragedy often emerge with a deeper sense of meaning, stronger relationships, greater appreciation for life, increased creativity and spiritual depth. Resilience is not returning to who we were, it is becoming more than we were. 8. The balance of resilience, yet Jung warned, unchecked resilience can harden into coldness, denial, or obsession. True resilience must balance strength with vulnerability, determination with tenderness. The fire must not consume, it must illuminate. 9. Stories of transformation. Oprah Winfrey, born into poverty and abuse, used her pain to fuel a career that gave hope to millions. Thomas Edison, after 1,000 failed experiments, created the electric light bulb. His failures were not wasted, they were steps toward illumination. Harriet Tubman, scarred by slavery, became the Moses of her people, leading hundreds to freedom through the Underground Railroad. Each story reminds us, resilience does not erase scars, it wears them as armor. 10. Toward the call to greatness. The fire of resilience does more than sustain survival. It prepares the soul for the next stage, the call to greatness. For once the fire is lit, it seeks expression. It demands to reshape the world. Chapter 9. The tension of choices. When destiny balances on a knife's edge. 1. The drama of decision. There are times when the future of millions rests on the decision of a single moment. A trembling hand signing a treaty, a commander hesitating before battle, a leader's words spoken into silence. Jung described life as a constant tension of opposites, light and shadow, freedom and fear, love and betrayal. In these tensions, humanity's fate often hangs on the fragile edge of choice. 2. The archetype of the crossroads. In the collective unconscious lies an ancient image, the crossroads. It appears in myths and stories across civilizations. In Greek myth, Oedipus meets his fate at a crossroads. In Norse legend, Odin sacrifices himself at the Tree of Choices. In folklore, the crossroads is where one meets the devil, bargains with destiny, or chooses the unknown path. The crossroads is the eternal stage where choice becomes destiny. 3. Pivotal moments in history. Humanity has faced countless such crossroads. Cuban Missile Crisis, 1962. The world stood at the brink of nuclear war. A few words, a few restrained decisions by Kennedy and Khrushchev prevented global annihilation. The fate of billions rested on restraint rather than aggression. Gandhi's Salt March, 1930, at a small seashore. Gandhi bent to collect a handful of salt. A simple act, yet it ignited a movement that challenged the British Empire. A choice of peaceful defiance over violence altered history. Abraham Lincoln and the Emancipation Proclamation, 1863, amidst civil war. Lincoln chose to redefine the conflict as a moral struggle for freedom. That choice transformed America's destiny. Each moment reminds us, history often pivots, not on certainty, but on courage at the edge of collapse. 4. The suspense of human struggle. Imagine the tension before such choices. The silence in the war room. The ink drying on a treaty that could save or doom nations. The heartbeat of a leader before speaking to millions. These are cinematic moments of destiny, yet they are also deeply human. Choices are made not by gods, but by men and women trembling with fear, longing, and uncertainty. 5. Jung's insight on moral decision. For Jung, the great danger was always unconsciousness, when choices are made blindly, driven by shadow, fear, or ego. But when one chooses with awareness, guided by the self, the inner wholeness that transcends the ego, then the decision carries moral weight. A conscious choice, Jung believed, is the bridge between suffering and transformation. 6. The private crossroads. It is not only nations and leaders who face these tensions. Each of us knows the gravity of a choice, to stay or to leave a relationship, to remain silent or to speak truth, to cling to comfort or risk for greatness. The same archetype of the crossroads lives in our own lives. At such moments, time slows. The soul holds its breath. Destiny leans forward, waiting. 7. Letters and speeches of the crossroads. Winston Churchill, before Britain faced Nazi invasion, declared, "We shall fight on the beaches. We shall never surrender." It was not just rhetoric. It was a nation choosing defiance over despair. John F. Kennedy, in his inaugural address, "Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country." A crossroads. Call to awaken responsibility. Martin Luther King Jr. From Birmingham jail, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." Written on scraps of paper, it turned hesitation into moral clarity. These words were choices in ink and sound, but their consequences shaped the course of humanity. 8. Suspense. As the pulse of life, suspense is not only for novels and films. Life itself is suspense, lived in the tension of what might be. Every heartbeat carries uncertainty, the possibility of joy or tragedy, triumph or loss. We live not in certainties, but in possibilities. The suspense of choices is the drama of existence. Itself 9. Toward collapse or transformation, yet not every choice leads to light. Many lead to shadow, wars declared, betrayals sealed, moments of weakness that birthed decades of suffering. Still, within these failures lies the strange alchemy of humanity. Even from collapse, renewal can arise. Even from betrayal, wisdom can grow. This leads us toward the next threshold, the edge of collapse, when hope nearly shatters. Asterisk. Chapter 11. The turning of the tide, critical victories and dramatic reversals of fortune. 1. The archetype of reversal. Every myth, every epic, carries within it the moment when the hero, thought lost, rises again. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus survives countless perils only to reclaim his throne at the final hour. In the Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna, frozen in despair, turns to Krishna's wisdom and the battle shifts. In Jungian psychology, the turning of the tide is the moment. The unconscious offers its hidden treasure, transforming shadow into strength. The tide turns when the unseen current, long gathering in silence, suddenly reveals its force. 2. History's reversals. The Battle of Stalingrad, 1942-43. The Soviet army, starved and bloodied, turned back the Nazi war machine. The winter, the willpower, and a refusal to surrender transformed certain defeat into the beginning of victory. The American Civil Rights Movement. Decades of humiliation gave way to Martin Luther King Jr.'s words, echoing in Washington, "I have a dream." That dream shifted a nation's conscience, marking a tide that could no longer be turned back. Gandhi's Salt, March 1930, against an empire. A simple act, picking up a handful of salt, became the moment a tide shifted, turning subjugation into resistance. Reversals are rarely sudden. They are born of endurance, patience, and faith carried through collapse. 3. The psychology of the shift. Jungian taught that the psyche holds within it compensatory forces. When the conscious mind breaks under despair, the unconscious delivers visions, symbols, and energy that restore balance. This is why the tide turns, not only in wars and revolutions, but in individuals. A person in depression awakens one morning with the first flicker of will. An addict, broken by relapse, discovers a support group and the courage to begin again. A grieving parent, through tears, remembers that love still exists, and that life is not yet over. The tide shifts when despair becomes so deep that the psyche itself rebels, insisting on renewal. 4. Letters from the Turning Point, Winston Churchill. After Britain's darkest days of 1940 told his people, "We shall not flag or fail. We shall go on to the end. We shall never surrender." These words did not describe victory, they created it. Nelson Mandela, in prison, wrote, "I never lost hope that this great transformation would occur. I always knew that deep down in every human heart there is mercy and generosity." Abraham Lincoln at Gettysburg, "that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom." In each letter, each speech, the tide was already turning, because vision itself was the reversal. 5. Suspense. Before breakthrough, the turning of the tide is never gentle. It is suspense stretched to breaking. Soldiers at Dunkirk, waiting to see if rescue ships will arrive. Civil rights marchers facing dogs and hoses, uncertain if the world is watching. Scientists staring at endless failed experiments before a breakthrough. Sparks. The suspense is unbearable, yet it is the essence of the tide. The shift cannot be forced. It must be endured until it comes. 6. Jung's own reversal. In Jung's darkest years after his split with Freud, he felt swallowed by visions, nearly consumed by madness, but slowly, through painting, writing, and dialogue, with his inner figures, he discovered the foundation of his psychology. What seemed collapse became his greatest creative tide. He wrote, "The night sea journey is not an end, but a beginning. The descent into the depths carries the possibility of renewal." His reversal was not escape from darkness, but integration of it. 7. Reversals in the lives of visionaries. Helen Keller, deaf and blind, broke through isolation with her first words at a water pump. A moment when her world turned from silence to speech. Thomas Edison, after thousands of failed attempts, finally lit the filament that would illuminate the world. Malala Yousafzai, shot for seeking education, survived and turned her wound into a global movement for girls' rights. Each story carries the same rhythm: collapse, suspense, and then the turning of the tide. 8. Collective movements of renewal. Entire peoples have known this reversal. India's independence, after centuries of colonial rule. South Africa's freedom, after decades of apartheid. Eastern Europe's revolutions of 1989, when the Iron Curtain fell not with bombs, but with people rising in unison. The tide of history, like the tide of the ocean, cannot be stopped when its time has come. 9. The emotional release when the tide turns. Relief floods the soul. Tears after years of being held back. Laughter after despair has had its reign. Silence when chaos finally breaks into calm. It is not merely victory. It is rebirth. 10. Toward the moment before dawn. Before dawn, but even after the tide turns, the journey is not finished. Between reversal and fulfillment lies another suspense, the waiting for dawn. When the full light of transformation finally breaks through. This brings us to our next chapter, the moment before dawn, the darkest hour before breakthrough. Chapter 10. The edge of collapse, when hope nearly shatters one. The precipice of despair history is not a straight ascent toward progress. It is a cycle of near defeat, of dreams collapsing under the weight of betrayal, violence, and exhaustion. Carl Jung taught that the psyche itself moves toward wholeness only by confronting its darkest shadow. Likewise, humanity advances only after standing at the brink of ruin, at the edge of collapse. The human spirit is tested not in victory, but in survival. 2. Archetypes of the fall. The fall is a universal image. In Greek myth, Icarus flies too close to the sun, his wings melt, and he plunges into the sea. In Christian tradition, the fall of man begins not with violence, but with a choice to reach beyond limits. In countless epics, the hero descends into the underworld before returning renewed. Collapse is never the end. It is the descent before rebirth. 3. Historical moments of collapse. World War I, 1914 to 1918, Europe. Believing in progress and enlightenment, collapsed into trenches of mud, gas, and death. The world's illusions of rationality shattered. The fall of the Roman Empire for 76 AD. A civilization of grandeur crumbled under corruption, invasion, and decay. Yet from its ruins emerged new nations, cultures, and the seeds of Europe's rebirth. The Great Depression, 1929, millions lost homes, jobs, and hope. Yet out of despair came new economic visions, safety nets, and movements for social justice. Every collapse feels like finality, but history reveals it as transformation in disguise. 4. The personal edge. We all know the edge of collapse. A marriage disintegrating, a dream job lost, a betrayal by a friend, a failure so deep it makes us question our worth. At these moments, we echo Jung's truth. There is no birth of consciousness without pain. Collapse strips away illusions, exposing the raw ground of the soul. 5. Letters of desperation. Abraham Lincoln, in 1841, wrote, "I am now the most miserable man living. If what I feel were equally distributed to the whole human family, there would not be one cheerful face on the earth." Years before greatness, he knew despair. Fyodor Dostoevsky, imprisoned in Siberia, wrote to his brother, "To live without hope is to cease to live. Hell is hopelessness." Anne Frank, hiding in the shadow of extermination, wrote, "I can feel the suffering of millions, and yet, if I look up into the heavens, I think that it will all come right, that this cruelty too will end." These voices remind us, collapse is both universal and deeply human. 6. Jung on the edge. Jung himself faced collapse in his midlife. After his break with Freud, he entered what he called a confrontation with the unconscious. For years, he felt torn between sanity and madness. Out of this descent came the Red Book, visions, paintings, and dialogues with archetypes that shaped his life's work. Jung discovered that collapse is not destruction but initiation. The old self must die for the deeper self to emerge. 7. Suspense of finality. The edge of collapse carries unbearable suspense. Will the army break and scatter? Will the prisoner survive another night? Will the family hold together or fall apart? It is the silence before either death or breakthrough. Humanity's greatest suspense is not found in novels, but in the lived moments when hope nearly shatters. 8. Near betrayals and near failures. Think of leaders who were nearly undone. Nelson Mandela, 27 years imprisoned, his vision nearly extinguished. Winston Churchill, dismissed from politics before returning as Britain's wartime leader. Harriet Tubman, hunted and betrayed, yet she led hundreds to freedom. each lived at the edge of collapse. Yet, from that brink, they emerged unbreakable. 9. The soul's dark night. Christian mystics called it the dark night of the soul. Buddhists speak of samsara's endless suffering. Jung called it the night sea journey. It is the universal moment when light seems extinguished and the soul believes itself abandoned. But as mystic, St. John of the Cross wrote, "In the dark night of the soul, bright flows the river of God." The edge of collapse conceals the first whisper of transformation. 10. Toward the turning of the tide. Collapse is never the end. It is the moment before change. Just as the darkest night precedes dawn, the edge of despair precedes renewal. From here, history and the human soul move into one of their most dramatic movements, the turning of the tide when fortune reverses. Chapter 14. The joy of discovery, scientific, artistic, and spiritual awakenings. 1. The first breath of wonder. After long suffering, peace feels like air. But after peace, a new hunger arrives, the hunger to explore. Humans are not content with survival. We are makers, dreamers, seekers. Once the night passes, the question arises, what else lies beyond? This is the joy of discovery. 2. The child's gaze. Every discovery begins in the eyes of a child, watching ants build a colony, asking why the sky is blue, drawing shapes that look like stars and calling them dreams. Carl Jung called this the divine child archetype, the eternal innocence that keeps humanity moving forward. Even when scarred by despair, we rediscover childlike curiosity. 3. Scientific dons. Think of these moments of awakening. Galileo tilting his telescope toward Jupiter and seeing moons. The universe expanded in an instant. Marie Curie discovering radium glowing in the dark. A miracle of both danger and wonder. Einstein scribbling equations in a patent office, reshaping time and space. Each was not just knowledge, but a form of joy, the exclamation of the human spirit. Aha! The universe is larger than I thought. 4. Artistic awakenings. Art, too, is discovery. Beethoven, stone deaf, hearing symphonies in his mind and conducting the ninth as a celebration of human brotherhood. Van Gogh, painting the night sky with swirls of infinite energy. Tagore, writing songs of unity that merged East and West. Their discoveries were not facts, but visions. They gave form to beauty where none had been. 5. Spiritual discoveries. Religion is born of awakening. The Buddha beneath the Bodhi tree, seeing suffering transformed into compassion. Moses on Sinai, receiving commandments that bound tribes into a people. Muhammad PBU, in the cave of Hira, hearing words that would shape a civilization. These were not only revelations of doctrine, but discoveries of what it means to be human. 6. Letters of Joy. History contains written confessions of discovery. Newton wrote after seeing the apple fall, "I seemed to myself like a boy playing on the seashore, finding a smoother pebble than ordinary, whilst the great ocean of truth lay all undiscovered before me." Emily Dickinson whispered, "The soul should always stand ajar, ready to welcome the ecstatic experience." Leonardo da Vinci filled notebooks with sketches of flying machines, writing, "Once you have tasted flight, you will forever walk the earth with your eyes turned skyward." Discovery is always accompanied by poetry. 7. The psychology of our modern. Psychology shows what Jung intuited, or resets the psyche. When we encounter vastness, a galaxy, a cathedral, a newborn's first cry, the ego softens, the self expands. This is why discovery heals. It draws us out of the prison of self and places us in communion with something infinite. 8. Collective joy discovery is sweeter when shared. When Apollo 11 landed on the moon, the world cheered together. When smallpox was eradicated, humanity celebrated. As one family, when DNA's structure was revealed, biology opened a door that promised cures and miracles. This joy is not private, it is collective. It unites strangers into kin. 9. Jung's vision of discovery for Jung. Discovery was always double, outward and inward. We explore the stars, but we must also explore the unconscious. We invent machines, but also symbols. The greatest discovery, he believed, was the integration of the psyche, the union of conscious and unconscious, a process he called individuation. That was his moon landing, his symphony. 10. Toward the celebration of unity joy. Like light does not end in itself, it expands. Discovery invites unity, science crosses borders, art dissolves differences, spiritual visions bind communities. The next step in our journey, therefore, is not only discovery but celebration together. Chapter 15. The celebration of unity, shared humanity, compassion, and love. The archetype of communion across myths and religions. The archetype of unity appears. The banquet of gods and humans in Greek myth. The Last Supper, symbolizing fellowship and shared purpose. The circle of life in African traditions, where every being is interconnected. Jung emphasized that humans are wired to seek belonging, a connection that transcends isolation. Unity is not a mere social construct. It is an archetypal force embedded in the collective unconscious. 2. Historical celebrations of unity. Unity often arrives after struggle. The United Nations, founding 1945, in the ashes of 2 world wars. Nations chose dialogue over destruction, symbolizing a collective desire for shared humanity, civil rights. Victories, communities, once divided by hatred and segregation, celebrated moments of inclusion, justice, and shared recognition. Post-apartheid, South Africa, Nelson Mandela's call for reconciliation transformed resentment into national pride and collective healing. Unity is the flowering of struggle's lessons, the proof that humanity can transcend fear and division. 3. Personal experiences of compassion. Unity is also intimate. Neighbors, rebuilding homes after a flood, strangers sharing food during famine, friends embracing. After years of estrangement, compassion is the heartbeat of unity, and love is its language. For letters and speeches of togetherness, history preserves the words that articulate unity. Martin Luther King Jr. We may have all come on different ships, but we're in the same boat now. Mother Teresa, peace begins with a smile. Dalai Lama, love and compassion are necessities, not luxuries. Without them, humanity cannot survive. Each statement is a spark, igniting recognition of shared humanity. 5. Art and music. As bridges, art and music often manifest unity more profoundly than politics. Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, performed by audiences across continents. Picasso, Ese Guernica, evoking empathy for those suffering from war. Folk songs sung in solidarity during revolutions. Shared creativity reminds us that our hearts beat in synchrony, even when our languages differ. 6. Jung and the collective, Self-Jung, described the self as the totality of the individual and the collective. Unity is the conscious recognition that every other person is a mirror of parts of ourselves. Compassion is not charity, it is recognition. Love is the bridge between individual psyche and the collective. Unconscious unity is the integration of the many into a shared rhythm. 7. Unity after conflict after trauma and struggle. Unity becomes celebration. Nations signing peace treaties, families forgiving betrayals, communities rebuilding after natural disasters. These moments are not simple. They are triumphs over fear, anger, and past pain. Unity is a choice, repeated daily, as much as it is a feeling. 8. Spiritual unity mystics from all traditions speak of unity as transcendence, Sufism. Love binds all beings to the divine. Buddhism, compassion dissolves the illusion of separation. Christianity, love your neighbor as yourself. Unity is therefore both a human and a spiritual achievement, the apex of personal and collective evolution. 9. Celebrating through action, volunteerism, and service create tangible bonds. Festivals and rituals renew communal ties. Storytelling preserves empathy across generations. Unity is sustained by acts, not just ideals. 10. Toward the wisdom of completion as unity blooms, it carries the seeds of reflection. How did struggle, discovery, and suffering lead here? How does shared joy deepen our understanding of life? How can love, now realized, endure beyond fleeting moments? This reflection leads naturally into Chapter 16, The Wisdom of Completion, Accepting Mortality and the Circle of Life. 1. The archetype of completion across myths. The completion of life is symbolized by circles, cycles, and endings that return to beginnings. The Ouroboros, the serpent, eating its tail, symbolizes eternal return. The wheel of Dharma in Buddhism represents life's cyclical flow. In Native American traditions, the circle of life unites generations, emphasizing continuity over finality. Jung believed that individuation, the integration of conscious and unconscious, is also a process of completion, where one comes to terms with mortality and meaning. Historical reflections on mortality. Marcus Aurelius, in Meditations, wrote that death is natural, and the wise welcome it as part of life's order. Leonardo da Vinci, at the end of his life, reflected on the endless curiosity that mortality could never fully satisfy. Albert Einstein reminded us that time and space outlive individual existence, situating personal life within a greater cosmic order. Understanding mortality provides freedom. It teaches priorities, clarifies values, and fosters gratitude for IMPERMANENCE. 3. Personal wisdom in the face of death. Mortality transforms perspective. The sick patient cherishes small pleasures previously ignored. The grieving parent finds beauty in memories as a bridge to the lost. The elderly mentor recognizes legacy as the truest form of influence. Completion is acceptance, the ability to release, control, and honor the natural flow of life. 4. Letters and writings of Acceptinsnica, in his letters, reminded that it is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it. Emily Dickinson, nearing the end, wrote, I measure every grief I meet with the measure of my own heart. Viktor Frankl, reflecting on his time in concentration camps, concluded, life is never made unbearable by circumstances, but only by lack of meaning and purpose. These insights underscore the wisdom of completion. Understanding life's circle deepens our capacity to live fully. 5. Jungian integration for Jung. Wisdom comes from acknowledging opposites, life and death, joy and sorrow, light and shadow. The mature psyche does not fear endings, but sees them as natural transitions. Death is a teacher, not an enemy. Completion allows the individual to live in harmony with the eternal. Flow 6. Cultural celebrations of completion. Dia de los Muertos, Day of the Dead, celebrates ancestors, honoring life and death simultaneously. Harvest festivals recognize cycles of growth, decay, and renewal. Funeral rites across cultures symbolize continuity, passing knowledge and love to the next generation. Celebrating completion is both a personal and communal act, reminding us that mortality is a shared human experience. 7. Emotional reflection. Acceptance of completion brings serenity, peace with unfulfilled dreams, gratitude for experiences lived, connection to the larger rhythm of existence. The emotional cycle from birth to death becomes a source of insight, not fear. 8. Toward the eternal cycle. Life's circle is endless. The sorrow of loss becomes the soil for new joy. Each ending seeds a beginning. Jung emphasized that individuation is continuous, like the flow of rivers into oceans, returning endlessly to the source. Completion is understanding this rhythm, learning from it and allowing it to guide actions, choices, and compassion. 9. Preparing for the return of emotion. Having achieved wisdom in completion, we are ready to see life's cycles repeating, joy and sorrow interwoven. Reflection on mortality allows deeper appreciation for every moment, preparing us for the next chapter. Chapter 12. The moment before dawn, the darkest hour, where despair seems final won. The archetype of the last darkness, the ancients knew it well. Before any new birth, there is a final contraction, a final scream of the night. In mythology, heroes are often swallowed by a monster or plunged into a cave just before their liberation. In psychology, Jung saw the Negredo of alchemy, the black stage, as the precursor to gold. In spiritual traditions, mystics spoke of the dark night of the soul, when all light is withdrawn, only for divine union to follow. The darkest hour is not a mistake. It is the last test of faith, too. Nature's rhythm of darkness, look to the world. The coldest time of night is the moment before sunrise. The seed, buried deepest in soil, must crack and dissolve before sprouting. The storm, most violent at its peak, often breaks into calm within minutes. The universe itself is built on this tension. Collapse before creation, silence before sound, stillness before awakening. 3. History's last shadows, before dawn. World War II, just before the Allied victories. London burned under bombs, Paris was chained, and millions despaired. Yet within a few years, Europe would begin to rebuild. The abolition of slavery. Before freedom was declared, plantations were at their most brutal, rebellions at their bloodiest, suffering at its height. The dawn of emancipation arrived when the darkness seemed immovable. The Berlin Wall, for decades, it seemed eternal, a symbol of despair. Yet in 1989, almost overnight, it fell, as if the dawn had always been waiting. The darkest hour deceives us into believing it will last forever, but it never does. For the suspense of waiting, suspense is not only fear, it is anticipation stretched to breaking. Prisoners counting the last hours of their sentence, mothers laboring through the final. Unbearable contractions before birth, revolutionaries hiding underground, waiting for the signal that may or may not come. The human spirit trembles here, suspended between destruction and deliverance. 5. Jung and the Dark Night. Jung himself lived through this archetype. After his break with Freud, he wrote that he felt abandoned by all meaning, as though he had descended into hell, but he discovered that the dark night was not empty. It was alive with images, voices, and visions. From this abyss came his greatest insights into the psyche. He wrote, "The night is the mother of the day. The black soil bears the white blossom." 6. The mystical tradition of the Dark Knight St. John of the Cross described the soul's passage into divine union as the dark night. It is the stripping away of false lights. It is the loss of comfort, the silence of God. It is the necessary death before resurrection. Buddhism echoes this. Before enlightenment, Siddhartha faced Mara, the tempter, in the darkest trial beneath the Bodhi tree. Islamic mysticism speaks of the fana, the annihilation of self, before the soul awakens into oneness. 7. Personal journeys through the last darkness, the addict on their final, most destructive binge, only to awaken, raw but ready for recovery. The widow who weeps until the tears stop, and then finds, in the quiet, the strength to live again. The exile who loses all identity, only to discover the inner homeland of the soul. In each story, the darkest hour was not the end, but the gate. 8. The physiology of breaking. 7. The body teaches us this truth. Muscles grow strongest after they tear in strain. The lungs expand deepest after the longest exhale. The heart, broken by grief, can return stronger with new compassion. Our very biology is patterned after the darkest hour before dawn. 9. Letters from the brink. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, in prison before execution, wrote, "Even in the deepest night, I believe in the coming of the morning." Anne Frank, hiding in her annex, wrote, "I keep my ideals because, in spite of everything, I still believe that people are really good at heart." Viktor Frankl, in the camps, found meaning even as despair thickened, writing, "When we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves." Each voice speaks from the brink and points to the dawn. 10. The threshold of breakthrough, the moment before dawn, is paradoxical. It feels final, but it is transition. It feels like death, but it is rebirth. It feels like silence, but it is the womb of sound. Here, one breath longer, one step further, one heartbeat more, and the first light breaks the horizon. 11. Preparing for the next awakening. This suspense, this unbearable tension, carries us to the chapter that follows. Chapter 13. The arrival of light hard-earned. Peace and happiness finally break through one. The archetype of dawn. Every culture has sung hymns to the sunrise. The Vedic hymns to Ushas, the goddess of dawn. The Egyptian sun hymns to Ra, rising in his golden boat. The Christian metaphor of resurrection as a morning after the stone is rolled away. For Jung, dawn symbolized the emergence of consciousness from the unconscious, the light of awareness after the long night of confusion. The dawn is not cheap brightness. It is the earned light, the reward of endurance. 2. The first breath of relief. Is it like when light breaks? The soldier, hearing the guns fall silent after years of war. The patient, told after endless tests, "You are healed." The refugee, stepping off the boat into a land of safety. At first, peace feels fragile, like a whisper. It arrives not with trumpets, but with a sigh, a quiet sense that the burden has finally loosened. 3. The psychology of renewal. saw this transition as the psyche's natural rhythm: night unconscious suffering, chaos, despair, closing parenthesis, dawn integration, healing, meaning. The self, the totality of the psyche, always seeks balance. After confrontation with shadow and death, it offers compensation, renewal, hope, wholeness. This cycle is not only mythic, it is how the human mind survives. 4. Historical dawns, the Renaissance. After centuries of plague, ignorance, and fear, Europe awakened to art, science, and humanism. Michelangelo's David stood tall as a symbol of dignity reborn. India's independence. 1947. After generations of struggle, Gandhi's vision of non-violence bore fruit. At dawn, Nehru spoke. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom. Nelson Mandela's release, 1990. After 27 years in prison, Mandela walked free. The light of his smile carried the dawn of South Africa's rebirth. These were not easy dawns. They were hard-earned peace. 5. The quiet joy of ordinary mornings. Not all dawns shake nations. Some arrive in small, intimate ways. A mother watching her child's fever finally break. A widow planting flowers again in her garden. A worker unemployed for months signing a new job contract. Happiness in these moments is not fireworks. It is contentment, the warmth of the sun after the cold. 6. The letters of renewal history. Survivors have written about dawn in unforgettable ways. Anne Morrow, Lindbergh wrote, after the storm, the air is washed and there is a freshness that cannot be found otherwise. Rumi sang, don't get lost in your pain. Know that one day your pain will become your cure. Martin Luther King Jr. declared, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. All of them point toward a deeper truth. Dawn is inevitable, though hidden until it arrives. 7. Peace as a skill light is not only given, it is cultivated. Through meditation, we train the mind to return to stillness. Through gratitude, we learn to see small joys as radiant. Through forgiveness, we dissolve the chains of bitterness. Peace is a discipline, and like dawn, it comes slowly, softly, until the whole horizon glows. 8. Carl Jung's own dawn after, his years of psychic breakdown and visions recorded in the Red Book. Jung found himself transformed. He no longer feared the unconscious. He saw it as a source of wisdom. His dawn was the realization that meaning is not given by the world, but created by the soul. This light guided him for the rest of his life, and now guides millions through his writings. 9. The universal morning imagine. The prisoner hearing the cell door open, the soldier laying down his weapon, the artist finishing the painting at dawn, the patient walking out of the hospital. Each story is unique, but all belong to the same archetype. The return of Light Point 10. Preparing for the celebration of discovery, the dawn is not the end, it is the beginning. For after light comes joy, after survival comes creativity, after peace comes discovery. Chapter 17. The emotional cycle returns, sorrow and joy in eternal rhythm. 1. The archetype of recurrence or myths recognize cycles, the seasons, returning endlessly from winter to spring. The phoenix, reborn from ashes again and again. The wheel of fortune, spinning fate across generations. Jung identified repetition as a natural law of the psyche. Emotional patterns recur until fully integrated. Life is less a straight path than a spiral. revisiting themes at higher levels of understanding. 2. Historical echoes. The Roman Empire collapsed, rebuilt, and transformed multiple times in various forms. The Renaissance and Dark Ages, humanity, cycles between enlightenment and ignorance, economic crises, market collapses recur. But each recovery carries new knowledge and innovation. Humanity, like the individual, revisits sorrow and joy, learning in spiral movements. 3. Personal repetitions. The child lost in the park learns caution, grows, and risks again. The lover betrayed learns heartbreak, then experiences love anew. The survivor of failure rebuilds confidence through successive trials. Our lives mirror history. Patterns recur until lessons are embodied. 4. Jungian perspective on recurrency called this the process by which extremes turn into their opposites. Joy becomes sorrow. Sorrow transforms into wisdom. Power becomes humility. Humility grows into strength. Fear becomes courage. Courage deepens into resilience. Cycles are not punishment, but evolutionary tools for the psyche. 5. Letters and reflections on recurrence. Marcus Aurelius. The universe is change. Our life is what our thoughts make it. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Every crisis brings forth a new self. Anne Frank. I can still see beauty in the world, even when surrounded by darkness. Each observation captures the eternal rhythm, grief, and joy in intertwined dance. 6. Emotional flow in nature. Rivers flood, recede, and flood again, nourishing soil and life. Trees shed leaves in autumn only to bloom. Again in spring, waves crash against rocks. Over and over, shaping coasts and revealing hidden treasures. Nature's cycles mirror our internal emotional spirals. 7. Collective human experience. Emotional cycles are shared. Societies rise and fall. Movements of progress face setbacks and revival. Cultural rebirths follow periods of oppression. Understanding recurrence fosters patience, humility, and hope. 8. Embracing the rhythm. To embrace life's cycles is to accept pain as necessary for growth. Celebrate joy fully, knowing it will change. Recognize that endings are beginnings, and beginnings contain endings. This is the wisdom of emotional maturity. 9. Toward the eternal flame-mast cycles continue. Humanity discovers permanence in impermanence. Ideas outlive lives. Love leaves legacies. Courage inspires generations. Thus, the emotional cycle returns, pointing to an enduring flame, a force beyond transient experiences. 10. Preparing for inspiration. Having revisited cycles of sorrow and joy, we are now ready to witness. Chapter 19. The suspense of the future. Questions, challenges, and possibilities. Yet unknown one. The archetype of the unknown across cultures. The future has always been a source of awe and trepidation. Oracles in ancient Greece spoke of uncertainty, urging caution and courage. The tarot symbolizes the unfolding path, where choices and chance coalesce. Jungian psychology interprets the future as the archetype of potential, holding both danger and opportunity. Suspense is a natural state of consciousness. It compels vigilance, creativity, and imagination to historical moments of uncertainty. The Cuban Missile Crisis 1962. The world teetered on the edge of nuclear war, uncertain whether survival or catastrophe awaited. The fall of the Berlin Wall 1989. Few could predict the speed of transformation and integration that followed. The moon landing 1969. Humanity stood on the edge of unknown possibility, unsure if success or failure would define history. The future is always a liminal space, a threshold where courage and vision determine outcomes. 3. Personal suspense. Every life experiences uncertainty. The student awaiting results that shape a career, the lover unsure if feelings are reciprocated, the patient hoping for recovery after illness. Suspense is the human condition, driving growth, resilience, and innovation. 4. Jungian perspective on potentially young emphasized future-oriented consciousness. The ego can only plan and act meaningfully when connected to the self. Dreams and visions often hint at paths not yet realized. Psychological growth requires anticipating challenges, yet remaining flexible to unknown outcomes. Suspense is a mirror of the psyche. Uncertainty calls forth inner resources and creativity. 5. Letters and writings. About the unknown. T.S. Eliot. Only those who will risk going too far can possibly find out how far one can go. Albert Einstein. I never think of the future. It comes soon enough. Helen Keller. Life is either a daring adventure or nothing at all. These words honor the tension of suspense while embracing possibility. 6. Scientific and technological horizons. Artificial intelligence, space exploration, and medical breakthroughs promise both marvels and ethical challenges. Climate change and resource scarcity demand urgent yet uncertain responses. Every innovation carries unknown consequences, yet without risk, progress stalls. The suspense of the future is both a warning and a call to courageous action. 7. Societal suspense, political revolutions, economic crises, and cultural shifts constantly redefine societies. Communities must navigate uncertainty with empathy, foresight, and shared vision. Collective suspense catalyzes civic engagement, dialogue, and ethical reflection. Suspense is not paralysis, it is a force that awakens responsibility. 8. Emotional dimension of the future. The unknown evokes both fear and hope. Fear motivates caution and preparation. Hope inspires creativity, collaboration, and innovation. The balance of both is necessary for growth and fulfillment. Humans are uniquely able to sit in suspense, holding tension and possibility simultaneously. 9. Preparing for eternal suspense is the threshold of timelessness. Every decision now shapes the legacy of future generations. Human potential stretches beyond individual lifespans. Awareness of uncertainty encourages reflection, courage, and ethical action. Thus, the suspense of the future invites us to participate consciously in the unfolding story of humanity. Chapter 18. The Eternal Flame of Inspiration. How Thoughts, Visions, and Ideas Outlive Lives. 1. The archetype of the flame fire has always symbolized knowledge, transformation, and immortality. Prometheus stole fire for humanity, a gift of enduring potential. The Olympic flame burns perpetually, a metaphor for continuity in Jungian thought. The flame represents the spark of the self-illuminating, the unconscious and guiding conscious action. Inspiration is the inner fire that refuses to die with the body. 2. Historical legacies. Galileo's discoveries continue to inform modern astronomy. Centuries later, Shakespeare's plays remain alive on stage and page, guiding our understanding of human emotion. Gandhi's nonviolence philosophy inspires movements worldwide. Decades after his death, ideas, once ignited, traverse time and geography, shaping countless lives. 3. Personal sparks: a teacher who opens a child's mind, an artist whose painting influences future creators, a scientist whose experiments lead to discoveries the next generation expands. Even small acts of insight can become eternal flames. 4. Jungian perspective: Jung believed in the collective unconscious, a repository of human experience that carries archetypes and wisdom across generations. Our dreams, myths, and stories are threads in a vast tapestry. The visionaries' insight is not lost. It resonates in culture, in minds, in imagination. Personal transformation can ripple outward, inspiring societies beyond one lifetime. 5. Letters and reflections on inspiration: Albert Einstein, a human being is part of the whole, called by us universe, a part limited in time and space. Our task is to awaken the spark in ourselves. Emily Dickinson, to live is so startling it leaves little time for anything else. Nelson Mandela, what counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived, it is the difference we have made in the lives of others. Inspiration survives death because it touches the eternal human spirit. 6. Artistic and scientific continuity: Vinci's notebooks inspired centuries of innovation. Beethoven's symphonies continue to move listeners worldwide. Marie Curie's discoveries of radioactivity still underpin modern medicine. The flame of creativity does not wane. It multiplies. 7. Collective human inspiration: revolutions, civil rights movements, and social transformations are all fueled by ideas. Shared visions become movements, guiding generations toward justice, equity, and progress. Communities honor those who came before, passing the torch of inspiration forward. Humanity itself is an eternal chain of inspiration. The inner flame beyond historical achievements. Every person carries a flame. Acts of courage, love, and kindness ripple through time. A life lived with integrity inspires more than a single monumental deed. Awareness of this inner flame nurtures purpose and fulfillment. Jung emphasized that personal development and collective contribution are inseparable. The inner flame fuels the outer world. 9. Toward the future: the eternal flame guides us to see. The impermanence of the body does not negate lasting impact. Suffering, joy, discovery, and unity all feed this flame. The human spirit's continuity is written in the stories, works, and ideas left behind. From darkness to light, from despair to joy, this flame endures. 10. Preparing for the suspense of the future after. Understanding the eternal flame of inspiration, the next chapter turns our attention forward to the unknown path ahead. Chapter 20. The happiness of eternity, fulfillment, and the timeless legacy of the human spirit. 1. The archetype of eternal joy across myths. The concept of eternal happiness appears as the ultimate reward. Elysium in Greek mythology, a paradise for the virtuous, nirvana in Buddhism, liberation from suffering. Jannah in Islamic tradition, a garden of eternal peace. Jung considered eternal happiness not as mere pleasure, but as integration of the psyche, where conscious and unconscious, individual and collective, suffering and joy coexist in harmony. 2. Historical visions of fulfillment. Enlightenment. Philosophers imagined societies where reason, liberty, and justice would flourish. laying the groundwork for modern democratic ideals, the civil rights movement. Visionaries like Martin Luther King Jr. pursued an enduring happiness rooted in equality and compassion. Scientific revolutions, discoveries expanded human understanding, bringing the satisfaction of knowledge that transcends generations. Fulfillment is often a slow, collective achievement, built on the efforts of many across time. 3. Personal experiences of eternal happiness. The artist, finally seeing their work touch countless hearts. The parent, witnessing their children embody wisdom and virtue. The survivor, finding peace in a life transformed by struggle. Eternal happiness emerges not from perfection, but from acceptance, growth, and contribution. For Jungian perspective on eternal joy, the self, fully realized, allows the individual to transcend petty fears and embrace life's totality. Integration of shadow, light, joy, and sorrow creates a deep, abiding peace. Eternal happiness is an ongoing experience, cultivated through meaning, reflection, and connection. This is the culmination of individuation, a timeless joy that persists beyond the fleeting. 5 Letters, writings, and speeches on fulfillment. Viktor Frankl. Happiness cannot be pursued. It ensues as the byproduct of living a meaningful life. Ralph Waldo Emerson. The purpose of life is not to be happy. It is to be useful, honorable, compassionate, and to have it make some difference that you have lived and lived well. Mother Teresa. Spread love everywhere you go. Let no one ever come to you without leaving happier. These words illuminate the principle that eternity is found in the legacy we leave behind. 6. Collective. Human happiness when communities embrace compassion, justice, and creativity. Collective joy emerges. Festivals, art, science, and philosophy connect generations, forming bonds that endure beyond individual lifetimes. Shared triumphs and wisdom generate a timeless inheritance, a happiness that is communal, continuous, and resilient. 7. The eternal flame realized. The eternal flame, introduced in chapter 18, now manifests fully. Acts of courage, compassion, and creativity ignite countless lives. Ideas and values propagate through history, echoing the contributions of ancestors. Humanity's cumulative achievements form a legacy of enduring inspiration. Happiness in eternity is intertwined with contribution, the awareness that one's life has meaning beyond the self. 8. The emotional fulfillment. Pain and joy, sorrow and hope, struggle and triumph, all are woven into the fabric of life. Acceptance of cycles. Chapter 17 allows serenity, realization of contribution. Chapter 18 produces pride and contentment, engagement with the future. Chapter 19 sustains purpose and anticipation. Eternal happiness is thus multidimensional, encompassing reflection, action, love, and wisdom. 9. Preparing for timeless continuity. Every act, thought, and word contributes to the human legacy. Recognizing the impermanence of life heightens the value of each moment. Understanding cycles, inspiration, and suspense allows one to live fully, joyfully, and responsibly. This is the apex of the journey. Awareness, peace, and fulfillment merged in timeless continuity. 10. Closing reflection. From sorrow to despair, from discovery to unity, from suspense to inspiration, life is a journey of cyclical growth. The human spirit endures. Ideas outlive individuals. Love transcends time. Happiness, ultimately, is eternal in the impact we leave and the wisdom we embrace. Close your eyes. The room is dark, the world outside quiet. The weight of the day has fallen from your shoulders, and now you find yourself standing at the edge of something vast, an inner journey that will take you across the entire cycle of life. Tonight, you begin not with light, but with darkness. For before healing, before wisdom, before joy, there is always the descent. You breathe slowly. Inhale, hold, exhale. Each breath loosens the armor you have carried. And as your body begins to relax, your mind begins to remember the unspoken truth of human existence, that every life, no matter how bright, begins with uncertainty, pain, and the rawness of being dot. This is where our story begins, not in triumph, but in the shadow. The universality of pain. You are not alone in this. From the beginning of time, every great soul, every philosopher, every leader, every visionary has stood where you stand now, face to face with doubt, loneliness, and sorrow. Socrates, awaiting his trial in Athens, spoke of his the inner voice that often warned him against action but never guaranteed safety. In his solitude, he questioned not only the city but also himself. Was he a fool? Was he wrong? The night before he drank the hemlock, he felt the weight of human fragility. And yet, that moment of despair also revealed to him something eternal. That truth lives even when the body dies. Or consider Abraham Lincoln, sitting in the flickering lamplight of the White House during the darkest days of the Civil War. Letters poured in with pleas, curses, and accusations. His heart carried grief beyond imagination, the death of his own child, the rivers of blood staining the land. And still, he wrote, I am driven to my knees by the overwhelming conviction that I have nowhere else to go. Pain was not a stranger. To him, it was his constant companion. You too know this feeling, the heaviness of carrying more than you thought you could, the hollow silence when words fail, the nights when hope feels like a distant star. Pain is the first teacher, and it teaches us not by comfort, but by stripping away illusions. Jung and the Descent into Shadow. Carl Jung once wrote that one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. The shadow is everything within you that you fear, deny, or hide. It is the anger you suppress, the grief you bury, the loneliness you refuse to name. To heal, you must first look at it, and to look, you must first descend. Imagine yourself walking down a spiral staircase, each step carrying you deeper into your own unconscious. The air grows cooler, quieter. On the walls, faint shapes flicker. Memories, regrets, wounds from childhood, words spoken in anger, dreams left unfinished. You recognize them all, even if you wish you did not. And yet, here in this descent, something stirs. Because what you face is not only your wound, but your possibility. The shadow is not only darkness. It is also the soil from which light grows. A chorus of voices history whispers to you in this silence. Nelson Mandela, imprisoned for 27 years, spoke later of how the darkness of his cell became a crucible. In his memoir he wrote, I learned that courage was not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. Fear, doubt, and despair were his daily companions, yet they shaped in him the resilience to forgive even his oppressors. Viktor Frankl, surviving Auschwitz, told the world that suffering cannot always be avoided, but it can be given meaning. When we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves. And Mother Teresa, in letters discovered only after her death, confessed to decades of spiritual dryness. The silence and emptiness is so great that I look and do not see, listen and do not hear. Even she, who gave light to millions, carried within her a cavern of shadow. Their voices join yours tonight, reminding you that what you feel is not weakness, but humanity. Your own descent now. Return to your breath. Inhale, hold, exhale. Picture yourself in a wide field beneath a night sky. The stars above are faint, almost swallowed by clouds. You feel the cool grass beneath your feet, and yet a weight presses upon your chest. All around you, the silence grows thicker. This is your descent. It is not punishment, nor is it failure. It is the first step in healing your shadow. As you walk through the field, you begin to sense the presence of your forgotten selves, the child who cried alone, the youth who dreamed and was told no, the adult who pretended strength while aching. Inside, they gather around you like silhouettes, quiet and watchful. Do not turn away. They are you, and tonight you welcome them home. Letters to the lonely pause. Now, and imagine this. Every great thinker once wrote letters, journal entries, confessions in the dark. They too poured their despair onto pages that would one day inspire the world. Rainer. Maria Rilke wrote in Letters to a Young Poet, "Let everything happen to you, beauty and terror. Just keep going. No feeling is final." These words reach you now, reminding you that your loneliness is not permanent, your pain not eternal. It is part of the unfolding. The rhythm of sorrow life is not a straight line. It is a rhythm. Joy followed by sorrow, sorrow followed by renewal. Just as night prepares the way for dawn, so too your pain prepares the way for wisdom. The Buddha's first noble truth was simple. Life is suffering, not as a sentence of despair, but as a recognition of reality. To deny sorrow is to deny life. Itself to face sorrow is to open the doorway to compassion, both for yourself and for others. And so, tonight, as you drift deeper into stillness, you give yourself permission to feel, to ache, to grieve, to know that even here you are not alone. The first awareness of death every child, at some moment, discovers that life does not last forever. Maybe it was the loss of a pet, or the quiet whisper about a relative who passed away. The world suddenly felt unstable, uncertain, and from that moment, the awareness of death became a silent companion, always lingering at the edge of consciousness. You too have felt it, that shiver in the night when you realize that one day everything you know will slip away. The laughter, the rooms, the faces, even your own heartbeat. Jung once wrote that to live fully, one must reconcile with death, for it is death that gives life its weight. Without mortality, there is no urgency, no meaning, no true beauty, and yet the knowledge of death is also what terrifies us most. The philosophers of fragility listen now to the voices of those who faced mortality with unflinching eyes. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor, wrote in his Meditations, "Do not act as if you were going to live 10,000 years. Death hangs over you. While you live, while it is in your power, be good." His words were not a sermon, but a reminder to himself as he ruled an empire. Each decision he made, he measured against the fragility of his own breath in a different age. Blaise Pascal wrestled with the same truth. When I consider the short duration of my life, swallowed up in the eternity before and after, he confessed, the silence of these infinite spaces frightens me. And in the modern era, The existentialist Jean-Paul Sartre declared, "Man is condemned to be free, because if life has no guarantees, then meaning cannot be given, it must be created." All of them stood on the same fragile ground you stand upon now, the shadow of mortality now. Imagine yourself standing by a quiet river. The water moves slowly, reflecting the night sky. You kneel beside it, staring into your own reflection, and suddenly you see not only your face, but your shadow. Behind you rises the silent figure of mortality, tall, formless, inevitable. You cannot run, you cannot bargain. It follows you everywhere, a reminder of the limited time you carry. Do not fear it, for Jung reminds us that the shadow, once faced, becomes not an enemy but a guide. The presence of death is what calls you to live authentically, to drop the masks, to love without delay, to embrace your life not as eternal, but as infinitely precious because it is brief. Stories in the face of death. History is rich with those who transformed fragility into strength. Siddhartha, before becoming the Buddha, left the palace after witnessing old age, sickness, and death. It was not wealth nor comfort that awakened him. It was fragility. Seeing that nothing lasts, he began his search for the eternal truth within. Anne Frank, a young girl hiding in a secret annex, wrote in her diary how wonderful it is that nobody need wait a single moment before starting to improve the world. Her words, written in the shadow of Nazi persecution, remind us that even when tomorrow is uncertain, today can shine. And Martin Luther King Jr., on the night before his assassination, said in his final speech, "I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but we, as a people, will get to the promised land." He knew the fragility of his own existence, yet his vision stretched beyond it. Their stories reveal that awareness of death is not paralysis. It is a call to courage. Your meditation on fragility, close your eyes deeper, breathe in, hold, breathe out. See yourself walking through an ancient library. Dusty shelves tower above, filled with countless volumes. Each book is a life, some short, some long, some filled with triumph, others with sorrow. You run your fingers across the spines and realize that one day your own story too will be placed here among them. How will it read? What words will fill its pages? Who will be changed because you lived? In this meditation, fragility is not an enemy. It is the quiet reminder that time is a gift. The balance of despair and meaning, of course. Fragility can also crush. For some, the weight of mortality feels unbearable. Nietzsche wrote, "He who has a why to live can bear almost any how." Without a why, fragility becomes despair. With a why, fragility becomes sacred. This is why shadow work matters. To heal your shadow is to find your why, the inner fire that makes existence bearable despite its fragility. Letters from the Edge listen to the words of Leo Tolstoy, who once fell into despair at the height of his fame. What will come of what I am doing today or shall do tomorrow? Why should I live? Why wish for anything? Why do anything? Is there any meaning in life that will not be destroyed by death? And yet, he did not remain in despair. From this question, he turned toward compassion, toward faith, toward service to others. Fragility, when faced, becomes transformation. Chapter 3. The weight of suffering breathes with me. Inhale, hold. Exhale. You have felt fragility. You have stood at the edge of mortality. And now you step into the heavier chamber of the human condition, suffering, for fragility whispers that life is short, but suffering declares that life is heavy. It bends the spine, darkens the mind, and breaks the heart. Yet paradoxically, it is also the crucible where greatness is forged, the universality of suffering from the beginning of time. Suffering has been the common thread of humanity. No culture, no individual, no age escapes it. Whether it is the grief of loss, the torment of injustice, or the silent ache of loneliness, suffering comes to all. Buddha's first noble truth was not a pessimistic cry, but a clear-eyed recognition. Life is dukkha. Life is suffering, impermanence, dissatisfaction. By naming it, he unveiled the path to wisdom. Jung echoed this when he said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain. To awaken is to suffer, for the illusions of safety, control, and permanence must first be shattered." Historical echoes consider Nelson Mandela locked in a cell for 27 years, breaking rocks under the blazing sun. The world had forgotten him, his name forbidden, his voice silenced. Yet from that suffering emerged not bitterness, but the strength to lead South Africa into reconciliation. He later said, "I never lost hope that this great transformation would occur." Suffering ceases to be suffering at the moment it finds meaning. Or think of Viktor Frankl in Auschwitz, watching friends and family perish. His book, Man's Search for Meaning, was not written from luxury but from the ashes of despair. He told the world, in some ways, suffering ceases to be suffering at the moment it finds a meaning, such as the meaning of a sacrifice. And recall Mahatma Gandhi, fasting until his body grew frail, carrying within him the suffering of an entire people longing for freedom. His pain became a weapon stronger than violence. Each of these lives reveals the paradox. Suffering crushes, yet suffering also awakens. Your own shadow of pain now. Turn inward. Breathe slowly. You know suffering too. Perhaps it was a heartbreak, perhaps a betrayal, perhaps a grief so deep it seemed you would not survive. It may have come as illness, or as loneliness, or as silent battles nobody else could see. These wounds live within you still, carried in your shadow. You may have tried to push them away, to silence them, to pretend they never happened. But Jung tells us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Tonight, you do not run from your suffering. You sit with it. You hold it. You allow yourself to feel its weight, and in that stillness, something shifts. For by facing your pain, you reclaim its meaning. The crossroads of suffering history reveals two paths. Some are broken by suffering, their spirits hardened, their compassion withered. Others are transformed, their pain turned into wisdom, their wounds into bridges for others. Which path will you walk? Jung believed that the key lies in integration, in welcoming suffering into the wholeness of the self, rather than denying it. To reject suffering is to remain enslaved by it. To embrace it is to find freedom within it. A meditation of fire. Close your eyes deeper. Imagine yourself standing before a great furnace. Flames roar within, the heat nearly unbearable. At first, you resist, fearing the burn. But then, you realize, this fire does not exist to destroy you. It exists to refine you. Step into it. The flames lick at your skin, but instead of pain, you feel release. The masks burn away. The illusions disintegrate. The false identities crumble. What remains is your core, raw, vulnerable, unbreakable. This is the secret of suffering. It is the fire that strips away what is false, leaving only what is eternal. Letters of endurance across history. Letters written in suffering became seeds of hope. Dietrich Bonhoeffer. imprisoned by the Nazis, wrote, "We must learn to regard people less in light of what they do or omit to do, and more in the light of what they suffer." Rosa Luxemburg, jailed for her activism, wrote of watching a bird in the prison yard. "I was so glad at the sight of it that tears came to my eyes. Even in suffering, beauty pierced through." And Alexander Solzhenitsyn, exiled to the Siberian camps, later wrote, "The suffering taught him truths no classroom ever could dot. Each word written in pain became a lantern for those who followed. The birth of resilience to have within you this capacity. Every wound you have carried has secretly grown a seed of strength. Every loss has expanded your compassion. Every tear has softened the soil of your soul. Resilience is not denial. It is not pretending the pain did not happen. Resilience is the alchemy of turning pain into wisdom. And tonight, as you rest, your shadow whispers to you, what you suffered did not end you. It shaped you. Excellent. Now the journey shifts from inward suffering to the outward cry that reshapes the world." Chapter 4. The Cry for Freedom, the Birth of the Cry Freedom, begins in shadow. Jung tells us that the shadow is not only darkness, it is power, energy, vitality hidden from consciousness. When a people or a person has been silenced, suppressed, denied, the shadow grows restless, and one day it bursts forth, demanding recognition. This is why the cry for freedom is universal. You feel it in your own soul when you have been silenced too long. The world has heard it in the voices of slaves, prisoners, visionaries, prophets, and dreamers. It is the voice that says, "I am more than what you have reduced me to." Voices across history consider Moses standing before Pharaoh, trembling yet resolute, declaring, "Let my people go." His cry was not only for himself, but for a nation in bondage. Centuries later, in Athens, Socrates refused to bow before the court, choosing death rather than silence. His freedom was the freedom to think, to speak, to question. In modern times, Frederick Douglass, once a slave, stood before the world and declared, "I prayed for freedom for 20 years, but received no answer until I prayed with my legs." And Rosa Parks, weary from a lifetime of indignities, refused to give up her seat. That quiet act of defiance became a thunderclap heard round the world. These are not isolated stories. They are the echoes of the same eternal cry, the inner cry. But freedom is not only political, it is also deeply personal. You too have felt chains, invisible ones perhaps, forged not of iron but of fear, doubt, shame, or silence. You too have lived moments where your soul longed to speak, but your lips remained closed. Jung would remind you that inner silence is not harmless. What is repressed becomes shadow, and what is shadow seeks release. To heal, you must hear your own cry, so close your eyes now. Listen beneath your breath. Beneath your thoughts, there is a voice rising. It says, "I want to live fully. I want to be free." Letters and speeches of liberation throughout history. This cry has been written in letters that shook empires. Martin Luther King Jr., in his letter from Birmingham jail, wrote, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice. Everywhere, we are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny." His words, written in a cramped cell, became the anthem of a movement. Simon Bolivar, writing to his people during the wars of independence, declared, "A people that loves freedom will in the end be free." And Václav Havel, the Czech dissident, who later became president, wrote in his prison letters, "The salvation of this human world lies nowhere else than in the human heart." These voices remind us that the cry for freedom is not abstract. It is ink on paper, breath in lungs, courage in trembling hands. The shadow of oppression is not only external, it is also internal. Sometimes you become your own jailer, silencing your voice before the world does, accepting chains before they are fastened. But Jung's shadow teaches that what is suppressed does not die. It waits, it grows restless, and eventually it demands freedom. Your cry may not be for political liberation. It may be the cry to paint, to sing, to love, to be true to yourself. It may be the cry to finally lay down the masks you have carried for too long. Whatever it is tonight, you listen. A guided vision of liberation. Breathe again. Inhale, exhale. See yourself standing in a wide open field. Around your wrists are chains, heavy, cold, unyielding. You have carried them so long you almost forgot they were there. But tonight, something rises in your chest. A fire, a voice. It begins as a whisper, no more, then louder, no more, until finally you cry out with your whole being, "I am free." The chains tremble, they fall, the weight disappears. Above you, the sky opens. A wind rushes across the field, carrying your cry into eternity. This is not fantasy. This is the truth of the human soul. The price of freedom is never free. It demands sacrifice. Socrates drank the hemlock. Mandela gave up decades. Harriet Tubman risked her life again and again. And yet, their suffering was not wasted. It became the seed of liberation for countless others. The cry for freedom always carries a cost, but the silence of oppression costs more. Wonderful the descent has carried us through sorrow, fragility, suffering, and the cry for freedom. Now the darkness begins to shift. A flicker glows, a fragile, trembling spark. Chapter 5. The spark of hope. The nature of hope is not optimism. Optimism is the assumption that things will improve. Hope is the deeper fire, the defiant belief that even if everything collapses, life can still hold. Meaning Jung understood hope, not as denial, but as integration. The shadow shows us our wounds, our mortality, our despair, and yet, by embracing it, we discover that light is born precisely within darkness. Hope, then, is the marriage of shadow and light. A whisper through history, hope has always arrived. As a whisper before it became a roar. When the Greek philosopher Epictetus, born a slave, taught his students that true freedom lies not in chains but in the mind, he was planting sparks in young hearts that would outlast Rome. When Florence Nightingale walked through the darkened halls of Crimean war hospitals with a lantern, tending to the wounded, she was a spark. The soldiers called her the lady with the lamp. For them, the flame she carried was not only literal but symbolic, proof that compassion survives even in blood-soaked corridors. And when Anne Frank, hiding in the attic as war raged outside, wrote, "In spite of everything, I still believe that people are really good at heart," her words became one of the most enduring sparks of hope in history. Hope in the face of despair. Consider the life of Nelson Mandela again. After decades in prison, when he could have emerged bitter, he chose reconciliation. His release itself was a spark of hope, not only for South Africa, but for the world. Or, think of Malala Yousafzai, who, after being attacked for seeking education, declared, "One child, one teacher, one book, one pen can change the world." Her survival became not just her story, but a spark that ignited movements across nations. These sparks are not accidents. They are the natural response of the human spirit to unbearable darkness. Your inner spark now, turn inward, breathe again. Inhale, exhale. Think of a time in your own life when you thought you could not go on, and yet something, however small, carried you through. Maybe it was the smile of a friend. Maybe it was a word, a memory, a dream that refused to die. That was your spark of hope. Even now, in your shadow, it still flickers. It may be fragile, but it is alive, and tonight you breathe gently upon it, letting it glow brighter. The spark in letters and speeches. Hope has always been written into the margins of despair. Abraham Lincoln, in the middle of Civil War, wrote, "In a letter, the dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. As our case is new, so we must think anew and act anew." His words were not naive, but hopeful in the face of bloodshed. Winston Churchill, during the Blitz, told his people, "We shall not flag or fail. We shall go on to the end. We shall never surrender." His speeches became sparks that sustained a nation under bombardment, and Václav Havel wrote, "Hope is not the conviction that something will turn out well, but the certainty that something makes sense, regardless of how it turns out." These are not just words. They are sparks that lit the night of entire nations, guided meditation. The flame within. Close your eyes deeper. See yourself in a vast cave. The walls are dark, the air heavy. You feel lost, almost suffocated by the silence. Then a glimmer. A tiny flame appears in the distance. You walk toward. It is small, just a candle burning quietly in the dark. Yet, as you cup it in your hands, the darkness around you changes. Shadows still surround you, but they no longer overwhelm. This is your hope. It may be small, but it is enough. From spark to fire, history teaches that every movement begins with a spark. The spark of Rosa Parks refusing to move. The spark of Gandhi's Salt March. The spark of a wall falling in Berlin. What begins as fragile soon becomes unstoppable when nurtured. And so too with your life. The spark inside you, if tended, will become resilience, wisdom, and joy. Beautiful, we have walked through sorrow, fragility, suffering, freedom, and hope. Now, the spark must grow. It becomes a fire that transforms the soul. Chapter 6. The Fire of Resilience. The nature of resilience is not the denial of hardship. It is the art of turning wounds into wisdom, of transforming the ashes of suffering into the fire of strength. Carl Jung said, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." Resilience is exactly this. The refusal to let the shadow define us. The choice to use its lessons as fuel for our becoming. It begins as a spark of hope, but when tested by time, by pain, by loss, it becomes something greater. Fire. Stories of fire. History is the grand stage where resilience shines brightest. Think of Abraham Lincoln. His early life was marked by relentless failure, bankruptcies, lost elections, the death of the woman he loved. Yet each defeat forged him into iron. When he finally led his country through its greatest crisis, it was resilience, not genius, that sustained him. Think of Harriet Tubman, born into slavery, beaten and scarred. She could have surrendered to despair. Instead, she became the very embodiment of resilience, leading hundreds of enslaved people to freedom on the Underground Railroad. Her fire lit the path for countless others. Think of Viktor Frankl, imprisoned in Auschwitz, watching nearly everything taken from him. He still found a reason to live, meaning. Out of unspeakable suffering, he forged the philosophy of logotherapy, the belief that even in the most hellish circumstances, man can endure if he has a why to live for. These are not isolated examples. They are proof. Resilience is the alchemy of the human spirit, the inner fire. Now breathe again. Inhale, hold, exhale. See yourself once more in the cave of shadows. But this time, the candle of hope you held is no longer alone. It begins to spread. One flame lights another, another and another. Soon the cave glows with firelight. This is resilience, the multiplication of your spark into something that cannot be extinguished. You are no longer merely surviving. You are burning, transforming the cave itself into a cathedral of light. Speeches of resilience. The fire of resilience has always been carried in words that shaped history. Winston Churchill, in the face of near defeat, declared, "If you're going through hell, keep going." His resilience became Britain's. Martin Luther King Jr., standing before thousands, proclaimed, "We will be able to hew out of the mountain of despair a stone of hope." Resilience made his dream immortal. Helen Keller, deaf and blind, said, "Although the world is full of suffering, it is also full of the overcoming of it." Her very life was fire. Resilience speaks, and when it does, it ignites others. Meditation, fire in your breath. Close your eyes. Breathe slowly. With each inhale, imagine drawing air into your chest. Not ordinary air, but fire. A warm, glowing energy that fills you with strength. With each exhale, release your fears, your doubts, your despair. Again, inhale fire, exhale shadow. Inhale resilience, exhale defeat. Feel the transformation inside you. What once was wound is now fuel. What once was scar is now flame. You are resilient. The turning of pain. Great resilience does not emerge without great pain. But pain is not only a destroyer, it is a teacher. The Japanese have a word, kintsugi, the art of repairing broken pottery with gold. The cracks are not hidden, they are made beautiful. The vessel is stronger, more precious, because of its brokenness. So too with you. Resilience is your kintsugi. It is the fire that turns cracks into gold. Letters of strength. Consider the letters of Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor who wrote to himself in exile. If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment. Or the words of Thomas Paine during the American Revolution. These are the times that try men's souls. He did not write them in victory, but in desperation. Yet his resilience gave strength to a nation on the verge of collapse. The fire of resilience is often kindled in ink before it blazes in history. Guided vision, walking through fire now, see yourself on a path. Before you lies fire, a wall of flame, frightening and fierce. At first, you hesitate, but then you remember. Fire does not only burn, it also refines. You take a step, then another. The flames do not consume you, they cleanse you. Each step through the fire burns away fear, weakness, self-doubt. On the other side, you emerge, not charred, but shining, stronger, brighter, more alive than before. This is resilience. This is your fire. The collective fire. Resilience is not only personal. Entire nations, entire peoples rise from ashes. Japan, after Hiroshima and Nagasaki, rebuilding into a global power. Germany, after devastation, becoming a center of unity and industry. Civil rights movements that rose after centuries of oppression, turning wounds into justice. Humanity itself is resilient. Like a forest after fire, life always returns, stronger, greener, richer, and so too does your spirit, beautiful. From the ashes of despair, we have now seen how resilience burns into fire. But resilience alone is not the end. It is the prelude. The fire clears the path for something greater. Chapter 7. The Call to Greatness. The birth of a call of a human life. Here's a call. Sometimes it is faint, like a whisper in the silence of the night. Sometimes it roars like thunder, demanding to be heard. This call is not about comfort, nor is it about safety. It is about becoming more than what the world expects of you. It is the voice of destiny, calling you into greatness. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." The call to greatness is exactly this, an awakening to your truest self, to the archetype within you that longs to emerge. History's echoes, think of Socrates, standing trial in Athens. He could have chosen silence, could have lived safely in obscurity. Instead, he declared, "The unexamined life is not worth living." His call to greatness was not survival, but truth, even at the cost of death. Think of Galileo, Impersoned, for daring to look through a telescope and say the Earth was not the center of the universe. He could have denied what he saw, but his call was greater than fear. His vision reshaped the cosmos. Think of Joan of Arc, a teenage girl who heard voices calling her to lead armies. Against ridicule, against impossible odds, she rode into battle, and though burned at the stake, she became eternal. Greatness is rarely chosen. It is answered the moment of decision now. Breathe. Close your eyes and imagine yourself standing at a crossroads. One road is familiar, lined with comfort, safety, and the approval of others. The other is rugged, steep, and dark. Few walk it, yet in the distance a light shines. This is the call to greatness. It is rarely the easy path, but it is the only path that awakens your soul. Words that ignite greatness. Greatness has always been called forth by words, living words that cross centuries. Consider Abraham Lincoln at Gettysburg, that government of the people, by the people. For the people shall not perish from the earth. He did not just lead a nation. He called humanity to believe in democracy itself. Or consider Nelson Mandela. Speaking after 27 years in prison, "I have cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society. It is an ideal for which I am prepared to die." The call to greatness burned so deeply that even iron bars could not silence it. And listen to John F. Kennedy. "Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country." The call to greatness is always about serving something beyond the self. Guided meditation, the whisper of destiny now. Inhale deeply. Imagine yourself in a vast hall of silence, the chamber of your soul. You hear it faint at first, like a whisper. Behind your thoughts, the call. Your call. It speaks your name, not in sound, but in essence. It says, you were born for more. You were born not just to live, but to change. As you listen, the whisper grows into clarity. You begin to see flashes, visions of what you are meant to do, the lives you are meant to touch, the legacy you are meant to leave. The call to greatness is not loud, it is patient. It waits until you are ready, and tonight you are. The pain of refusal, many hear the call and turn away. Why? Because greatness is costly. Jesus, in the Garden of Gethsemane, prayed in agony, "If it is possible, let this cup pass from me." Yet he answered the call. Moses resisted, saying he was slow of speech, but the call persisted, and he led his people out of Egypt. Even Buddha hesitated, torn between his palace life and the suffering beyond its gates. But he chose the path that awakened the world. Refusing the call may seem easier, but it leaves the soul restless. To refuse greatness is to deny oneself. The archetype of the hero Jung saw the hero archetype as central to the human psyche. It is the eternal image of one who leaves the ordinary, faces the unknown, and returns transformed. Think of Odysseus, of Gilgamesh, of King Arthur, of every hero who walked into darkness and emerged with light. The call to greatness is the awakening of the hero within you. It is the moment your soul remembers why it came into this world. Letters of destiny, the call is not always thunder. Sometimes it is written in ink. Albert Einstein wrote to a friend, "I have no special talent. I am only passionately curious." Yet that curiosity led to the theory of relativity. His call was in wonder itself. Florence Nightingale wrote letters in candlelight, fighting against indifference in war hospitals. Her call was compassion, and she answered it with the birth of modern nursing. Letters carry the tremors of destiny, the trembling first answers to greatness, guided vision, standing on the mountain now. See yourself climbing a mountain. The ascent is steep, your legs ache, your breath shortens. Yet you keep going. Finally, you reach the summit. The world spreads beneath you, valleys, rivers, cities, oceans. For a moment, you stand between earth and sky. Here, the call is clear. It fills your entire being. You were not born to stay in the valley. You were born to rise. You hear it again. Become who you truly are. Greatness beyond self. True greatness is never about self-glory. It is about service. Mother Teresa once said, "Not all of us can do great things, but we can do small things with great love." Her call was not to power, but to compassion, and it shook the world. Mahatma Gandhi chose non-violence, proving that, even without armies, one can move empires. His greatness was humility armed with truth. Greatness always bends toward others. The call is never just for you, it is for those who need you. Yes, Lila, from the call to greatness, we now step into the living flame it ignites, the power of the human spirit. Chapter 8. The Power of the Human Spirit. Asterisk, asterisk. The indestructible flame. Close your eyes. Imagine a single candle in the dark. Its flame trembles, yet it endures. Now imagine that candle lighting another and another. Soon the darkness is no longer vast. It glows with hundreds of flames, then thousands, then countless more. This is the human spirit. Fragile in one, unstoppable in many. History has tested it with prisons, chains, wars, and plagues. And yet, time after time, it has risen, defiant, radiant, unbreakable. The Spirit in Struggle in 1941. As London burned under bombs, Winston Churchill declared, "We shall never surrender." His words were not mere defiance, they were spirit. Spirit that turned rubble into resilience, despair into defiance. In South Africa, Nelson Mandela walked free after 27 years behind bars. His body was aged, but his spirit was untouched. He emerged not with vengeance, but with forgiveness. That is power no prison can crush. In India, Mahatma Gandhi faced an empire with nothing but cloth and sandals. Yet his spirit was greater than armies. In a gentle way, you can shake the world, and he did. Guided meditation, the inner fire breathes slowly. Place your hand on your chest. Feel your heartbeat. Each beat is a drum, steady, ancient, eternal. The same rhythm that pulsed in every ancestor who survived storms, famines, wars. The same rhythm that carried prophets, poets, and dreamers. Within you burns the flame of every generation. It whispers, I will not break, I will rise. No matter the weight you carry, no matter the chains that bind you, the flame remains. Spirit. In letters, Anne Frank, hiding in a small attic, wrote, in spite of everything, I still believe that people are really good at heart. Her words, penned by a child, have outlived armies. Viktor Frankl, in a concentration camp, wrote, everything can be taken from a man but one thing, the last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances. Letters, fragile sheets of paper, carried a spirit stronger than death. The collective rising, the power of the human spirit is most luminous when shared. Think of the Berlin Wall. For decades, it cut a city, a people, a world in two. Then, one night in 1989, the spirit of freedom surged through crowds. Thousands gathered, not with weapons, but with hope. And the wall crumbled, not from force, but from spirit. Think of Selma, Alabama. 1965. Marchers walked across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, beaten but unbowed. Their spirit did not die. It grew until civil rights became law, until justice became louder than silence. One person's spirit inspires another, then another, until movements are born, until history bends. Guided vision, rising with the many now. Imagine yourself standing in a vast field. At first, you are alone. The wind is cold, the night is dark. But then you see one torch, then another. Soon the field glows with thousands of lights. You realize you are not alone. You never were. The power of the human spirit is not solitary. It is collective, shared across time and space. It is humanity's eternal uprising. Spirit in science and discovery, the spirit is not only found in struggle, but in wonder. Marie Curie, working in dim laboratories, refused to surrender to failure. Her spirit of curiosity gave birth to modern science. The Wright brothers, mocked as fools, believed in flight. Their spirit tore humanity from the ground and gave us the skies. And in 1969, when Neil Armstrong stepped onto the moon, humanity heard, that's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. The spirit had carried us to the stars. Jung's vision, the collective unconscious, saw the human spirit not as an individual spark, but as an ocean. Beneath each mind, he said, lies the collective unconscious, a shared memory, a shared force carrying archetypes, dreams, and truths. When the human spirit rises, it is not just one person. It is the ocean itself, swelling, crashing against the shores of history. The spirit in dreams, consider Martin Luther King Jr. declaring, I have a dream. His dream was not his alone. It was the dream of millions. Dreams are spirit in vision. They allow us to see beyond the walls of the present into the possible. And when shared, they become movements that no empire can contain. Guided meditation, breathing the spirit inhale deeply. Feel your lungs expand. Exhale slowly. With each breath, imagine inhaling not just air, but spirit. The courage of Mandela, the compassion of Mother Teresa, the vision of Einstein, the dream of Martin Luther King. You are not separate from them. Their spirit flows into you. and yours flows onward, into those who will come after. The power of the human spirit is infinite because it is shared. The phoenix of humanity. Every age has tried to break humanity with plague, with tyranny, with despair. And every age, humanity has risen like a phoenix. The Renaissance rose after the Black Death. The Enlightenment rose after centuries of darkness. Democracy rose after empires. The spirit cannot be extinguished. It transforms. It returns. It soars. Closing of chapter 8 tonight. You have felt it, the indestructible flame. It is the spirit that has carried humanity through shadow into dawn. The spirit that cannot be broken, cannot be buried, cannot be silenced. It lives in you. It lives in all, and it will rise again wherever chains fall heavy. From this spirit, we step forward into the mystery of suspense, where the path turns, where shadows deepen before the dawn. Yes, Lila, after the flame of the power of the human spirit, the story now turns toward tension again. For every ascent invites trial, every dawn brings its shadows. This is where suspense deepens, where history and psychology remind us what rises must be tested. Chapter 9. The shadows return, the rhythm of light and shadow. Close your eyes. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast forest at night. The stars shimmer above, the torch in your hand burns bright, but around you the trees whisper, shadows stretch, long, bending, twisting. This is life's rhythm. Every light creates shadow. Every triumph awakens doubt. Every great spirit is tested. We often think victory is final, but history tells another story. The shadow always returns, not to destroy us, but to demand transformation. The shadow in history, think of Rome, mighty and invincible. Legions conquered lands, emperors built monuments. Yet within, corruption grew. Shadows of pride, decadence, and betrayal devoured it from the inside. Rome fell, not by enemy hands alone, but by its own darkness. Think of the French Revolution. Born in fire and freedom, its cry was liberty, equality, fraternity. But soon the shadow returned in the form of terror, guillotines, tyranny. The dream became nightmare. Think of the modern world. Technology promises unity, yet shadows emerge. Isolation, addiction, surveillance. The very light of progress casts a darker silhouette. Jung's warning, the shadow archetype. Carl Jung taught that the shadow is the part of the psyche we deny, repress, or ignore. Individually, it is our anger, fear, selfishness, violence. Collectively, it is war, prejudice, exploitation. When ignored, the shadow grows stronger. When denied, it becomes destructive. But when faced, when integrated, it becomes power. Wisdom, transformation, the shadow's return is not punishment. It is a call to wholeness. Guided meditation. Meeting the shadow. Breathe deeply. Feel your body resting. Now imagine walking through a hallway of mirrors. Each mirror shows you not as you wish to be, but as you truly are. You see your strength, yes, but also your wounds, your fears, your failures. One mirror shows your anger. Another shows your envy. Another shows the pain you never voiced. This is your shadow. Do not look away. Do not deny it. Look into its eyes. Say silently, I see you. I accept you. I will not run. Notice how the shadow softens when seen. Notice how fear becomes understanding, how pain becomes power. Letters from Darkness in 1915. During the Great War, a soldier wrote to his wife, I no longer know why I fight. I no longer know who I am. The world feels emptied of meaning. His letter was shadow speaking, the collapse of certainty, the confrontation with despair. In 1946, after the bombs of Hiroshima, a Japanese doctor wrote, "We have unleashed a power that shadows the future of humanity." Shadow not just in cities destroyed, but in the conscience of science itself. Letters from history remind us the shadow always returns, not as an enemy outside, but as a truth inside. Suspense in the human story. Suspense is not merely a tool of novels, it is the heartbeat of history. When Martin Luther King Jr. marched, there was suspense. Would the shadow of violence silence him? When Mandela walked free, there was suspense. Would bitterness consume the chance for peace? When astronauts stepped into space, there was suspense. Would humanity's reach exceed its wisdom? Suspense is shadow pressing against light. It makes history uncertain, alive, trembling with possibility. Guided vision, the dark forest you walk into the forest. The torchlight flickers. Around you, eyes gleam in the dark. You feel fear, doubt, uncertainty. But then you realize these are not predators. These are your shadows, waiting to be faced. You breathe, you step forward. And with each step, the eyes turn into stars. The forest becomes less frightening, more alive. This is how suspense transforms, by courage. The shadow of Leader's Avon. The greatest spirits wrestled with shadow. Abraham Lincoln, the liberator, lived with deep depression. He wrote, "I am now the most miserable man living. If what I feel were distributed to the whole human family, there would not be one cheerful face on earth." Churchill, defiant in war, called his depression the black dog. Mother Teresa, saint of compassion, confessed in her letters, "There is so much contradiction in my soul. I feel that God does not want me." The shadow's return is not failure. It is the crucible of greatness. Suspense and the collective today. Humanity stands in suspense. Climate change, war, inequality, shadows pressing at the gates. Will we turn away, deny, collapse? Or will we integrate, transform, rise? Suspense is terrifying because the ending is unwritten. Yet it is also possibility, potential, hope. Guided breath, holding the unknown. Breathe in, hold. Exhale slowly. As you hold the breath, feel the pause, the suspense between inhale and exhale. This is life itself, tension between opposites, waiting for release. The shadow is that pause. The unknown is that space. Trust it. Do not rush it. Suspense is the womb of transformation. The phoenix of suspensive return of shadow is a prelude to rebirth. The Renaissance rose from the shadow of plague. Civil rights rose from the shadow of injustice. Peace accords rose from the shadow of endless wars. The shadow does not mean the story is over. It means the story is alive. Yes, Lila. After the shadow's return, the path now sharpens. Suspense begins to demand decision. The story enters its crossroads, where choices bend. History, and where the inner psyche mirrors the turning points of civilizations. Chapter 10. Turning Points. The nature of a turning point. There are moments when time itself seems to hold its breath. Moments when everything before feels like preparation, and everything after feels like consequence. This is a turning point in your own life. You felt them. The choice to speak truth or remain silent. The decision to love, to leave, to begin, to end in history. Turning points are magnified. Revolutions, discoveries, awakenings, collapses. Suspense builds into a storm, and then a decision, a step, a word, changes everything. The battlefield of Waterloo, June 1815. The fields of Belgium are wet with rain. Napoleon waits. The mud slows his cannons. The British wait under Wellington. The Prussians march to join. Hours pass. Decisions are delayed. Suspense builds then. The Prussians arrive. The tide turns. Napoleon falls. History pivots. Europe reshapes. One hesitation, one march, one rainfall, and the world moves in a new direction. Jung and the turning of the psyche. Carl Jung wrote, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." The psyche too has turning points. The moment you face your fear instead of fleeing, the moment you integrate your shadow instead of projecting it, the moment you choose individuation, the path of wholeness over conformity. Just as history has Waterloo, the soul has its own battlefields. The choices we make in silence echo louder than cannon fire. Guided meditation, the crossroads. Close your eyes. Imagine standing at a crossroads under a night sky. 4 paths stretch before you. Each path leads to a different destiny. One path glitters with comfort, safety, the familiar. One path is dark, dangerous, unknown. One path is overgrown, difficult, yet promising renewal. One path disappears into mystery. You stand at the turning point. Your heart beats with suspense. Now place your hand over your chest. Feel your heartbeat. Listen. The turning point is not about certainty. It is about courage. Silently say, I choose growth. I choose wholeness. I choose truth. Step forward. The mist begins to part. The letters of choice turning points often arrive quietly, hidden in letters, journals, whispers. In 1776, Thomas Paine wrote, "These are the times that try men's souls." His pamphlet, fragile paper in trembling hands, pushed a nation to revolution. In 1945, a Japanese emperor, in a broken radio voice, told his people the war was lost. His words ended a world war in 1963. Martin Luther King Jr. stood at a podium and said, "I have a dream," a speech, a moment, a pivot for generations. Letters, speeches, voices, turning points are born not only in battles, but in words. Suspense at the edge of change, the suspense of a turning point, is different from fear. Fear paralyzes. Suspense awakens. It makes you lean forward, waiting, like the instant before an arrow is released, like the silence before music begins, like the pause before saying yes or no. Suspense is the soul's drumbeat before destiny. Guided vision. The bridge, imagine, a great bridge spanning a canyon. Behind you lies the old world, mistakes, safety, shadows. Before you, a new horizon gleams. You step onto the bridge. It shakes. Wind howls. You want to turn back, but you keep walking, step by step, until suddenly the bridge steadies. The other side draws near. You realize the bridge was only unstable at the beginning. The path strengthens with commitment. This is the secret of turning points. The first step feels impossible, but it carries you toward transformation. The shadow at the crossroads, the shadow always appears at turning points. It whispers, "Stay where you are. Do not risk. Do not change." But Jung reminds us, the shadow is not the enemy. It is the guardian of thresholds. If you can face it, accept it, walk with it, you unlock a new level of being. The crossroads is not only external, it is inner. It is where shadow and self meet. The world's great turning points, 1453. Constantinople falls. The Middle Ages end. The Renaissance awakens. 1492. Columbus sails. The world expands, collides, transforms. 1969. A man steps on the moon. The horizon of humanity shifts forever. 1989. A wall in Berlin crumbles. Two halves of the world reunite. Each turning point was born in suspense, in shadow, in risk, and each one reshaped destiny. Guided breath, the moment of decision, hailed deeply. Hold. Now imagine this inhale is your hesitation, your suspense. Exhale slowly. Let it go. The turning point comes not in holding breath, but in release, in choosing, in acting. The eternal crossroads, every soul, every civilization, every age, always returns to crossroads. To turn is to live. To decide is to be human. To choose growth over stagnation is to walk the archetypal path of the hero. Tonight, you stand again at such a point. Perhaps quietly, perhaps invisibly, but the choice is before you. Will you stay in the old story, or step into the new one? Perfect, Lila. The suspense of crossroads now shifts into something greater, the blossoming of transformation. The pain has been endured, the choices have been made, and now the first light of renewal begins to rise. Chapter 11. The Awakening of Transformation. The first signs of change transformation rarely arrives in thunder or lightning. More often, it comes quietly, like green shoots pushing through winter's frozen soil, like a wounded bird testing its wings again, like the slow lifting of mist after a long night. You, too, begin to notice these subtle shifts within yourself. The shadows feel less suffocating. The choices you feared begin to take root in courage. Suspense gives way to breath, to momentum, to movement. This is the awakening of transformation, the first dawn after the longest night, the phoenix. Myth cultures across time tell the same story. The phoenix, a bird of flame, burns itself into ash only to rise renewed. It is the perfect symbol of transformation. Death into life, despair into hope, end into beginning. The Greeks wrote of it. The Egyptians told of Bennu, the bird of rebirth. Even in Christian mysticism, the phoenix became a sign of resurrection. Every soul carries this myth. Every civilization embodies it. When all seems destroyed, something new can emerge. Guided meditation. Rising from ashes, close your eyes. Imagine a great fire burning down everything you once clung to, fears, doubts, failures. You watch as they crumble into ash dot now. From the ashes, a single spark glows. It brightens, expands, reshapes into wings of flame. You rise. You are the phoenix. You are the living fire of transformation. Spread your wings, lift higher. Feel the weight of ash fall away. Whisper, I rise. I awaken. I transform. Transformation in history, transformation is never abstract. It is lived. Mahatma Gandhi, once a shy lawyer, humiliated in South Africa. He transformed humiliation into a philosophy of non-violent resistance, a force that would shake empires. Nelson Mandela, imprisoned for 27 years, he transformed bitterness into forgiveness, turning a prison cell into a school of leadership. Helen Keller, born into silence and darkness, she transformed isolation into wisdom, becoming a voice for millions. Transformation is not perfection. It is the courage to use brokenness as raw material for greatness. Carl Jung on Transformation Jung called this process individuation, the integration of the fragmented self into wholeness. He wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Transformation is not about becoming someone new. It is about uncovering what has always been hidden and allowing it to live. The journey through shadow, choice, and suffering clears the way for this awakening. Suspense before breakthrough, but remember, transformation carries suspense, like the caterpillar in its cocoon, dissolving, uncertain, vulnerable. Inside, it cannot know if wings will ever emerge. So too with you. Transformation feels like both death and birth. Suspense lingers, but it is no longer despair. It is anticipation, the stirring of destiny, guided breath, the cocoon. Breathe in. Deeply, hold. Imagine yourself inside a cocoon, dark and safe. Now exhale. Feel yourself expanding, breaking open, light rushing in. With each breath, you stretch your wings wider. With each breath, you awaken more. The Renaissance, a collective awakening. The 14th century in Europe was scarred by plague, war, and despair. Yet from this darkness, a flowering began. Art, science, philosophy, humanism. The Renaissance, Michelangelo, painting ceilings that still make us weep. Leonardo sketching flying machines centuries before planes. Galileo pointing a telescope to the heavens, seeing moons circling Jupiter. Civilizations transform just as people do, from ashes to awakening. The Renaissance was humanity's phoenix moment. And you, too, carry a renaissance within you, transformation. In the Psyche warned that transformation is not a linear ascent. It is spirals, circles, rhythms. You will feel the shadow again. You will doubt again. But each time, you rise a little higher, see a little further, like climbing a mountain path that winds sometimes downward, sometimes upward, yet always toward the summit. Transformation is not one event. It is a lifelong unfolding, guided. Vision, the summit amid, standing at the base of a great mountain. You begin to climb. At first, you stumble. The path is steep, but then, slowly, you gain rhythm. You breathe deeper. You move with strength you never knew you had. At last, you reach the summit. The horizon expands in every direction. Clouds part, sunlight pours. You see that every struggle, every step, every shadow was leading you here. This is transformation. The unveiling of perspective, the test of true transformation. True transformation does not mean leaving pain behind. It means carrying it as wisdom. Mandela once said, "Resentment is like drinking poison and waiting for it to kill your enemy." Transformation replaces resentment with forgiveness, despair with resilience, fear with love. The test is not whether you fall again. It is whether you rise differently. Wonderful, Lila. The fire of transformation now begins to spread beyond the self, beyond the lone seeker, into something vaster, the collective heartbeat of humanity. Chapter 12. The Power of Collective Rising. The ripple of one becoming many. Every transformation begins in silence, within one person, one life, one soul. But transformation is never meant to stay small. It ripples outward like rings across. Water, it becomes movement. It becomes uprising. It becomes the power of collective rising. When a single voice refuses silence, when one light refuses to dim, the darkness trembles. The spark of resilience becomes the wildfire of revolution. You are no longer just yourself. You are the echo of millions. You are part of the eternal march of humanity. Historical echo. Rosa Parks, one woman, sat down in Montgomery, Alabama, refusing to surrender her seat. That single act carried centuries of sorrow and centuries of defiance. It was not just Rosa Parks. It was the voice of the enslaved, the prayers of the oppressed, the dreams of the unborn. Her act became a movement. The Montgomery bus boycott was born. A preacher named Martin Luther King Jr. rose from obscurity into history. This is how collective rising begins, one quiet moment of courage, amplified by the courage of others, guided meditation, joining the march. Close your eyes. Hear footsteps, thousands of them. Steady, rhythmic, unstoppable. You join the march. You are not alone. To your left, a stranger. To your right, a friend. Voices rise, singing the same song. With each step, you feel the strength of humanity. With each step, you understand your shadow healing is part of a greater healing. Whisper, I rise with them. They rise with me. Jung on the collective. Carl Jung spoke not only of the personal unconscious, but of the collective unconscious. The deep reservoir of shared symbols, myths, and memories that unite humanity. The archetypes of hero, mother, sage, shadow. These are not yours alone. They belong to all. And when enough people awaken to their inner journey, the outer world changes. This is why revolutions succeed. This is why empires fall. This is why ideas never die. The collective flame of freedom. Think of India's independence movement, a people, bound by centuries of colonial rule, rising not with swords but with marches, boycotts, hunger strikes. Gandhi's Salt March was not a single man's walk. It was a civilization reclaiming its dignity. The fall of the Berlin Wall, families divided for decades, came with hammers, with bare hands, with songs. A wall of concrete could not withstand the rising will of millions. The Arab Spring, sparks lit in Tunisia, spread like wildfire through nations, showing that even silence has a breaking point. The collective rising is the most powerful force in history. It is humanity remembering its strength. Suspense in collective rising, yet collective rising carries its own suspense. For when the many awaken, the powerful resist. Empires cling to their thrones. Dictators tighten their grip. There is always a question: will the uprising succeed, or will it be crushed? The suspense of revolution is the heartbeat of history, but even when uprisings are crushed, the memory remains, the seed is sown, and the next generation will rise again. Guided vision, the torch, relay. Imagine yourself holding a torch. The flame is fragile but steady. You pass it to another. They pass it again. Soon, thousands of torches light the night. No darkness can consume it. This is collective rising, the handing down of light, until the whole horizon burns with hope. The philosophy of solidarity. Philosophers remind us that no human being exists in isolation. Aristotle called humans zoon, Politikon, political animals, beings made for community. Martin Buber taught that life's meaning emerges in the I. Our relationship, the sacred encounter between people. Desmond Tutu gave us Ubuntu. I am because we are. These truths tell us that healing the self is not enough. Healing must ripple into others. Transformation must be shared. Story of suspense. Tiananmen Square picture. A lone student standing before tanks, fragile against steel. The world watched. In breathless suspense, would the tanks roll forward? Would the uprising fall? Though crushed, the image endures. It lives in the collective unconscious of humanity as a symbol of defiance. Sometimes, Collective rising does not win the battle, but it always wins the memory, the seed, the myth, guided breath, breathing as one breathe in. Imagine not just your lungs, but millions breathing with you. Exhale, feel the exhalation spread like wind across continents. Inhale again, you are part of the universal breath. Exhale again, you are never alone. Music of the uprising, every movement carries music. Negro spirituals that carried enslaved souls through the night. The drums of African independence movements. The chants of protesters in every language. Freedom, justice, bread, peace. Music is the voice of collective rising. It turns fear into courage, silence into thunder. And tonight, as you listen, let the rhythm of history beat in your chest. The march of history brings us to the precipice, that fragile edge where all that has been built teeters, where movements and souls alike tremble before collapse. Chapter 13. The Edge of Collapse. Standing on the precipice, every great story reaches a point of unbearable tension. Every life, every movement, every nation arrives at that razor-thin edge, the edge of collapse. It is the moment when the fire burns. Lo, when betrayal strikes, when strength falters. It is when leaders are imprisoned, when the people are scattered, when hope seems a lie. And yet this edge is necessary, for without it, resilience would not reveal its deepest power. Historical echo. Abraham Lincoln in the midst of the American Civil War. Abraham Lincoln watched as the Union faltered. The death toll climbed beyond imagination. Generals failed. Allies wavered. At moments, the United States seemed destined to dissolve forever. Lincoln himself wrote of being the most miserable man alive. The edge of collapse weighed on his spirit, and yet, in those very nights of despair, he found words to steady. A nation, with malice toward none, with charity for all. From collapse, a deeper vision emerged. Guided meditation. The fragile flame imagine holding a candle in the storm. The winds howl. The flame bends, sputters, almost dies. Your hands shield it, trembling. You whisper, stay alive, just a little longer. This is the essence of surviving collapse, protecting the fragile. Spark until dawn returns. The archetype of trial. Jung would call this the night sea journey, the mythic descent into chaos, where all seems lost. Every hero faces it. Every movement endures it. Odysseus cast adrift, Christ in Gethsemane, Mandela in prison. The archetype insists, before resurrection, there must be descent. Before dawn, there must be darkness. The betrayals of history collapse often comes not from enemies, but from within. Julius Caesar fell not to foreign armies, but to the knives of his own friends. The French Revolution devoured its own leaders, drowning in suspicion and blood. Revolutions across the world faltered when unity shattered into division. Betrayal is humanity's sharpest wound. It is the moment when trust itself collapses, and yet, betrayal too has its lesson. Only what is unbreakable survives. Guided reflection, your own edge, close your eyes. Remember a time when you nearly gave up. A time when collapse felt certain. Breathe into it. Do not flinch. Feel the weight of that despair. Hold it in your chest, and notice you survived it. The edge did not consume you, it transformed you. Suspense in collapse holds the greatest suspense of all, because at that edge, no one knows the outcome. Will the movement perish? Will the leader fall? Will the dream dissolve into dust? This is the unbearable tension of history. At every collapse, the story might have ended, but it did not. Because someone, somewhere, held on. Stories of collapse and renewal. Winston Churchill in 1940. Britain stood alone against Nazi Germany. Bombs fell nightly. Collapse seemed inevitable. Yet Churchill's voice thundered, "We shall never surrender." His words alone kept a nation breathing. Mahatma Gandhi in 1942. The Quit India movement saw leaders jailed, protesters beaten, dreams delayed. For years, collapse seemed total. But when independence finally came, it was stronger because it had endured the brink. Harriet Tubman, each journey back into the South, risked capture, death, and failure. The Underground Railroad trembled at collapse each night. But her faith, "I never lost a passenger," turned collapse into triumph. Guided vision, the bridge of shadows. Imagine standing before a bridge of shadows. It sways, it cracks. It may crumble beneath your feet, and yet you step forward. One step, then another. With each step you whisper, even at the edge, "I move." And as you walk, the bridge holds. Because courage makes the path real. The philosophy of collapse philosophers remind us, collapse is not the enemy, it is the crucible. Nietzsche. That which does not kill us makes us stronger. Kierkegaard. Faith is only born when reason. Collapse is Camus in the face of absurdity. We rebel, and that rebellion is meaning. Collapse, then, is not failure. It is the necessary breaking point that reveals the unbreakable, suspenseful moment. The Cuban Missile Crisis, for 13 days, in October 1962. The world stood at the edge of nuclear collapse. One wrong move, one wrong word, and humanity itself could have ended. The suspense was unbearable. And yet, through fragile restraint and trembling diplomacy, collapse was averted. It reminds us, sometimes survival itself is a miracle-guided breath. Holding on, inhale deeply, as if gathering the last reserves of your strength. Exhale slowly, as if releasing despair itself. Repeat, each breath is proof you are still here. Each breath is defiance against collapse. From the precipice of collapse, we now step into the mysterious current of reversal, that sudden and almost miraculous turning of the tide when despair begins to loosen its grip and history bends toward redemption. Chapter 14. The Turning of the Tide. The first flicker of change. Every storm has a moment when its fury begins to fade. Every war, every struggle, every personal trial reaches a point where the tide, once against us, begins to turn. It rarely happens with trumpets or fanfare. It begins subtly, a shift in the wind, a rumor of hope, a decision quietly made. But when it comes, it transforms everything. Historical echo. The Battle of Salamis, 480 BCE. The Greeks, outnumbered and fractured, faced the might of Persia. Collapse was certain, and then a naval battle in the narrow straits of Salamis turned the tide. The Persian fleet, too large to maneuver, faltered. The Greeks, unified and desperate, found unexpected victory. That moment preserved the fragile experiment of democracy, shaping the centuries that followed. The tide turned, and with it, history itself, guided meditation, feeling the shift close. Your eyes, imagine standing at the shore as waves crash endlessly against you. Each one pushes you back, drags you under, leaves you gasping. But then the rhythm changes. The waves soften. The pull weakens. You find your footing. You realize the tide is no longer against you. It is with you. Breathe into that relief. This is the sensation of survival after despair. The archetype of returns. Joseph Campbell named this Moment in myth as the return with the elixir. After collapse, after descent into darkness, the hero discovers a turning point and begins to rise again. Odysseus sails. Homeward, the phoenix lifts from its ashes. The prisoner hears the first whisper of freedom. The tide turning is not victory itself, but the promise of it. It is the whisper you will endure. Abraham Lincoln's tide in 1863. With the Union bleeding and the nation divided, the tide seemed lost. But at Gettysburg, the Confederate advance broke, and in the same year, Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation reframed the war itself. The tide turned from mere survival to moral purpose. What seemed collapse became destiny. Guided reflection, your own turning. Think of a moment in your life when you almost surrendered. Then something shifted. A word, a hand, a breath of grace. That was your turning of the tide. Hold that memory close. Let it remind you, tides always shift. Suspenseful, reversal. Dunkirk, hundreds of thousands of Allied troops trapped on the beaches of Dunkirk. Collapse was imminent, and yet an armada of small boats, fishermen and civilians, crossed the channel. They carried soldiers home, one by one, until an army was saved. Winston Churchill called it a miracle of deliverance. It was not the end of the war, but it was the turning of the tide. Guided vision. The river's bend. Picture yourself rowing a fragile boat. For hours, the river dragged you toward a roaring waterfall. You felt certain you would perish. And then, the river bends, the current shifts, the roar fades. Ahead lies not destruction, but new horizons. This is the turning of your tide. The philosophy of reversal philosophers remind us, change often comes at the breaking point. Heraclitus, the way up and the way down are one and the same. Hegel, history advances through contradiction, where collapse itself generates renewal. Lao Tzu, new beginnings are often disguised as painful endings. The tide turns, not in spite of collapse, but because of it, suspense and renewal. Martin Luther King Jr. 1963, Birmingham. King sat in a narrow cell, accused of disturbing the peace. It seemed his movement might fracture, and yet from that cell came the letter from Birmingham jail, words that pierced the conscience of a nation. What looked like collapse was the turning of the tide. Guided breath, receiving the slowly, imagine drawing in fresh wind at your back. Exhale gently, releasing the weight of despair. Again, each breath carries you forward. Carried now by a tide that no longer resists you. Suspense in history. Didoth allies stood at a precipice. One invasion, one gamble across the stormy channel. If it failed, collapse. But it did not fail. D-Day turned the tide of the war. Europe began to breathe again. Suspense gave way to reversal. The personal tide history may show us grand tides, but in every human life, the turning comes too. The patient who finds healing after endless nights of illness. The artist who, after rejection, finally discovers an audience. The soul who, after grief, learns to laugh again. These are the tides turning quietly in our hearts. Guided closing. Standing on new ground, stand now at the shore of your own life. The waves no longer crash to drown you. They bow at your feet, lifting you forward. Whisper to yourself, the tide is turning. I will rise. The tide has turned, yet the night is not fully over. There is always a moment, fragile, uncertain, where light has not yet broken, and the shadows seem deeper than ever. This is The moment before dawn, when suspense sharpens, when time itself holds its breath. Chapter 15. The moment before dawn, the suspense of silence. Imagine a battlefield just after the clash. The ground is quiet, smoke hangs in the air, and no one knows who has won. That is the moment before dawn, not defeat, but not yet victory. In your life, you've known this pause, a silence where everything seems suspended. You've waited for test results, for letters, for decisions that would alter the course of everything. In that waiting, your soul trembled. This is the universal pause, the breathless stillness before. The light breaks, historical echo. Valley Forged, the American Revolution staggered. At Valley Forge, soldiers shivered in rags, starving, forgotten. It seemed the dream of liberty had collapsed. But in that winter silence, something happened. The army held on. Washington endured. By spring, they emerged forged in suffering, ready to fight again. Valley Forge was the darkest hour before dawn. Guided meditation, waiting with breath. Close your eyes. Breathe in, slowly. Feel yourself in that still place. The world, not yet. Lit, silence, pressing. Notice how every sound becomes sharper in the darkness. Your own heartbeat is loud. Even the smallest flicker of hope feels enormous. This is the suspense of waiting. Archetypal, darkness. Carl Jung wrote, "In all chaos there is a cosmos, in all disorder a secret order." The moment before dawn is when that secret order begins to form. The unconscious stirs. Dreams rise, shadows shift. It is in this hour the transformation readies itself. Though unseen, the mythic hour, myth after myth, marks this suspenseful threshold. Inanna, Queen of Heaven, descends into the underworld. Stripped of all, she hangs lifeless. Before dawn, she rises again. Christ in the tomb, silent between crucifixion and resurrection. The Buddha, seated beneath the Bodhi tree through the long night. Demons taunting, waiting for first light. Always the suspense. Before dawn, historical suspense. The Cuban Missile Crisis. The world hovered at the edge of annihilation. Nuclear war loomed. For 13 days, humanity waited in paralyzed dread. And then communication, compromise, a step back from the brink. The world exhaled. That was the suspense before dawn. Guided reflection. Your suspense. Think of your own life. When have you waited, suspended, not knowing if joy or sorrow was coming? Remember that night, that silence. It did not destroy you. It prepared you. The philosophy of waiting philosophers to have dwelt in this hour. Skren, Kierkegaard. Faith begins in the dark, when reason cannot see. Nietzsche. One must still have chaos in oneself to give birth to a dancing star. Simone. While waiting in silence is the highest form of attention. The moment before dawn is not empty. It is gestation, suspense in war. The night before, Dijon 5, 1944. Paratroopers waited in silence. Soldiers lay awake on ships, knowing dawn would hurl them into fire. The suspense of that night was almost unbearable, and yet it was the threshold of liberation. Guided vision. The still horizon. Picture yourself standing in a field. The stars fade slightly. The air grows colder. The horizon is dark, but something stirs. You wait. Your breath becomes the rhythm of the earth itself. This is the moment before dawn. Suspense, but also expectancy. The personal dark hour. Every person knows this threshold. The mother in labor, in agony, waiting for the final push. The student, heart pounding, waiting for results. The sick, lying awake at 3 a.m., hoping for strength to last until morning. In each case, the moment before dawn is agony, yet necessary. Historical breath. Gandhi's salt march after, walking for weeks. Gandhi bent to the shore and lifted salt. The suspense before this act was palpable. Would it matter? Would it spark change? It did. The small act of defiance became the dawn of India's independence. Struggle, suspense gave way to awakening. Guided closing, holding the stillness. Sit with this. You are in the night, but the stars above assure you dawn will come. You cannot rush it. You cannot summon it. You can only breathe, wait, and trust. And when it breaks, you will rise with it. The stillness breaks. The suspense of night yields at last to light. After all the silence, the suffering, the waiting, the horizon ignites with color. The world exhales, and with it, your soul awakens into a new vision. Chapter 16. The arrival of light. The first rays. You are standing at the edge of the horizon. The silence of night lingers, but then a thin line of gold pierces the darkness. Slowly, patiently, the light spreads, illuminating what was hidden. In this light you see, not just the world, but yourself, whole, scarred, resilient, alive. This is the arrival of light. Historical dawn, the liberation of Paris after years of oppression, fear, and silence. The bells of Paris rang. Liberation had come. Crowds wept in the streets as soldiers entered, not as conquerors, but as brothers. The city, long in night, saw dawn again. Guided meditation. Breathing with light. Close your eyes. Breathe in. Imagine the first sunlight touching your skin. Feel it warming you, dissolving the last cold shadows. With each breath, the heaviness of night lifts. With each exhale, you release the grief you carried. You are arriving with the light. Archetypal rebirth. Every culture has sung of this dawn. Egyptian myth, Ra, the sun god, dies each night, only to rise again at dawn. Christian faith, resurrection at morning's light. Death conquered, Persian tradition. Mithra, born at dawn, the symbol of renewal. Light is not just illumination, it is rebirth. The philosophical dawn philosophers, too, have spoken of this arrival. Plato's allegory of the cave, the prisoner, ascends to the light, seeing truth for the first time. Descartes, the moment of clarity. I think, therefore I am. Like the mind's first sunrise. Jung, integration of the shadow, when the light of consciousness unites with the depths of the unconscious. Dawn is more than a time of day. It is the state of awakening. The historical echo. The fall of the Berlin Wall, the wall that divided hearts and lives, crumbled. Crowds rushed, embracing, laughing. Crying light had returned after decades of concrete night. It was not just bricks falling. It was the arrival of light. Guided reflection. Your personal daunt. Think of a moment when you felt crushed, but then a shift. Perhaps small, but undeniable. You laughed after months of silence. You forgave after years of bitterness. You saw hope after endless doubt. That was your dawn. It came quietly, but it came. The science of light dawn is not only metaphor, biologically. Your body is wired to respond to it. Melatonin recedes, cortisol rises gently, preparing you for the day. Your heartbeat synchronizes with light. Your cells wake to renewal. Nature itself whispers, dawn is healing. Story of suspense to joy. Nelson Mandela, 27 years behind bars. Night after night, silence after silence. And then, minus 1990, the gates opened. Mandela walked free. The arrival of light was not just for him, but for a nation. Forgiveness, reconciliation, hope. That was dawn embodied. Guided vision, standing in the light imagine, standing in the light in the sun crests. Light washes over valleys, forests, rivers. What was hidden shines down now. See your own life illuminated. All the struggles, scars, failures, they were not wasted. In the light, they gleam like gold. The emotional turn, the arrival of light, always brings tears. After sorrow, joy feels overwhelming. After despair, hope feels like a miracle. And yet, this is the natural rhythm of life. Night must end. Light must come. The letters of hope, the letters of history's visionaries. And you hear dawn, Martin Luther King Jr. We shall overcome because the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. Anne Frank, I still believe, in spite of everything, that people are truly good at heart. Abraham Lincoln, writing in war, yet holding faith that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom. Each is a testimony of light. Breaking into darkness, guided closing, rest in radiance now, breathe deeply. Feel the light not only outside, but within you. Every dark corner of your soul touched, healed, illuminated. The dawn is not coming. It has arrived. The dawn has risen. Yet what follows is not just light, it is discovery. The world, once hidden in shadow, bursts with secrets waiting to be uncovered. Knowledge, art, and spirit awaken. Humanity, once crawling in survival, now stretches its mind toward the infinite. Chapter 17. The joy of discovery awakening to wonder you stand beneath the new sun. The air is fresh, the world alive, and curiosity stirs in your chest. It is not enough to survive anymore. You want to know, to create, to reach. This is the joy of discovery. A child's first wonder. Imagine a child watching a butterfly land on their finger. The child does not analyze, does not reduce. They marvel. The awe, untouched by cynicism, is the root of all discovery. It is the beginning of philosophy, science and art alike. Wonder, ancient discovery. Fire, long before cities, long before books, there was fire. A spark tamed in trembling hands. The first warmth against night, the first cooking of food, the first protection from beasts. That single discovery reshaped humanity. It was not just survival, it was joy. The joy of realizing the world yields its secrets if we dare, guided. Reflection, your own firewatt, was the first discovery that filled you with wonder. Perhaps reading your first word, perhaps realizing you could ride a bike, perhaps feeling the spark of love for the first time. That was your fire moment. A step into a bigger world. The philosophical joy Socrates, wonder is the beginning of wisdom. Aristotle, all men by nature desire to know. Jung, discovery is not outside, but also inside, the hidden unconscious, revealed in dreams and symbols. Discovery is joy because it expands the soul. It stretches the horizon of the possible, historical echo. The age of exploration sails against the horizon. A world thought flat revealed to be round. Maps redrawn, continents connected, oceans crossed. But discovery is never easy. It brings both joy and conflict. The world expands, yet with expansion comes tension. Still, the thrill remains. Humanity realized it was not bounded. Scientific dawn, Newton's appelé falling, apple. A man in contemplation. And from that moment, the laws of gravity, the mechanics of the universe revealed. Newton's joy was not in possession, but in unveiling. He wrote, "I seem to have been only like a boy playing on the seashore, while the great ocean of truth lay all undiscovered before me." The ocean of truth remains. Guided meditation. The ocean of truth, close your eyes. Imagine standing at the shore of an endless ocean. The waves glimmer, infinite, mysterious. Each discovery you make is like finding a new shell, a jewel, a treasure. You will never grasp the whole ocean, and yet, the joy is in searching. Artistic discovery is not only scientific, it is the painting of light on canvas, as Van Gogh did with the starry night. It is Beethoven, deaf, still composing symphonies that shook eternity. It is Rumi, finding God in the dance of the heart, in the music of longing. Art is the discovery of beauty hidden in the ordinary. Letters of Discovery, Einstein, to his son. 1915. Life is like riding a bicycle. To keep your balance, you must keep moving. Da Vinci's notebooks, sketches of flight, of anatomy, of bridges. Centuries ahead of his time, Galileo's defiance, and yet it moves. Each letter, each word, is soaked in the thrill of discovery. Historical suspense, Pasteur and the invisible enemy a century ago. Unseen diseases ravaged humanity. But Louis Pasteur looked closer. Invisible microbes, the unseen enemy, revealed. Vaccines, sanitation, medicine, dawn for health, discovery saved lives. And with it came joy, a world less fearful, a future more hopeful. Guided reflection, your personal discoveries. Think of a time you discovered something hidden within yourself, a strength you didn't know you had, a talent you thought impossible, a resilience that only suffering could reveal. That discovery is yours to keep, an inner joy unshakable. The joy of cosmic discovery. Humanity looked up and walked on the moon. For the first time, Earth was seen from outside, a fragile blue marble suspended in black infinity. That image changed everything. Borders seemed petty, conflicts small. We had discovered perspective. The joy of discovery was cosmic, the spiritual. Discovery beyond science, beyond art. There is the discovery of the soul. The Buddha under the Bodhi tree, Muhammad in the cave of Hira, hearing the first words of revelation. Jesus in the desert, emerging with a message of love. These were not inventions, they were awakenings, discoveries of spirit, of truth. Eternal, guided vision. The inner laboratory, you are a scientist of the soul. Close your eyes. See your heart as a vast laboratory, each breath an experiment, each thought a revelation, each silence a discovery. Within you lies an undiscovered country. The emotional climax discovery is joy because it redeems suffering. All the nights of despair become meaningful when a truth dawns. Every failure is revealed to be a stepping stone. Edison, after thousands of failed attempts, said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." Joy is not in success, it is in discovery. Discovery has lit the torch, but a torch means little if carried alone. Fire becomes festival only when shared. Knowledge, art, and spirit bloom, not in solitude but in communion. Humanity's next great step is not finding, it is uniting. Chapter 18. The celebration of unity. The first gathering, the dawn of unity, is as old as the first circle around a fire. Humanity gathered, not merely to eat or to survive, but to tell stories, to sing, to remember. In that circle, fear was softened, joy was multiplied, life was celebrated. Unity is not just living together. It is belonging, guided reflection. Your own circle, close your eyes. See the people who make you feel safe, not the largest crowd, but the true circle. The ones who celebrate your victories, carry your sorrows, and remind you who you are. That circle is your first unity, historical echo. The Olympic Games, 776 BC, Olympia. Warring Greek city-states paused. For a few sacred days, enemies became athletes. Competition replaced combat. The games were not just sport, they were unity. Humanity discovered joy in gathering, in celebrating together rather than destroying. The power of music. Consider music. One drum beat is simple, but when joined by flutes, voices, strings, harmonies, a symphony is born. Unity transforms sound into music, individuals into choirs, hearts into celebrations. Think of Beethoven's Ode to Joy, the Ninth Symphony. He was deaf, yet he composed a song where voices joined in unison, proclaiming brotherhood. The music outlived him. Unity sings eternal. Guided meditation, the festival of souls. Imagine yourself stepping into a festival at night. Lanterns glow. People laugh, children run, music plays. You are one among many, yet not lost, carried. Your soul dances with theirs. No one is excluded. This is the celebration of unity. Historical suspense. The fall of walls, 1989, Berlin. A wall that had divided a city, families, nations for decades fell. Not with armies, but with hands, hammers, and tears. People climbed, embraced, danced. On its ruins, unity was not an idea that day. It was flesh and blood. It was celebration. Philosophical joy. Ubuntu. From Africa comes a word, Ubuntu. I am because we are. Identity is not solitary. It is woven from others. You exist not in isolation, but in communion. Unity is not sameness. It is harmony in difference. Letters of Unity. Martin Luther King Jr., 1963. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. To Gore's poetry, the same stream of life that runs through my veins runs through the world. Jung's dream vision, humanity sharing an unconscious symbols echoing across cultures. Unity is written across time. Guided reflection, a shared breath-take, a slow breath in. Now imagine the billions of others breathing at this very moment. Each life is different, yet each breath is the same rhythm. The world itself inhales and exhales. This is unity, one great breathing body, celebration in ritual pilgrims circling. The Kaaba in Mecca, monks chanting in a Tibetan monastery, choirs singing in cathedrals, villagers gathering for Eid or Diwali or harvest festivals. Unity finds voice in ritual. It reminds us that we are not alone. The suspense of division, but unity, is fragile. History is scarred by war, by division, by walls erected between people. Yet every time, unity returns, because the human soul cannot survive in isolation. Division exhausts, unity heals. That is why joy always belongs to the gathered, guided. Meditation, the tapestry. Imagine a vast tapestry stretching across the universe. Threads of every color, your life is one. Alone, a single thread is fragile. Together, they weave an unbreakable pattern. This is the celebration of unity, the art of belonging. Unity in Science Haven Discovery celebrates unity. DNA revealed that all humans, black, white, east, west, share the same genetic roots. We are one family. The stars tell us the same. Every atom in your body was forged in a star billions of years ago. Unity is written in biology, in astronomy, in physics. We are not only united by choice, we are united by fact. The cosmic dance astronauts who saw Earth from space speak of the overview effect. No nations, no borders, only a glowing blue sphere, fragile, shared. They wept, realizing humanity is one crew on one ship, floating through the dark dot. This is cosmic unity. The emotional climax unity is not a theory. It is joy multiplied. It is sorrow halved. It is the dance, the festival, the embrace. It is the laughter of children, the chorus of voices, the raising of hands together. To be human is to celebrate together. To be whole is to belong. Unity is a festival, yet no festival lasts forever. Candles burn down, music softens, crowds disperse, and then silence. But silence is not the end. It is the soil in which new music is born. Life does not march forward in a straight line. It circles back again and again. The ancients knew this. Carl Jung knew this. Every heart that has ever broken and healed knows this. Chapter 19. The eternal return. The circle, beneath all things life, is not a line, it is a circle. The sun sets, but it rises again. Winter freezes, yet spring returns. Despair crushes, but joy follows. Every sorrow carries its echo of joy, and every joy carries the shadow of sorrow. This is the eternal return, guided reflection. Your own cycle. Think back to the hardest moment in your life. Did it end you? Or did it eventually shift, soften, open into something new? Now remember your happiest moment. Did it last forever? Or did time gently move you back into struggle, into growth, into longing? Both are true, both will return. This is the rhythm of existence. Historical insight. Nietzsche's challenge. Friedrich Nietzsche imagined a test. What if a demon whispered, "You must live this life again and again, exactly as it has been, for eternity"? Would you curse that demon? Or would you embrace life so fully that even eternal repetition would be a gift? This is not despair. It is an invitation to live so deeply that the eternal return becomes joy, not prison. The seasons, as teachers, the farmer plants, harvests, rests, waits. The soil knows cycles. The earth itself breathes in seasons. To live is to align with the circle, not to resist it. Despair, too, is a season. And just as winter yields to spring, so despair yields to renewal. Guided meditation. The wheel picture. A great wheel turning slowly in the night sky. Upon this wheel are symbols: birth, love, loss, grief, joy, wisdom. The wheel turns endlessly, and you ride upon it. You cannot stop the wheel, but you can learn to move with it, to trust its rhythm, to know that what goes down will rise, and what rises will someday return. This is the eternal return. Spiritual echo. Eastern wisdom, Hinduism, speaks of samsara, the endless cycle of birth, death, rebirth. Buddhism teaches the wheel of existence, where suffering repeats until awakening breaks the cycle. The Taoist Yin-Yang reveals that every moment carries its opposite: sorrow inside, joy inside. Sorrow, the eternal return, is not punishment. It is the way of things. It is balance, letters and speeches, the cycle in words. Marcus Aurelius. Time is a river, a violent stream of events, glimpsed once and gone forever, yet the whole repeats. T.S. Eliot in 4 quartets. What we call the beginning is often the end, and to make an end is to make a beginning. Chief Seattle. All things are connected, like the blood which unites one family. Whatever befalls the earth, befalls the children of the earth. Even the great voice is new. Life is a return. Suspense, the fear of repetition, and yet we fear it. The thought of repeating mistakes, heartbreaks, wars, losses, it terrifies us. But the truth is this: the cycle is not exactly repetition. It is return with change. A spiral, not a circle. You are not the same person you were in your last sorrow. Your wisdom deepens. Your spirit grows. Every return carries a new note. Guided reflection, spiral of growth. Imagine a spiral staircase. You walk upward. At each turn, you see the same window, yet from higher ground. The view changes as you rise. This is the eternal return. You revisit, but never as the same self. Each cycle makes you greater. The darkest return, war history, too, repeats. Wars return, empires rise and fall, injustice reappears. But even history spirals, slavery abolished, rights expanded, knowledge preserved, though the shadow returns. Light rises with greater force each time. The eternal return is not hopeless repetition, it is struggle refined. The joyful return, festivals. Why do we celebrate birthdays, New Year's, holidays, again and again? Because joy itself asks to return. We find comfort in repetition. The cycle of celebration reminds us, life is not linear consumption, but rhythmic renewal. The eternal return is what makes joy possible. Cosmic vision, the stars return every 365 days. Earth completes a circle. Every night, constellations return overhead. The universe itself breathes in return. Astronomers say galaxies spin like vast wheels. Perhaps all of existence is one great eternal return. Guided meditation, embracing the cycle. As you breathe in, imagine joy. As you breathe out, imagine sorrow. Inhale, exhale. Neither lasts, both return now. Surrender. Say silently, I am part of the eternal return. I rise and fall. I fall and rise, and I grow. Emotional climax, from resistance to acceptance. At first we resist, clinging to joy, cursing sorrow, but acceptance transforms the cycle. When you see sorrow as preparation for joy, and joy as gratitude for sorrow, you step into wisdom. Life is not a tragedy, nor a comedy. It is a dance, endlessly circling, endlessly alive. The wheel has turned. From despair, through shadow, through resilience, through joy, you have walked the circle of life. Now, the journey expands beyond the circle itself, beyond time, beyond return, into that stillness where joy is not fleeting, but eternal. Chapter 20. The happiness of eternity. The great threshold. Close your eyes. Breathe. You have carried sorrow. You have discovered resilience. You have embraced the eternal return. Now, imagine a door before you, a threshold beyond cycles, beyond endings. When you step through, you enter the happiness of eternity. Eternity, what it is not. Eternity is not endless time. Endless time would be exhausting, joy stretched too thin, sorrow repeating without relief. No, eternity is timelessness. A moment so full, so complete, that it needs no before and no after. It is the eternal now, historical whisper, Augustine's visionist. Augustine once asked, "What then is time?" If no one asks me, I know. If I wish to explain, I know not. But he knew eternity. He said, eternity is the present that never passes away. The happiness of eternity is not far away. It is already here, in every moment lived fully. Guided reflection. Your eternal moment. Think of a time when you were so immersed that you lost track of hours. Perhaps in love, perhaps in nature, perhaps in prayer. That was a glimpse of eternity. A happiness beyond clock and calendar. The voice of poets Rumi. Try to accept the changing seasons of your heart, even as you have always accepted the passing seasons over your fields. Yet, beyond change, lies the beloved, timeless, eternal William Blake. To see a world in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wild flower. Hold infinity in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hour. Emily Dickinson, forever is composed of nows. The poets remind us, eternity is not afterlife only. It is here. It is now, the cosmic perspective. Look upward, the stars you see. Tonight are millions of years old. The light itself is ancient, yet it touches you now. That is eternity. Not endlessness, but timeless connection. The universe, vast beyond measure, is eternal, and you are not separate from it. Guided meditation. Dissolving the self, imagine yourself standing beneath a vast night sky. Your body softens, boundaries blur. You are not just you. You are breath, wind, starlight. You are eternity experiencing itself as a human for a little while. Let that dissolve your fear. You have always been eternal. The happiness of letting go. Happiness is not possession. It is not clinging to joy, nor fleeing sorrow. It is release. It is flowing with the eternal current of existence. When you let go, eternity carries you. Like a river carrying a leaf. Like space carrying a star. Voices of faith, every tradition glimpses eternity. Islam, every soul shall taste death. Then unto us you shall return. Yet the return is not an end, but the eternal presence of Allah. Christianity. Eternal life is promised, not as endless time, but as unbroken union with divine love. Buddhism, nirvana, is freedom from cycles, the timeless stillness beyond birth and death. Hinduism, moksha, is union with the eternal self. Beyond the dance of samsara, all point to the same horizon. Happiness, beyond time, suspense. The last fear, but here lies the fear. If eternity is timeless, will I lose myself? Will I vanish? The truth is paradox. The little self dissolves, yes, but what remains is not nothingness. It is everythingness. It is you, but larger. Not I, but we. Not fragment, but wholeness. This is the happiness of eternity, guided. Reflection. Your eternal flame. Close your eyes and imagine a candle. Its flame flickers, fragile, small. This is your earthly life. Now imagine a vast sun rising, golden, endless. Your candle flame merges with the sun. It does not vanish, it shines brighter than ever. Within the eternal fire. This is your soul in eternity. The final unional journeys lead here. The warrior's struggle, the lover's longing, the seeker's questions, the poet's song, all dissolve into one great silence. A silence not empty, but full, radiant with meaning, shimmering with joy. You are not apart from this silence. You are the silence. You are eternity. Historical echo. Einstein's comfort when his friend Michel Besso died. Einstein wrote, "He has departed from this strange world a little ahead of me." That means nothing. People like us, who believe in physics, know that the distinction between past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion. Einstein found comfort in eternity. Time itself was not final. Love, friendship, being eternal. The happiness of eternity, in daily life eternity, is not only in death, nor only in mystical visions. It is in the simple things, a child's laughter, a lover's gaze, a quiet sunrise, a prayer whispered in the night. These moments shine forever. They are never lost. They belong to eternity. Guided meditation, entering eternity. Breathe deeply. Let go of the weight of tomorrow. Let go of the memories of yesterday. Feel the stillness of now. This now is eternity. This peace is eternity. This happiness is eternity. Rest here. Closing of chapter 20. The happiness of eternity so ends the journey, not in despair, not in endless return, but in the still flame of joy that is eternity. Sorrow has been carried, shadow faced, resilience found, wisdom grown, joy embraced, and beyond it all, eternity opens, not as an ending, but as the truth that has always been. You are eternal. You are whole. You are happiness itself. Chapter 2. Oh, the eternal dream, the dream beyond dreams. What happens when the dream no longer ends upon waking? The unconscious whispers that life itself is a dreamer tapestry woven from archetypes, memories, longings, and mysteries that extend beyond the individual. Your nights are filled with dreams of symbols and journeys. Your days, too, are shaped by inner forces, myths, and images between waking and sleeping. There is no hard border, only a veil. The eternal dream is existence itself. Jung's final vision, near the end of his life, dreamt of standing at the edge of eternity. He saw a temple, vast and radiant, belonging to no single culture, but to all of humanity. Inside, he felt the presence of all who had lived and all who would live. He described it not as death, but as completion. For Jung, the eternal dream is the union of the conscious and unconscious, of life and death, of time and timelessness. The archetype of eternity in myths and visions across cultures. The Ouroboros, the serpent eating its own tail, symbolizes eternal return. The wheel of Dharma in Buddhism turns endlessly, life and death in perpetual cycle. The river of time in Heraclitus' vision flows without beginning or end. The Garden of Paradise in Abrahamic faiths represents eternal dwelling beyond time. All point to the same truth. Our lives are threads in a dream that never ends. The human legacy. Eternal dream is not only spiritual, it is also human. Every thought, invention, and work of art becomes part of the collective dream. Shakespeare, Rumi, Einstein, Gandhi, Mandela, though their bodies ended, their visions continue to dream through us. When you love, create, teach, or inspire, you enter the eternal dream, leaving behind echoes that ripple forever. The unconscious reveals you are both the dreamer and part of the dream. Cinematic depth. Imagine you are standing on a shore, watching waves crash endlessly. One wave rises, it is your life, full of struggle, beauty, sorrow, joy. It crests, breaks, and returns to the ocean. But the ocean does not end. Waves rise again. Endlessly you realize, you were never just a single wave, you were always the ocean. Mystics and philosophers on the eternal dream plateau spoke of the soul's immortality, existing beyond the shadows of the cave. Try to accept the changing seasons of your heart, even as you have always accepted the seasons passing over the fields. For your soul is a guest house, and eternity is its true home. Jung insisted that the unconscious is not bound by time, that it reaches into the eternal patterns of existence, the eternal dream in you every night. When you sleep, you descend into dreams that connect you with ancestors, archetypes, and future generations. You rehearse, resolve, and renew the eternal dramas of humanity. You participate in the cosmic play of existence. Every dream you dream is part of a greater dream, the dream of humanity, the dream of the cosmos, the dream of eternity itself, the gift of the eternal dream. The unconscious, at the end of its teaching, whispers, death is not the end. It is awakening into a wider dream. Life is not meaningless. It is a chapter in the eternal narrative. You are not alone. You are part of a dream shared by all who came before and all who will come after, closing the journey from pain to hope, from exile to homecoming, from mortality to eternity. This journey has carried us through the full cycle of existence. The final lesson of the unconscious is simple, profound, eternal. Life is a dream. Dream it well. Chapter 19. The Soul's Homecoming, the Dream of Returning Home. Many dreams, perhaps the most powerful, carry the feeling of going home. You walk toward a childhood house. You find yourself in a familiar village, though its streets are glowing with strange light. You step into a room filled with warmth, laughter, or silence that feels eternal. The unconscious whispers, you are returning. Jung's view of homecoming. For Jung, the archetype of home is not just a house or family, is the self, the center of the psyche where conscious and unconscious unite. Dreams of homecoming symbolize integration. To return home is to find peace between shadow and light, between sorrow and joy, between time and eternity. The soul longs not for escape, but for wholeness. Spiritual and cultural echoes of home in Islam. The Quran speaks of the soul's return to God. Indeed, we belong to Allah, and to Him we shall return. In Christianity, heaven is often described as a banquet, a homecoming to the Father's house. In Hinduism, the Atman returns to Brahman, the eternal source. In Greek myth, Odysseus' journey is the archetype of the return after war, temptation and trial. The longing is for Ithaca, for home. Every culture encodes the truth. The deepest human desire is to go home. Dream symbols of homecoming houses. Room, representing a part of your psyche, explored and reclaimed. Doors opening, transitions into deeper states of being. The embrace of loved ones, the psyche's way of showing reconciliation with the past. Journeys ending at sunrise. Completion. Arrival. Fulfillment. Such dreams remind us that beneath every struggle lies the yearning to return. Cinematic depth. Picture this dream. You walk a long road, weary, carrying the weight of years. Suddenly, on the horizon, a light glows. You approach, and it is a house not of wood or stone, but of light. Inside, faces wait for you. Ancestors, loved ones, even forgotten parts of yourself. You step in, and you are not a wanderer anymore. You are home. The unconscious whispers, you were never lost. You were always on your way here. The collective homecoming humanity itself longs for a collective homecoming peace among nations. Reconciliation of history, unity of spirit, wars, exiles, migrations all are outer mirrors of the inner exile. The soul's longing for its origin. When enough individuals return inwardly, societies too can return to their center. Philosophical and mystical insights Heidegger. To exist is to dwell, to find home in being itself. You am I. I am so small, I can barely be seen. How can this great love be inside me? Look at your eyes, they are small, but they see enormous things. His poetry reminds us that the soul's home is in love. The journey of individuation is nothing but a homecoming, discovering that the treasure you sought outside was already within. The gift of homecoming, the unconscious, shows us home too. Teach, peace is not somewhere else, is the rediscovered center. You cannot be exiled from yourself forever. Every dream, every symbol, every sorrow and joy has been leading you home. Closing the chapter, the unconscious tells us the final rest is not annihilation, is belonging. Dreams of homecoming remind us you are not wandering endlessly. You are circling back to where you have always belonged. The soul longs for return, and in dreams it finds it. We now arrive at the final threshold, the last chapter of this long journey. Every descent into sorrow, every spark of hope, every struggle and triumph has been preparing us for this moment. Now we step into Chapter 20, The Eternal Dream. Chapter 18, The Eternal Flame of Inspiration. The dream of the fire dreams often carry the image of flame. A torch handed from one figure to another, a candle that burns without consuming wax, a hearth fire that never goes out. The unconscious speaks. There is a fire within the soul, a flame that is neither of flesh nor time. It is inspiration. Jung's archetype of the flame. For Jung, inspiration was linked with the archetype of the creative spirit, the inner source from which art, music, poetry, science, and wisdom flow. It is not the ego's achievement, it comes from the collective unconscious. Poets, prophets, scientists all testify. The idea came not from them, but through them. In dreams, the flame signals this eternal source, burning in all human beings. Historical embers of inspiration, Moses before the burning bush. Flame that spoke truth, Prometheus in Greek myth. Stealing fire from the gods to gift humanity wisdom. The Prophet Muhammad saw receiving the first revelation, pouring into words that would ignite a civilization. Newton under an apple tree, the flash of gravity's law, Rumi. Poetry flowing like fire from love. The eternal flame is not confined to saints or scholars, it is the birthright of every soul. Dream, symbols of inspiration, fire that does not burn, creativity that illuminates, not destroys, a spark in darkness, sudden idea, insight, breakthrough, a torch passed on, legacy, transmission of wisdom, the sun itself, the eternal source of light, creativity and life. Such symbols reveal that the psyche sees inspiration as divine fire. Philosophical and spiritual voices Plato. Inspiration is divine madness, a spark from the gods. The Vedas speak of Agni, the sacred fire that links humans with the divine. Jung. Creativity is not invention, but discovery of the eternal patterns already inside. Einstein, I am not a genius. I am just passionately curious. Yet his visions came in dreamlike flashes. Inspiration. Then is the soul touching eternity, Cinematic depth. Picture this. In a dream, you walk in a desert night. Suddenly, a flame appears in your hand. It does not burn. It does not fade. It glows, steady and eternal. You realize this flame is not for you alone. It is for you to carry forward. The unconscious whispers, what you create, what you love, what you illuminate. This is how you outlive time. The collective flame of re-civilization is lit by its eternal flame. Athens by philosophy, India by spiritual insight, the Islamic Golden Age by knowledge, Renaissance by art. When flames flicker in one age, they are rekindled in another, human. History is not only cycles of rise and fall, it is also the steady transmission of inspiration. We live because others dreamed. Others will live because we dream. The gift of the eternal flame. Why does the unconscious show us fire in dreams? Because it reminds us we are not only beings of flesh, we are torchbearers of spirit. Inspiration is proof that we are connected to eternity, even when bodies perish. The flame we pass on continues. The flame is the soul's immortality. Closing the chapter, the unconscious tells us, nothing we create from love, beauty, truth, or wisdom is ever lost. It enters the eternal flame. Dreams of fire remind us, you are more than a dreamer. You are a light carrier, and the flame you carry is eternal. After the eternal flame comes a deeper realization. Every fire, every cycle, every dream is guiding us back to the source, the beginning, the origin. Now we step into Chapter 19, the soul's homecoming. Chapter 17, the emotional cycle returns. The dream of the eternal circle in dreams. Symbols of circles appear again and again. A spinning wheel, a serpent eating its own tail, the Ouroboros, a mandala, endlessly symmetrical. The unconscious speaks through these forms to remind us. Sorrow and joy, pain and bliss, despair and fulfillment, they do not cancel each other. They circle. Jung's insight on the cycle. Jung saw life not as a straight line, but as a spiral. In childhood, innocence; in youth, passion; on maturity, struggle; in old age, wisdom. But then the spiral loops back. Wisdom meets innocence again. Sorrow reopens joy, and endings seed beginnings. The unconscious keeps pulling us into rhythms, because life is not progress toward a finish, but a dance. Historical testimonies of the cycle. Nietzsche, with his doctrine of eternal recurrence. Would you live your life again infinitely? If yes, then you have lived it well. The Stoics taught that history repeats in cycles. Empires rise and fall as seasons return. Hindu cosmology speaks of yugasages that rise, collapse, and rise again. Islamic mystics like Rumi sang, don't get lost in your pain. Know that one day your pain will become your cure. Each voice confirms, life is rhythm, not destination. Dream symbols of returner, unconscious, does not depict eternity as endless progress. It paints cycles, rising and setting suns, the tide that withdraws, then returns, births after funerals, weddings after deaths, recurrent places in dreams, childhood home you revisit. Though it has changed, dreams remind us, return is not regression, but renewal. The emotional dance to understand the cycle. Sorrow returns, but not as the same sorrow. It returns refined with new meaning. Joy returns, but not as naive bliss. It returns as gratitude sharpened by loss. Doubt returns, but now as a question that deepens wisdom. Hope returns because Every despair carries a seed of light. This is why life feels both new and familiar, because the psyche remembers the cycle. Cinematic depth, picture this. A dream of standing by a river. You throw a stone, it disappears beneath the surface. Moments later, the ripples circle back, touching your feet. The unconscious whispers, what you send out returns. What you lose returns in new form. Nothing is gone, it circles. Collective echoes of cycles, wars, and peace treaties. Nations rage, collapse, then rise again, seeking unity. Revolutions. Each generation rebels against the old, then becomes the old, and is rebelled against again. Artistic renaissances. After decline, beauty surges back. Florence, Paris, Vienna. Lahorich rebirth more brilliant than the last. Human history itself is a mandala. Cycle of endings and rebeginnings. Philosophical and spiritual voices. Lousy. Return is the movement of the Tao. The Bible, what has been will be again. What has been done will be done again. There is nothing new under the sun. Jung dreams of circles are not accidents. They are the soul's memory of eternity. The cycle is not futility, is continuity. Is continuity the gift of the cycle? Why does the unconscious insist on showing us circles? Because to despair in sorrow is to forget joy will return. To cling to joy is to forget sorrow will return. And teach us more. To embrace both is to live as whole. Completion does not end the rhythm, it folds back into it. Closing the chapter, the unconscious tells us, nothing is ever final. Endings ripple into beginnings. Pain becomes wisdom. Joy becomes gratitude. The cycle is eternal. And so, even as dreams close one story, they open another, reminding us that the soul is not trapped in time, but turning forever in its eternal dance. End of chapter 17. The emotional cycle returns. Shall I continue into asterisk chapter 1:8. The eternal flame of inspiration from the cycle's rhythm rises, something eternal, not bound by sorrow, not extinguished by time, inspiration now. We move into chapter 18, the eternal flame of inspiration. Chapter 16, the wisdom of completion, the dream of returning, in the language of dreams. Endings are never abrupt, they are ripenings, a setting sun, a completed mandala, a house once full of noise, now silent, resting. The unconscious does not speak of death as terror, it speaks of it as completion. The archetype of completion. Jung taught that the final stage of individuation is not youth striving, but acceptance. The wise old man, old woman archetype emerges in dreams. They appear at crossroads, thresholds, mountain peaks. They whisper not commands, but reassurance. It is enough. The circle is whole. Completion is not resignation, is wisdom distilled. Historical echoes of completion. Socrates, drinking hemlock calmly, teaching that wisdom is not fearing death, but accepting the soul's continuity. Marcus Aurelius, writing in his Meditations, death smiles at us all. All we can do is smile back. Mother Teresa, spending her last years in service, proving that completion is love's final form. Imam Ali Ra, declaring before his death, by the Lord of the Kaaba, I have succeeded. Each life, when ripened, became a testimony that ending is not defeat, is fulfillment. Dream symbols of completion, the unconscious paints with images. The harvest field, crops gathered, land resting, an ancient tree full of rings, roots, deep branches wide. The final step of a staircase, not a fall, but an arrival, closing of a book, story told. Wisdom preserved, such symbols reveal. The soul does not collapse at its end. It comes full circle. Philosophical and spiritual voices, Heidegger called human beings toward death, meaning life is dignified when lived with death in mind. The Bhagavad Gita reminds, for the soul there is neither birth nor death at any time. Ecclesiastes whispers, to everything there is a season, a time to be born and a time to die. Buddha taught impermanence, not as tragedy, but as the path to liberation. Completion, then, is wisdom. It frees us from clinging. Cinematic depth. This dream, you walk through a long hallway filled with doors. Each door leads to memories, childhood, youth, love, struggle. You open them, smile, then gently close each dot at the final door. There is no fear, only a great light. A figure waits not to take, but to welcome. The dream does not end, it transitions. Completion. In collective history, the fall of empires, Rome, Ottomans, dynasties, none died in vain. Each gave seeds to the next. The passing of visionaries. From Rumi to Einstein, whose ideas outlived their flesh. Rituals of completion, funerals, memorials, prayers, not as despair, but recognition that life's circle has turned. Completion is not collapse, it is legacy. Why completion brings peace? Because to resist endings is to suffer. To embrace endings is to transcend. To see life's arc not as broken, but whole, is the wisdom of the soul. The unconscious through dreams gives us rehearsal for this truth. Each small ending a school graduation, a farewell journey. A closed chapter prepares us for the final completion. Closing the chapter, completion, is not silence, it is the final note of a song that makes the music meaningful. Dreams, at this stage, teach us, when you embrace mortality, you are free to live fully. Completion is not the opposite of life, it is its crown. Dream psychology of Carl Jung. How the unconscious speaks in sleep. Chapter 17. The emotional cycle returns. The dream of the eternal circle in dreams. Symbols of circles appear again and again. A spinning wheel, a serpent eating its own tail, the Ouroboros, a mandala, endlessly symmetrical. The unconscious speaks through these forms to remind us. Sorrow and joy, pain and bliss, despair and fulfillment, they do not cancel each other. They circle. Jung's insight on the cycle. Jung saw life not as a straight line, but as a spiral. In childhood, innocence. In youth, passion. In maturity, struggle. In old age, wisdom. But then the spiral loops back. Wisdom meets innocence again. Sorrow reopens joy, and endings seed beginnings. The unconscious keeps pulling us into rhythms, because life is not progress toward a finish, but a dance. Historical testimonies of the cycle. Nietzsche, with his doctrine of eternal recurrence, would you live your life again, infinitely? If yes, then you have lived it well. The Stoics taught that history repeats in cycles. Empires rise and fall as seasons return. Hindu cosmology speaks of yugas, ages that rise, collapse, and rise again. Islamic mystics, like Rumi sang, don't get lost in your pain. Know that one day your pain will become your cure. Each voice confirms, life is rhythm, not destination. Dream symbols of return. The unconscious does not depict eternity as endless progress, it paints cycles, rising and setting suns. The tide that withdraws, then returns. Births after funerals. Weddings after deaths. Recurrent places in dreams a childhood home you revisit. Though it has changed, dreams remind us, return is not regression, but renewal. The emotional dance to understand the cycle. Sorrow returns, but not as the same sorrow. It returns refined, with new meaning. Joy returns, but not as naive bliss. It returns as gratitude, sharpened by loss. Doubt returns, but now as a question that deepens wisdom. Hope returns because every despair carries a seed of light. This is why life feels both new and familiar, because the psyche remembers the cycle. Cinematic depth. Picture this, a dream of standing by a river. You throw a stone, it disappears beneath the surface. Moments later, the ripples circle back, touching your feet. The unconscious whispers, what you send out returns. What you lose returns in new form. Nothing is gone, it circles. Collective echoes of cycles, wars and peace treaties. Nations rage, collapse, then rise again, seeking unity. Revolutions, each generation rebels against the old, then becomes the old, and is rebelled against again. Artistic renaissances after decline, beauty surges back, Florence, Paris, Vienna. Lahorich, rebirth, more brilliant than the last. Human history itself is a Mandela, cycle of endings and re-beginnings. Philosophical and spiritual voices, lousy. Return is the movement of the Tao. The Bible, what has been will be again. What has been done will be done again. There is nothing new under the sun. Jung dreams of circles are not accidents. They are the soul's memory of eternity. The cycle is not futility, is continuity. The gift of the cycle. Why does the unconscious insist on showing us circles? Because to despair in sorrow is to forget joy will return. To cling to joy is to forget sorrow will return, and teach us more. To embrace both is to live as whole. Completion does not end the rhythm. It folds back into it, out of completion. A new cycle stirs because endings are not ends, but returns. Now we step into Chapter 17. The emotional cycle returns. Chapter 15. The celebration of unitetha. Deep human longing. Every dreamer eventually reaches a place where solitude is not enough. Even in dreams, the unconscious whispers, you are not alone. Images of unity emerge, hands joined in circles, families reunited, crowds singing together, rivers merging into oceans. It is the psyche's reminder that fulfillment is never only individual. It is collective. The archetype of the community. Carl Jung identified the self as the archetype of wholeness. But the self is not isolated, contains the other. This is the archetype of unity, the tribe gathered around the fire, the pilgrims circling the Kaaba, the choir singing one song with many voices. Unity is not the loss of the is the flowering of the individual within the whole. Historical celebrations of unity. Martin Luther King Jr., when he declared, "I have a dream," it was not his. It became a vision of unity, binding people across race and struggle. Mahatma Gandhi, leading millions in the Salt March, a symbol that one small act, multiplied by many, becomes unstoppable. Nelson Mandela, emerging from prison not with vengeance, but reconciliation, teaching that unity is stronger than bitterness. Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, in Medina, creating a community bound not by bloodline, but by shared faith and mutual responsibility. Each figure discovered that greatness is not only achieved alone, but together. Dream symbols of unity, The unconscious speaks of unity in rich symbols, banquets and feasts, the soul celebrating togetherness, bridges, spanning rivers, reconciliation and connection, children of every color, playing together, innocence and harmony, circles, Jung's mandala, the ultimate image of wholeness and shared completion. Dreams remind us, joy deepens when shared. Philosophical and spiritual reflections, Aristotle called humans social animals. Finding meaning in the polis, the community, Ubuntu, philosophy of Africa teaches. I am because we are. Rumi sang, don't get lost in your loneliness, for you are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop. Unity is the truth that the unconscious never tires of repeating. Your soul is infinite because it is connected. Cinematic imagery, imagine. A dream begins with you walking alone in a desert. The heat burns, the silence suffocates, but then one by one others appear. Strangers first, then friends, then family, then ancestors. Together you walk. The desert becomes a meadow. Voices rise in song. The dream no longer belongs to one person, it belongs to all of you. Collective moments in history. The Berlin Wall falls, strangers embrace. No longer divided by concrete. Millions march for freedom in India, South Africa, America. Communities rebuild after disaster. Proving compassion is stronger than destruction in every instance. The unconscious truth emerges. Unity is the crown of human joy. Why unity is celebration? Because when knowledge is shared, it becomes wisdom. When burdens are shared, they become lighter. When joy is shared, it becomes eternal. The unconscious gifts us with these visions to remind us that no dream is complete unless it is lived together. Closing the chapter, the celebration of unity is the music of the human spirit. Each note unique, but the harmony transcendent. Dreams at this stage show us we are many, but we are one, and in that oneness there is a joy so deep it echoes eternity. When unity has been celebrated, the next truth unfolds, the realization that life's circle is nearing its quiet closure. Now we step into Chapter 16, the wisdom of completion. Chapter 14, the joy of discovery, from survival to wonder. When the night ends, survival is not enough. The human spirit longs not only to live, but to know, to understand, to create. This is the stage where the unconscious speaks in dreams of new lands, cities of gold, or libraries of infinite knowledge, gifts, treasures, or secret maps, children laughing, flowers blooming, or music never heard before. The dreamer realizes joy is not just freedom from pain, it is the ecstasy of discovery. The archetype of the explorer. Carl Jung recognized the unconscious as a boundless sea of symbols. To encounter it with awareness is like an explorer setting sail across uncharted oceans. The archetype here is the seeker, Columbus, crossing unknown seas, Magellan encircling the globe, Ibn Battuta mapping vast civilizations. But more than geography, the psyche seeks inner discovery, the revelation of hidden powers, talents, and truths. Historical journeys of joy. Galileo Galilei, lifting his telescope and glimpsing the moons of Jupiter, realizing humanity's place in the cosmos had shifted forever. Leonardo da Vinci, sketching flying machines, anatomy, and city plans, driven by joy in uncovering how life works. Albert Einstein, imagining himself riding a beam of light, which led to theories that reshaped physics itself. Rabia Bosri, discovering that divine love itself was the greatest joy. whispering, "I carry a torch in one hand and a bucket in the other, so that I may burn heaven and douse hell, to love God for himself alone." Each discovery is not just intellectual, it is spiritual elation. The dreamer's treasures at this stage of the unconscious. Dreams may bring chests of jewels opening, symbolizing new insights, doors into vast gardens, representing hidden creative powers, flights into the sky, symbolizing the mind's freedom. The psyche celebrates by offering gift symbols of the joy waiting within us. Philosophical and spiritual echo Socrates. The unexamined life is not worth living. Discovery is not just external, but self-knowledge. Nietzsche proclaimed the joy of becoming, of endless growth, of dancing with life's possibilities. Jung insisted that individuation was not duty but joy. The adventure of becoming whole. Discovery, then, is existential delight. Cinematic imagery pictured this. You are in a vast cave, dark and endless. Then suddenly you touch a wall, and it crumbles. Beyond it an entire universe of stars cascades into view. You run through meadows, not because you must escape, but because joy propels you. Every step is freedom. Every breath is discovery. The air is alive with color, sound, and newness. And you, like a child, laugh, unafraid. Collective joy of discovery societies, too, have experienced this rapture. The Renaissance, when Europe rediscovered forgotten Greek texts and exploded into art, science, and philosophy. The Islamic Golden Age, when Baghdad's House of Wisdom preserved and expanded human knowledge, inventing algebra, refining astronomy, and enriching medicine. The Space Age, when humanity looked up and stepped beyond the earth. Each moment proved the soul's joy is not just in survival, but in wonder. Why discovery is joyful. The unconscious speaks in symbols of discovery because it reflects a deep truth. To know is to be alive, to create is to be divine, to discover is to expand the boundaries of existence itself. The joy of discovery is the proof that human beings are not prisoners of the past, we are creators of the future. Closing the chapter, the joy of discovery is more than happiness, is the soul's laughter, the unconscious whispering, "You are infinite." Dreams at this stage no longer only heal, they celebrate. They reveal new paths, new loves, new truths. This is the chapter where despair becomes curiosity, and curiosity becomes bliss. Discovery blossoms into something greater when it is no longer solitary, it becomes shared. Now we enter Chapter 15, the celebration of unity. Chapter 13, the arrival of light, the first glimpse of radiance after the blackness of the night. The first golden thread of dawn seems miraculous. This is the moment when the unconscious, once veiled in shadows, finally unveils its treasures, dreams. In this phase are filled with rising suns, glowing orbs, or flames that do not consume, open doors, bridges, or pathways leading outward, reunions with loved ones, radiant figures, or divine beings. The psyche shifts. Where there was despair, there is clarity. Where there was imprisonment, there is liberation. The archetype of illumination, Carl Jung, saw light as the symbol of conscious integration. The shadow no longer dominates, it has been acknowledged. The ego, once broken by trials, now accepts guidance from the self. Wisdom, once hidden in darkness, now rises like the sun in myth and religion. This moment is everywhere. Christ's resurrection after the tomb, Buddha's enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree at dawn, Prometheus stealing fire to gift humanity light. The dawn is never cheap. It comes after the longest night. Historical dawns. Nelson Mandela, after 27 years of imprisonment, finally walked free. The world saw not bitterness in him, but lighter vision of reconciliation. Martin Luther King Jr., after years of marches and threats, declared, "I have been to the mountaintop. I have seen the promised land." His words were the dawn of a movement. Marie Curie, toiling in dim labs, finally saw the glow of radium in the darker light that redefined science and medicine. History reminds us the arrival of light changes not only one life, but generations. The dreamers awakening in the unconscious. This stage feels like release. The dreamer bursts into sunlight after wandering endless caves. A long-locked door swings wide, and fresh air rushes in. A stranger's hand, glowing with warmth, guides the dreamer into open fields. The heart quickens. Hope, once a faint ember, now blazes. Philosophical and spiritual resonance. Plato's allegory of the cave. Humanity rises from shadows into the blinding sun of truth. Rumi, the morning wind spreads its fresh smell. We must get up and take that in, that wind that lets us live. Jung, the dawn symbolizes individuation, when the conscious and unconscious unite in harmony. The arrival of light is not merely happiness, is wholeness. Cinematic imagery. This, you are on the same mountain ridge where hours ago despair gripped you. But now the horizon explodes with color. Crimson, gold, white fire pouring over the world. The fields awaken, rivers sparkle. The shadows vanish, not destroyed, but softened, and inside you something rises with the sun. A knowing, a certainty, a peace you thought lost forever. The collective dawn societies, too, know the arrival of light after wars. Peace treaties signed at sunrise, symbolizing rebirth. After pandemics, communities emerging with new values of unity and care. After revolutions, the people celebrating in streets as dawn breaks, banners waving in the morning glow. The collective unconscious loves. The image of light breaking darkness is humanity's eternal hope. The gift of illumination. The dawn teaches us suffering has meaning. Every trial prepared the way for growth. Light is earned. It comes not from denial, but from embracing the whole journey. Peace is possible. Even the deepest wounds can be transfigured into wisdom. This is why so many who endured darkness become beacons for others. Their light is not naive, it is hard-1. Closing the chapter, the arrival of light is the soul's reward for patience. It is the triumph of hope, the revelation of truth, the integration of shadow and self. The dreamer stands bathed in radiance, no longer a wanderer but a whole being. The unconscious whispers, the night is over, you are ready for the day. The light is not just survival, it reveals beauty, creativity, and wonder. Now we step into Chapter 14, The Joy of Discovery. Chapter 12. The moment before dawn, the suspended silence. Every journey has its darkest passage, the instant when collapse seems final, when endurance is stretched to its limits. Jung compared this psychic stillness to the nigredo of alchemy, the black stage before gold emerges. This is the moment before dawn, when the sky is blackest, yet the horizon secretly prepares for light. Dreams in this stage often reveal a desolate landscape, yet with faint glows at the edge, a locked door, trembling as if something within longs to burst forth. A womb-like darkness, heavy but expectant. The unconscious holds the dreamer here, not to torture, but to prepare. The psyche is gestating new life, historical echoes of the dark hour Abraham Lincoln, before the Emancipation Proclamation, sank into depression so deep that friends feared for him. Yet out of that despair, his most courageous acts were born. Florence Nightingale, in the Crimean War, moved through blood-soaked nights, tending the dying with only a lamp. Her despair became the light that redefined nursing and compassion. Gandhi, after failed campaigns, sat in silence, fasting and praying. From his darkest nights came the strategies that reshaped empires. Each stood in the hour before dawn. Each endured silence that gave birth to transformation. The dreamers. Night vigil in dreams, this phase feels suffocating. The dreamer walks through endless corridors, searching for an exit. A heavy shadow follows, but no confrontation occurs. A long winter night stretches on, no sunrise in sight. Yet, beneath this despair, an unseen process unfolds. Just as seeds must remain buried in earth before breaking through, the psyche must rest in darkness before rebirth. The archetype of waiting this stage is marked by patience and faith. Symbols of waiting include the traveler at the threshold, unable to enter, the prisoner, staring at the barred window where dawn light barely flickers, the mother carrying the unborn child, aching for release. Jung taught that patience with the unconscious is vital, forcing enlightenment to early risks, shattering the fragile growth within. Philosophical reflections written, Kierkegaard, patience is necessary, and one cannot reap immediately where one has sown. Jung, there is no coming to consciousness without pain. Rumi, the wound is the place where the light enters you. The moment before dawn is the wound, still bleeding, but already glowing faintly with healing. Cinematic image, repicture this. You stand on a mountain ridge at night. Behind you lies ruin, fire, collapse. Around you, the world is silent, too silent like a breath held by the universe. You watch the horizon. It is black, unbroken. Minutes pass, hours, you despair, and then barely perceptibly, the black fades into deep indigo. The outline of trees sharpens. The first bird stirs. The horizon glows, not yet gold, but silver. The moment before dawn has come, the collective symbol societies to endure their darkest vigils in post-war Europe. Starvation and ruin seemed endless, yet quietly seeds of recovery took root. In the American Civil Rights Movement, nights of violence were endured before victories were won. In every age, people have gathered in silence, holding candles, waiting for dawn. The collective unconscious knows, no night is eternal. The role of suffering it is in this moment that suffering finds its meaning. The night teaches, strength is not in avoiding despair, but enduring it. Silence is not emptiness, but preparation. Darkness is not the enemy, but the womb of new light. Closing the chapter the moment before dawn is sacred. It is the stillness before revelation, the pause before music, the silence before speech. The dreamer stands trembling, exhausted yet strangely calm. The unconscious whispers, hold on, the light is near. And so the psyche waits on the very edge of transformation. The horizon brightens. After long despair, silence, and waiting, the soul breaks into light. We now step into Chapter 13, The Arrival of Light. Chapter 11, The Turning of the Tide, the darkest hour before dawn. Every myth, every epic, every human story carries a rhythm. Descent, crisis, turning. Jung called this the enantiodromia, the law of reversal, where everything that reaches its extreme inevitably turns into its opposite. Thus, after collapse, something shifts. The unconscious, having reduced the ego to ashes, now plants a hidden seed of renewal. Dreams begin to change. Where once there were floods and fires, a single flower may appear. Where death dominated, a child is born in dream. Where betrayal reigned, a figure of compassion enters quietly. These are not yet triumphs, but the first signs of the tide turning. The archetype of renewal and dream imagery. The turning of the tide appears as the rising sun after endless night, green shoots sprouting. Through cracked earth, the phoenix emerging from ashes, the wounded healer, who brings medicine to the broken dreamer. These symbols announce that collapse has served its purpose, the soul is ready for rebirth. Historical parallels, the turning of the tide echoes through history's darkest hours. Winston Churchill, when Britain stood alone in 1940, refused surrender. His words, "We shall never surrender," became a pivot, a collective dream that rallied a nation. Martin Luther King Jr., in a jail cell in Birmingham, wrote letters of fire that turned despair into a movement's renewal. Nelson Mandela, after 27 years of imprisonment, emerged not bitter but determined to reconcile. In each case, collapse was real, yet the human spirit turned the tide, the dreamers turning at the psychological level. This turning manifests as small but profound shifts. The dreamer, once crushed by nightmares, begins to sense curiosity instead of terror. A persecuting dream figure transforms into a guide. Shadows that once attacked now reveal hidden truths. A patient once reported recurring dreams of drowning. After months, the dream changed. He was still in water, but this time he began to swim. That is the turning. Philosophical voices Nietzsche. What does not kill me makes me stronger. Collapse breeds new strength. Hegel, history moves by dialectic thesis, antithesis, and then synthesis. Collapse and conflict give way to higher order Jung. The symbols of the self appear in the darkest dreams. At the nadir of despair, the light first shines. The cinematic sequence imagine. You are back in the dream city of ruin. Ashes still choke the streets. Towers lie broken. The ocean that drowned you has receded, leaving desolation. And then quietly you hear a sound, a bird singing, from a crack. In the pavement, a green vine pushes upward. You kneel, touch it. Warmth spreads through your hands. The sky, once black, softens into deep indigo. A star appears, then another. Dawn begins to whisper its promise. The tide is turning. The collective dimension the turning is not only personal but collective. Whole societies undergo collapse and renewal after the plague of the Middle Ages. Europe experienced the renaissance of flowering of art, science, and vision. After Hiroshima, humanity stared into the abyss of annihilation, yet movements for peace, human rights, and disarmament surged. After tragedies, people gather, light candles, and speak the language of solidarity. Dreams remind us. The psyche itself carries a rhythm of renewal. The symbol of the child Jung emphasized the archetype of the child as the supreme symbol of rebirth. When the tide turns, dreams often bring images of infants, play, or innocent figures. Why? Because the child represents potential and new life, not yet shaped by despair, hope, the innocence that cannot be corrupted, future, the assurance that existence goes on. Closing the chapter, the turning of the tide is subtle. It is not victory, yet the ruins remain. The scars endure, but within the ashes, new shoots rise. The unconscious whispers, now not of death, but of life. You have survived. You will rise. Out of collapse, the self is reborn. The dreamer feels the first stirrings of renewal. The tide is turning. We now enter the threshold between endings and beginnings. Chapter 12. The moment before dawn. Here the unconscious pauses, holding its breath. The dreamer feels the weight of despair still clinging, yet the first glimmers of light promise release. Chapter 8. The night of suspense, the stillness before the storm. Every great story carries a moment of suspense. In Greek tragedy, it is the pause before fate strikes. In Shakespeare, it is the silence before Macbeth's dagger appears. In Archetypes too, there comes a night when the world seems to stop, and we feel suspended between despair and revelation. For Jung, suspense is not mere waiting. It is the psychic tension of opposites, the enantiodromia turning point, where what has gone too far must swing to its opposite. In dreams, suspense is often shown as standing at a cliff's edge, uncertain whether to fall or fly, waiting for a train that never arrives. The unconscious holding us in expectancy, being chased but never caught, the endless pursuit of something unnamed. Dark corridors, doors ajar but not opening, thresholds unresolved. The unconscious uses suspense to stretch us, to force us into patience, to teach us endurance of uncertainty. Suspense in dreams. Woman Jung studied, dreamed of sitting in a dark theatre. The curtain trembled but would not rise. She felt fear, anticipation, helplessness. When finally the curtain lifted, she saw not actors but a mirror, her own face staring back. The dream suspended her so she would confront herself. Another dream, a man stood in a station, hearing the train approach but never seeing it arrive. He waited, heart pounding. The dream ended there. Jung explained. Suspense itself is the lesson. The psyche is teaching him to endure waiting without forcing resolution. Suspense is not empty, it is charged with meaning. The symbolism of night suspense is often tied to night in myths and dreams. Night is both womb and tomb darkness, holding the seed of rebirth. In Gilgamesh, after losing his friend Enkidu, he wanders into the night, suspended between grief and wisdom. In the Bible, Jacob wrestles with the angel until dawn, an entire night of suspense before receiving his blessing. In Buddhist tales, the night of the Buddha's enlightenment was filled with demons of doubt. Suspense before illumination. Night suspense is universal, it marks the soul's initiation. Philosophical. Reflections on Suspense's Erin. Kierkegaard described suspense as the dizziness of freedom, the moment before choice. Trembling with possibilities. Nietzsche saw suspense as part of eternal recurrence, the hesitation before saying yes to life again. Jung himself wrote, "Only in the suspension between opposites does the transcendent function appear." Suspense is not paralysis. It is the seedbed of revelation. Suspense in history. Humanity has lived through collective nights of suspense. The Cuban Missile Crisis, 1962. The world held its breath for 13 days, suspended between annihilation and peace. The fall of the Berlin Wall, 1989. For decades, East and West lived in a tense suspension before the wall finally cracked. Apollo 11 moon landing, 1969. The suspense of silence as Neil Armstrong descended the ladder. The world waiting in one collective heartbeat. Suspense, in these moments, became history's turning point. Suspense in art and music. Artists have long mastered suspense. Beethoven, in his symphonies, would pause holding silence so charged it vibrated louder than sound. Hitchcock, the master of suspense in cinema, said, "There is no terror in the bang, only in the anticipation of it." In poetry, T.S. Eliot spoke of life lived between the idea and the reality, between the motion and the act, the suspense of being human. Dreams, too, are artists. They create suspense, not to torment us, but to shape our inner narrative. Cinematic dream vision. Picture this. You stand in a forest at night. The moon glimmers faintly through clouds. Every tree is a shadow. Somewhere you hear a whisper, then silence. Your heart pounds. You walk deeper. The forest seems endless. Suddenly, a clearing opens, but empty, silent, waiting. You know something is about to appear, but the dream wakes you before it comes. This is the unconscious suspending the story, teaching you to live in the tension, to accept the unfinished. The role of suspense in transformation. Suspense is necessary because transformation is not instant. Between destruction and rebirth, there must be pause. The psyche holds its breath while something unseen grows. Like the chrysalis stage of a butterfly, an entire being dissolved into soup before wings form. Suspense is the cocoon. Without suspense, there is no patience, no gestation, no trust in becoming. Personal suspense. Reflect. Have you known a night of suspense, waiting for test results, for a phone call, for forgiveness, for the turning of fate? That waiting carved you, did it not? It stretched you, humbled you, deepened you. The unconscious whispers, suspense is not emptiness. It is the womb of what will come. Closing the chapter. Suspense is uncomfortable. It gnaws at the nerves, sets the heart racing, fills the night with uncertainty. Yet it is holy. It is the silence before revelation, the darkness before dawn, the trembling before the curtain rises. The unconscious shows us suspense in dreams so we may learn. Trust the night. Hold the silence. Something is coming. Excellent. We step deeper into the mythic underworld of the psyche. Chapter 9. The Archetypal Confrontation. Here, the unconscious no longer whispers, it roars. It brings forth its great symbol shadows, monsters, guides, and gods to force the dreamer into confrontation with the deepest truths. Chapter 10. The Edge of Collapse. The breaking point. Every genuine transformation requires a breaking point. Jung compared it to alchemical dissolution, the stage where the old form must disintegrate before new substance can be forged in dreams. This collapse manifests as falling endlessly through space, being trapped in prisons, mazes, or tombs, drowning in floods, oceans, or dark waters, watching cities burn or worlds end. Such images terrify the ego because they symbolize its death. The ego's desperation. The ego clings desperately to control. When the unconscious overwhelms it, the dreamer may experience panic dreams of being chased, cornered with no escape, nightmares of betrayal, friends, lovers, or family turning hostile, catastrophic imagery of apocalypse, explosions, earthquakes, plagues. These are not random terrors. They are the psyche dramatizing the ego's collapse, the death of illusions that no longer serve. The betrayal archetype, one of the most painful dream themes at the edge of collapse, is betrayal. Dream. Example. A man dreams his wife conspires with strangers to poison him. He wakes in terror, furious and suspicious. Yet the dream is not about her. It is about his own psyches, unconscious is betraying the ego's false sense of stability. Betrayal in dreams symbolizes the tearing away of false attachments. The psyche betrays the ego so the soul can be free. The abyss philosopher Søren Kierkegaard described despair as sickness unto death. Nietzsche spoke of staring into the abyss. Jung encountered this in his Red Book visions, where he descended into hellish landscapes, confronted demons, and nearly lost his sanity. The abyss is archetypal. Every hero must enter it. Odysseus descends into Hades. Christ enters the tomb. Dante journeys through Inferno. The Buddha confronts Mara under the Bodhi tree in dreams. The abyss appears as endless night, bottomless pits, black oceans. The soul is stripped bare. The death imagery dreams, at the edge of collapse, often bring death itself. Seeing one's own corpse, attending funerals of strangers, watching animals slaughtered, wandering graveyards. These images are not omens of literal death, they are symbols of psychic death, the dissolution of outdated structures. Jung said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. But one must die to be reborn. The near-psychotic threshold, Jung warned that confronting the unconscious can mimic madness. Some dreamers at this stage report overwhelming dreams that bleed into waking life, synchronicities that feel like reality itself is collapsing, a sense that the ego cannot hold together. This is why Jung emphasized integration without grounding. The confrontation with the unconscious can lead to breakdown. With patience and reflection, however, it leads to renewal. Philosophical parallels Heraclitus. The way up and the way down are one and the same. Collapse is the same path as ascent. Heidegger described being toward death as the foundation of authentic existence. Jung collapse is not regression, but the night sea journey, a necessary descent before transformation. Cinematic dream sequence. Cinematic dream sequence. Imagine you stand in a vast city. Suddenly, the ground trembles, towers crumble, the sky splits open, fire rains down. People scream and scatter. You run, but every street ends in ruin. At last, you reach a cliff. Behind you, the world burns. Before you, an endless black ocean stretches to the horizon. You fall to your knees. The ocean rises, waves like mountains. You scream as the water engulfs you. Darkness swallows everything. Silence, and then within the silence, a faint glimmer of light, flickering, waiting. The purpose of collapse the unconscious destroys not to annihilate but to renew. Collapse is not the end but the threshold to rebirth. Without this, the ego would cling forever to its small certainties, just as forests burn to allow new growth. The psyche must sometimes reduce the ego to ashes so that the deeper self can emerge. Closing the chapter, the edge of collapse is terrifying, unavoidable, and necessary. Dreams that bring us to death, betrayal, and ruin are the psyche's way of stripping illusions. The unconscious whispers through the ruins, "Let go. What must die has died. What endures will endure." Through the ashes, a new self waits to be born. The dreamer is shattered, but not destroyed. What comes next is transformation. We now cross into the deepest valley of the psyche, chapter 11, the turning of the tide. Here, the dreamer, after wandering through ruin and collapse, begins to sense the faintest stirring of renewal. Chapter 9, the archetypal confrontation. When the psyche summons its powers, Carl Jung believed that the unconscious does not merely contain forgotten memories. It holds archetypes, primordial patterns of human experience. These archetypes emerge in dreams, myths, and visions, often as figures, the shadow, the dark double, everything we repress, the anima, animus, the inner feminine in men, the inner masculine in women, the wise old man, woman, the guide, bearer of timeless wisdom, the hero, the part of us that must journey, struggle, and transform the self, the ultimate archetype, symbolizing wholeness. When archetypes emerge in dreams, they are not symbolic decorations. They are psychic events, forces that demand recognition. The shadow appears. The most terrifying and necessary archetypal encounter is with the shadow. Dream, example. A man dreams he is pursued by a black figure through winding streets. He runs, hides, panics, till the figure catches him. When he looks, the face is his own, twisted in rage, Jung wrote. The shadow is a tight passage, a narrow door whose painful constriction no one is spared if he goes down to the deep well. The shadow is everything we deny: fear, anger, jealousy, weakness, desire. Dreams confront us with it, not to destroy us, but to force wholeness. The hero's battle confronting the shadow activates the hero archetype. Myths of Hercules, Gilgamesh, Beowulf, and even Luke Skywalker mirror the dreamer's inner drama. Each hero must face the monster, the shadow, descend into the underworld, the unconscious, return transformed with new wisdom. Dreams place us in these archetypal myths, fighting serpents, climbing mountains, standing before armies. These are not random images. They are the psyche dramatizing our inner conflicts in the language of myth. The anima and animus, and other archetypal confrontation occurs with the anima, animus. For men, the anima appears in dreams as a woman's seductive, terrifying, inspiring, or wise. She carries the man's unlived emotional life. For women, the animus appears as a man, powerful, stubborn, cruel, or guiding. He carries her unlived intellectual, spiritual potential. Dream, example. A woman dreams of arguing with a stern, bearded man who blocks her path. This is her animus, showing her the rigidity of her own unexpressed authority. Anima, animus encounters are not about romance. They are initiations into balance, into integration of the soul's missing half. The wise guide at the edge of despair. Dreams sometimes send the wise old man or woman. They may appear as a grandmother offering bread, a mysterious monk, a talking animal with gentle eyes. This figure does not solve problems directly, but offers cryptic guidance, like Gandalf, Dumbledore, or Yoda. Jung believed this archetype represents the self preparing to emerge, the self, the mandala of wholeness. The ultimate archetypal confrontation is with the self. Dreams may show a mandala, circle or cross, a radiant child, a temple or radiant jewel, a voice speaking with authority. These symbols mark the psyche striving toward individuation, the union of conscious and unconscious, a wholeness beyond ego. For Jung, encountering the self is a spiritual event, not just a psychological one. He called it the God image in the soul. Historical echoes of archetypal confrontation archetypes erupt not only in individuals, but in collective history. Martin Luther King, Jr. confronted America's shadow, its racism, and became the hero visionary. His "I have a dream" was not only a speech, but an archetypal call. Nelson Mandela faced his shadow in prison, then emerged as the wise guide for his nation. Joan of Arc embodied the anima, a young woman channeling divine authority. Reshaping history, Mahatma Gandhi exemplified the hero not by violence, but by renunciation, the archetype, transfigured into non-violence. These were not mere political figures. They were archetypes embodied in history. Philosophical insights. Plato saw archetypes as forms eternal, patterns behind the world of appearances. Nietzsche's Bermensch is the hero archetype, confronting chaos to create new values. Described the confrontation with despair as a meeting with a shadow that forces faith. Jung united these visions. Archetypes are not abstract, they live in dreams, myths, and the unconscious. Cinematic dream sequence. Imagine you walk into a vast cave. The walls shimmer with ancient paintings. Suddenly, from the shadows, a figure steps forward. It is you, but darker, taller, eyes burning. You raise your hand to strike, but then realize the figure is not attacking. It waits, it mirrors, it demands recognition. You fall to your knees. The cave shatters into light. In the center, a glowing mandala spins, radiant with colors. You feel both fear and peace. You have met yourself. The risk and the reward. Archetypal confrontations are dangerous. Jung warned, to confront a person with his own shadow is to show him his own light. Yet many resist. Some are consumed by inflation, believe themselves gods after glimpsing the Kumseg self. Others flee back into denial. But those who endure gain something beyond measure: integrity, balance, wholeness. Closing the chapter, the unconscious is not gentle. It stages battles of gods and monsters in our sleep. Yet every confrontation is love in disguise, summons to greater being. Dreams whisper, do not flee your monsters. They are your teachers. Do not deny your guides. They are your future. Archetypal confrontation is the crucible of the soul. Only through it can we become more than fragments. Perfect, we now descend into one of the most perilous thresholds of the psyche. Chapter 10, the edge of collapse. Here the dreamer's confrontation with the unconscious becomes so overwhelming that it threatens annihilation. But in this collapse lies the seed of rebirth. Chapter 6, the fire of resilience. Hope begins as a spark, but if tended, if fed with faith, courage, and endurance, it becomes fire. And fire, Jung reminds us, is one of the most ancient archetypes of transformation. It destroys, but it also purifies. It consumes, but it also warms and illuminates. In the language of dreams, fire often represents the burning core of the self, the energy that refuses to be extinguished even when everything collapses. Where hope whispers, not yet, resilience roars, I will rise. Resilience as archetype. Resilience is not mere survival. It is the psyche's capacity to bend without breaking, to endure without surrendering, to transform pain into strength. Across myths and religions, fire has always symbolized resilience. The phoenix, burning to ashes and rising anew, eternal in its cycles of death and rebirth. Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods for humanity, defying punishment so that mortals might endure. Moses and the burning bush, a fire that burned without being consumed, symbol of divine resilience and presence. These myths remind us that resilience is not avoidance of suffering. It is the sacred endurance that grows within it. Dreams of fire. Jung noted that people facing crises often dreamed of fire. A woman battling cancer dreamed of carrying a torch through a dark forest. Her illness had not extinguished her inner flame. A soldier, traumatized by war, dreamed of standing in a burning city. but holding a candle that never went out, his psyche reminding him that his inner light survived. A man grieving his son's death dreamed of a hearthfire, steadily glowing, as if his child's love was still warming him. In each dream, fire symbolized resilience, not the denial of pain, but the strength to live through it. Historical flames of resilience. History burns with stories of fire that refuse to die. During the London Blitz of World War II, bombs fell nightly, but citizens painted on walls, "We can take it," there. Resilience became the fire that carried them through destruction in Hiroshima. After the atomic bomb leveled the city, survivors planted trees in the ruins. Today, those trees still stand, a living flame of resilience in the U.S. civil rights movement. Martin Luther King Jr. spoke of unearned suffering as redemptive. His voice was fire igniting resilience in millions. These flames remind us that resilience is not a luxury of the strong. It is the birthright of the human spirit. Letters of resilience from the Warsaw Ghetto in 1942. A mother wrote to her child before being taken away, "They may take my body, but not my song. Sing, my love, sing for me when I am gone." From Nelson Mandela's Prison Diary, Robben Island, 1976. I have learned that courage is not the absence of fear, it is the triumph over it. Chains can bind the flesh, but they cannot bind the spirit. From Anne Frank's diary, written in hiding. I keep my ideals, because in spite of everything, I still believe that people are really good at heart. Resilience speaks even when surrounded by destruction. These words are fire against the coldest night. The fire in cinema, picture this. A man walks barefoot through burning ruins, ash falling like snow. Around him, destruction stretches endlessly. Yet he carries a child in his arms, shielding the little one with his body. He does not falter. The camera zooms in on his eyes, not empty, but burning with quiet determination. The soundtrack swells, not triumphant, but steady, resilient. This is fire. Not glorious, not easy, but unyielding. This is the essence of resilience. Philosophy of resilience. Philosophers across centuries have wrestled with suffering, and their answer often burns with resilience. Nietzsche, that which does not kill us makes us stronger. Marcus Aurelius, the fire feeds on what falls into it. The flame grows stronger by consuming. Viktor Frankl, survivor of Auschwitz, everything can be taken from a man but one thing, the last of the human freedoms. To choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances. For Jung, resilience was the psyche's way of transforming trauma into individuation, the painful process of becoming whole. The fire purifies us, shaping us into something greater than before. Collective resilience communities to hold fire after the 2004 tsunami. Entire villages in Indonesia rebuilt together. Resilience, not of individuals, but of families and tribes. After 9/11s, firefighters ran into burning towers, carrying not only their bodies but the fire of courage. In refugee camps across the world, children continue to play, laugh, and draw picture sparks of resilience, refusing to die. This resilience is not only personal, it is shared, communal, carried forward in songs, rituals, and stories. Resilience in you. Think back to your own life. When did you face the fire? Perhaps you lost someone, or suffered rejection, or endured loneliness. Perhaps you thought you would break, and yet you did not. Something inside you burned, however faintly. You stood again, even if trembling. That was resilience. That was your fire. the unconscious does not let us collapse completely. In dreams, it hands us fire and image, a symbol, a strength to keep walking forward. The phoenix within Jung loved the image of the phoenix, the bird that burns and rises again. He saw it not as fantasy, but as symbol of the psyche's eternal capacity to regenerate. Each of us contains a phoenix. Each of us has burned in some way through grief, betrayal, failure. Yet within the ashes lies the seed of renewal. The unconscious knows this truth before we do. That is why, even in despair, dreams give us fire. Closing the chapter, the fire of resilience burns quietly, yet it is indestructible. Hope was the spark. Resilience is the flame that carries us forward, even when winds of despair try to extinguish. Its dreams do not lie. They give us fire not because the journey is easy, but because it is necessary. They remind us, you are not only what you have lost, you are also the fire that survives the loss. Excellent, we've passed through hope and resilience. Now, in Chapter 7, the unconscious leads us deeper into the trial of transformation. Resilience alone is not enough. It must be tested, shaped, and refined by ordeals. This is where Jung's dream psychology shows us how suffering becomes alchemy. The ordeal as gateway in myths. Before the hero can claim the treasure, they must endure trials. Hercules faced 12 labors. Odysseus wandered for 10 years. Christ endured the desert. The Buddha confronted Mara under the Bodhi tree for Jung. This ordeal is not just myth, it is the lived experience of every human psyche. Transformation demands testing. The fire of resilience must meet the forge of trial in dreams. Trials often appear as labyrinths, symbolizing confusion, where the dreamer must trust intuition to find the way. Monsters, projections of inner fear requiring confrontation. Floods and storms, the psyche drowning. Unless one learns to swim, broken bridges, crumbling stairs, locked doors, symbols of barriers, where effort, patience, or new strength must emerge. These are not random nightmares. They are the unconscious saying, here is your trial. Do not run from it. Pass through it, and you will be changed. Dreams of Trilliong once wrote of a patient who dreamed she was climbing a mountain barefoot, stones cutting into her feet. At the summit, she found a golden chalice. She woke, exhausted but radiant. The dream had placed her in a of pain so she could discover the treasure within. Another man dreamed he was lost in a desert, thirst parching his lips. At the horizon, he saw a well, but a serpent guarded it. The serpent, Jung explained, was not an enemy, it was the trial. Only by facing it could the dreamer drink the water of renewal. Trials in dreams strip us bare, demanding not comfort but courage. The alchemy of suffering Jung drew deeply from alchemy. He believed the psyche, like lead, must undergo fire and pressure to transform into gold. The alchemists called this stage Negredo, the blackening. It is the breaking down of what we were. In dreams, Negredo appears as decay, death, destruction. The ego resists it, but the unconscious insists. Transformation requires dissolution. Only then comes albedo, the whitening, cleansing, illumination. And finally, rubeto, the reddening, the rebirth into wholeness. Trials, then, are not punishment. They are alchemy. They dismantle what is false, so that something true may be born. Voices of trial in history bears witness to those who endured trials that reshaped humanity. Socrates, facing death, drank the hemlock calmly, saying, "The unexamined life is not worth living." His trial gave philosophy its soul. Joan of Arc, burned at the stake, endured the trial with faith so unshaken that centuries later she was canonized. Malala Yousafzai, shot for seeking education, turned her trial into a global movement for girls' rights. Each ordeal was not an end, but a transformation. The individuals suffered, but their spirit became larger than life. Cinematic vision of trial. Imagine a dreamlike sequence. A person walks through a vast desert at night. Stars burn overhead. Suddenly, the ground cracks open into a canyon. They must leap. The chasm yawns wider and wider. Fear rises, but then wings unfurl from their back. Wings they never knew they had. They leap, not falling, but soaring. Carried across the abyss, the trial has revealed hidden powers. This is how the unconscious tests us, not to destroy, but to awaken capacities we never suspected. Letters from the forged from a Russian prisoner in Siberia, 1941. The cold is a trial, but it has shown me what warmth really means. I had never valued a flame, a crust of bread, or a kind word until I was stripped bare. Now I know. From a monk in Tibet, imprisoned for 17 years, the greatest danger I faced was not the tortures, but losing compassion for my captors. That was the trial. I did not lose it. From a Holocaust survivor, I walked through hell, but hell taught me, even in the darkness, a hand can reach out, a song can rise, a heart can keep beating. Trials purify the human voice into something eternal. Philosophical Reflections, Kierkegaard wrote, "The greater the difficulty, the greater the glory in surmounting it." Simone, while called suffering gravity, a force that pulls us toward the real. Rumi whispered, "The wound is the place where the light enters you." For Jung, these were all different languages describing the same truth. Trials transform us, if we allow them. Collective trials, humanity itself undergoes ordeals. The Black Plague in medieval Europe, which killed millions, but also transformed. Medicine, science, and faith. The Great Depression, which broke economies, yet gave birth to new solidarities and policies of care. The COVID-19 pandemic, a modern trial, stripping illusions of control, forcing communities to reconsider what truly matters. Collective trials are the psyche of humanity in transformation. We burn, but from the ashes, new forms rise. Your trials pause. Remember your own trials, the heartbreak that nearly crushed you, the failure that humiliated you, the loss that hollowed your chest. At the time, you may have cursed them, but look closer. Did they not shape you into who you are? Did they not awaken a strength, a compassion, a depth that you would never have gained otherwise? The unconscious sends us trials, not to punish, but to forge, to make us more whole, more alive. Closing the chapter, the trial of transformation is hard. Yes, it burns, breaks, and wounds, but it also awakens, reveals, and purifies. Dreams do not show us trials to frighten us. They show us so we may know. This is your path. Walk it, endure it. It is the alchemy that will turn you into gold. The unconscious whispers through dreams. Do not fear the trial. Within it lies your becoming. Perfect, we step now into chapter 8, the night of suspense. Here, the unconscious holds its breath. After resilience and trials, the psyche enters a threshold, a place of waiting, of trembling uncertainty. This is the midnight of transformation, where suspense reigns. Chapter 2, the fragility of existence. The silence that lingers after sorrow is not peace, is fragility. It is the tremor in the soul when it realizes that life itself rests on a thread so fine, so delicate that the smallest gust of fate can snap it. This awareness, this confrontation with mortality, is one of the deepest wells of human despair and, paradoxically, one of the richest sources of dream symbolism. Carl Jung described the unconscious as the custodian of life's fragile truths. He observed that, in dreams, death is never only about death. It is about transformation, endings, and the vulnerability of existence. To dream of falling, to dream of drowning, to dream of your own funeral, these are not accidents of sleep. They are reminders of the truth we often refuse in waking life, that we are mortal, temporary, fleeting, and yet fragility is not weakness. It is the essence of beauty. A cherry blossom's worth lies in its short bloom. A candle's glow is holy precisely because it cannot last. To feel fragility is to feel the pulse of existence in its rawest form. The dream of mortality, let us step into a dream. You are standing on a bridge suspended above a vast abyss. The wind howls. Beneath your feet, the planks creak and bend. On the far side of the bridge stands someone you love, their hand outstretched, calling your name. But halfway across, the bridge begins to collapse. You wake with your heart racing, the image burned into your mind. What is this dream telling you? Jung would say. It is not about the bridge, or even about the fall. It is about the truth of fragility, that our lives, our loves, our connections, all hang suspended above the unknown. This is the unconscious speaking, not to terrify, but to awaken. Dreams remind us of mortality so that life may be lived more vividly, more fully. Philosophers in the shadow of death, the fragility of existence, has haunted the greatest thinkers in history. And Kierkegaard wrote that despair is the sickness. Unto death not, the death of the body, but the despair of realizing one's own nothingness. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor, penned in his Meditations, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." Leo Tolstoy, at the height of fame, was seized by terror of death so great that he confessed, "Why go on? Why live? Is there any meaning that cannot be destroyed by death?" Each of them, in their own way, stood on the dream bridge of fragility. And from that bridge, they saw not only despair, but also the possibility of deeper meaning. Letters from the Brink in 1942. In the darkness of World War II, a young woman named Etty Hillesum kept a diary while awaiting deportation to Auschwitz. She wrote, "I know that life and death make a meaningful whole. I dwell within this fragile space, and yet my soul feels vast. Death is not the enemy, it is the companion that makes each hour precious." E.T.'s words echo Jung's insights. She understood that fragility does not destroy meaning, it creates it. Without fragility, there is no urgency, no intensity, no awakening. Dreams often carry this same message. They present us with symbols of death, not to extinguish our spirit, but to deepen it. The archetype of the fragile vessel Jung often spoke of the psyche as a vessel. In dreams, this vessel appears as a cup, a jar, a fragile object that can shatter at any moment. These dreams remind us of the delicate container of human life. Ancient myths also carried this archetype. Pandora's jar, once opened, released all the world's suffering. The Holy Grail, delicate and elusive, symbolized the eternal search for transcendence. Even the body of Christ, in Christian tradition, broken, fragile, became the vessel of salvation. Fragility is not merely weakness. It is the very form in which the divine, the eternal, touches the human. The cinematic scene of fragility picture a film sequence, a child blowing soap bubbles into the air. Each bubble rises, shimmering with light, reflecting the entire world in its fragile sphere. Then pop, it is gone. The child laughs, blows another, and again the world floats for a moment before vanishing. This is life. This is us. Our existence is a bubble, delicate, temporary, yet dazzling. Dreams remind us of this truth by showing us broken glass, collapsing structures, fleeting moments that dissolve as soon as we reach them. They are mirrors of our fragility, urging us to cherish what is fleeting. The cry for meaning. What do humans do when they awaken to fragility? Some despair, others rebel. Many turn to religion, philosophy, or art. The Psalms of David cry out, "Man is like a breath. His days are like a fleeting shadow." Shakespeare wrote in Macbeth, "Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more." Rainer Maria Rilke, in his Duino Elegies, pleaded, "Beauty is nothing but the beginning of terror we are just able to endure." All of these are confessions of fragility, yet also acknowledgements of its strange beauty. The turning point within fragility. Jung saw dreams of fragility as thresholds. To dream of one's own death is not a prophecy of doom, but an invitation to transformation. The unconscious uses the image of death to signal the need for change, for rebirth, for a new way of being. In this sense, fragility is not the end. It is the turning point. Think of the caterpillar enclosed in its cocoon, dissolving into nothing before becoming a butterfly. In that moment, it is as fragile as dusty it. It is precisely that fragility that makes metamorphosis possible. Our dreams of death, endings, and collapse are like cocoons. They invite us to let go of the old so that something new may be born. The historical mirror of fragility history, too, is filled with fragile moments. The fall of the Roman Empire, vast civilization collapsing under its own weight, was too. Its people, a dream of the world ending. The Great Depression, when banks failed and families stood in breadlines, was a collective dream of fragility. A reminder that prosperity is never secure. The Cuban Missile Crisis, when humanity stood on the edge of nuclear annihilation, was fragility on a planetary scale. And yet, from these fragile moments, new wisdoms, new systems, new movements arose. Fragility does not destroy history, it reshapes it. A personal mirror. Close your eyes for a moment. Recall a time in your life when everything felt fragile, when the future seemed like glass that could shatter with one wrong step. Perhaps it was the loss of someone you loved. Perhaps it was the collapse of a dream, a job, a relationship. Remember how vulnerable you felt, and yet remember also how alive. Fragility sharpens awareness. It burns away illusions. It forces us to confront what matters most. Dreams replay these fragile moments, not to torment us, but to keep us awake to life. The wisdom of the fragile, the wisdom of fragility is this: nothing is guaranteed, and because nothing is guaranteed, everything matters. A kiss matters, a kind word matters, a single sunrise matters. In dreams, the unconscious speaks this wisdom through fleeting images, flowers that vanish when you touch them, voices that fade as you strain to hear, doors that close before you reach them. These are not cruelties, they are lessons. They remind us that life's beauty is inseparable from its fragility. The archetype of resurrection pointed out that nearly every culture carries myths of death and resurrection. Osiris, Dionysus, Christ, all die, all descend, all rise again. This Archetype is not about literal immortality. It is about fragility transformed. Death is real, but so is renewal. The unconscious uses dreams of death to whisper, "This is not the end, it is the threshold." Closing the chapter, as we leave this second chapter, the candle flickers lower still. We have descended into sorrow and now into fragility. The unconscious has shown us the trembling bridge, the fragile vessel, the fleeting bubble. We are not yet at hope, not yet at resilience. That will come later. For now, we must dwell in the truth that life is delicate, temporary, and mortal, and yet within that fragility lies beauty. For the unconscious whispers again, because you are fragile, you are precious. Because you are mortal, you are alive. Because you are fleeting, you are eternal in your longing. Excellent, let's move into the third stage of the journey, when sorrow and fragility harden into endurance, when despair becomes the forge of wisdom. Dream Psychology of Carl Jung, How the Unconscious Speaks in Sleep Chapter 3, The Weight of Suffering. There is a moment in every human life when sorrow ceases to be fleeting and becomes weight. It no longer comes and goes like passing rain, but settles upon the shoulders, pressing into the bones, shaping the soul's very structure. Jung recognized this weight not as a curse, but as a profound teacher. For, in the crucible of suffering, the unconscious speaks with its deepest voice. Dreams in times of suffering are different. They are not fragile bubbles that vanish at dawn. They are heavy, persistent, unforgettable. They come in images of chains, prisons, endless roads, storms that never cease. Such dreams reflect the inner gravity of suffering, the way it anchors us in realities we cannot escape. And yet, in this heaviness, something stirs: resilience, endurance, and the first flicker of insight. Chapter 5, The Spark of Hope. Hope does not arrive with trumpets or fanfare. It comes as a whisper, a flicker, a fragile spark against overwhelming night. Jung observed that in the darkest hours of human struggle, dreams often introduce small images of light: a candle in a cave, a bird singing in ruins, a child smiling amidst war. These are not random. They are the psyche's way of telling us the darkness is not absolute. A beginning is near. In life, as in dreams, hope often arises when it seems least possible. It is not the denial of suffering, but its companion. It is the ember that refuses to die even in the coldest night. The archetype of the light and darkness, one of Jung's most profound insights, was that the unconscious contains balancing forces. When we are buried in despair, the psyche compensates with images of hope. This is why a grieving mother dreams of a blooming tree. A prisoner dreams of an open window. A man on the brink of suicide dreams of sunrise. These sparks are archetypal. They appear in myths as fires stolen from the gods, as guiding stars, as miraculous visions. They remind us that even when everything collapses, something eternal whispers, "Not yet. There is more." Historical Sparks of Hope. History 2 is written in Sparks.in 1940, when Britain stood alone against Nazi Germany. Winston Churchill told his people, "We shall never surrender." His words were not victory, but they were hope. A spark that carried a nation through its darkest hour in apartheid South Africa. Mandela wrote from prison, "I am convinced that floods of despair can be overcome by a single drop of hope." His spark became a torch for millions. In 1961, Yuri Gagarin became the first man in space. The world, divided by Cold War, suddenly looked upward in wonder. His smile from orbit was more than triumph, it was hope for humanity's limitless possibility. These sparks did not end suffering, but they lit paths forward, proving that despair is never final. Letters of Hope from Prison in 1944. Dietrich Bonhoeffer wrote to his fiancée, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. I dream not of release, but of you smiling. That dream keeps me alive." In 1919, after losing her husband, Pierre, Marie Curie wrote in her diary, "In my dreams, he walks beside me. I wake weeping, but I rise with courage. Love does not vanish, it transforms." These words reveal how hope often comes disguised as memory, love, or imagination. The unconscious preserves sparks for us. Even when waking life feels barren, the cinematic vision of hope picture a vast battlefield at night, smoke rising, silence heavy with loss. The camera pans across broken weapons, scattered helmets, bodies lying still, and then, in the corner of the screen, a single flower pushes up through the mud. A soldier notices, bends down, and touches its petals. The music swells. That flower is hope. Small, almost invisible, yet unstoppable. This is how dreams reveal hope, delicate but resilient. The spark in philosophers have often written of hope as the quietest, yet most necessary, virtue. Aristotle called it a waking dream. Kierkegaard saw it as the antidote to despair. The possibility of the good is what gives life meaning. Gabriel Marcel described hope as memory of the future, a mysterious trust that tomorrow holds possibility. For Jung, hope is not optimism. Optimism can be shallow, a denial of darkness. True hope is deeper, it is born within the darkness itself, as its counterbalance. Dreams of renewal. Jung's patients often reported dreams of small but radiant images: a candle, a bird, a child, a seed. He interpreted these as symbols of renewal, the psyche's way of pointing toward growth, healing, and rebirth. For example, a man grieving the death of his wife dreamed of planting a sapling that grew quickly into a tree. A woman trapped in an abusive marriage dreamed of a bird flying through an open window. A soldier haunted by nightmares of war finally dreamed of sunrise over a peaceful field. These were not coincidences. They were sparks, moments when the unconscious spoke of hope long before the conscious mind could believe it. The spark in collective struggle. Entire peoples have been sustained by sparks of hope. African American spirituals, sung in fields of bondage, carried coded messages of freedom, hope disguised as song. During the siege of Sarajevo, musicians played violins in bombed-out streets, their music a spark that declared, "We are still alive." In Warsaw, during Nazi occupation, citizens secretly taught children to read because teaching hope is rebellion. Hope is not weakness. It is defiance. It is the soul's refusal to surrender. A personal mirror. Think of a time when you were most lost, most burdened. Perhaps you thought there was no way forward, and yet somewhere, somehow a spark appeared. Maybe it was a kind word, a smile, a memory, a dream. That spark carried you. It did not remove the weight, but it lit a path beneath it. This is the unconscious at work, giving you what you need to endure. The archetype of the child. Jung identified the divine child archetype as one of the most powerful symbols of hope. In dreams, the child often appears in moments of despair, representing new beginnings, innocence, and possibility. Christ was born in a stable during Roman oppression. Krishna was born under threat of death. Horus was born in hiding after Osiris was slain. The child emerges when the world is darkest hope incarnate. In dreams, to see a child is to glimpse the possibility of new life, even when all seems lost. Closing the chapter, and so we find ourselves in the presence of the spark of hope, the small flame that flickers against overwhelming night. It is fragile, yes, but it is also eternal. Dreams bring us this spark, not to deny our pain, but to remind us that despair is never the whole story. History testifies. Philosophy confirms. The unconscious whispers, "Do not despise the small light. It is enough." For in every spark lies the fire that can remake the world. Perfect, now that we've seen the spark of hope, the flame begins to grow stronger. In Chapter 6, hope transforms into resilience, the fire that carries us through suffering toward renewal. Chapter 4, the cry for freedom. The world can press so heavily upon the soul that silence becomes impossible. Out of sorrow, out of fragility, out of suffering, there comes a voice, a cry that pierces the heavens and echoes through the ages. This is the cry for freedom. It is the voice of the oppressed, the imprisoned, the silenced. It is also the voice of the unconscious, breaking into consciousness with dreams that shake us awake. Jung wrote that the unconscious is not only personal, it is collective. When an entire people are bound by chains, their dreams echo with archetypes of liberation, breaking out of prisons, climbing over walls, flying away from cages. These dreams are not fantasies. They are the unconscious declaring, "You were not born to be broken. You were born to be free." The archetype of liberation, freedom itself, is an archetype. It appears in myths of the hero who escapes captivity, of the soul that breaks chains, of the bird that bursts from its cage and soars into the sky in dreams. This archetype takes many forms: a locked door suddenly opening, a prisoner slipping past guards, wings sprouting from the dreamer's back, a suffocating room breaking open into a vast landscape. These images are not random. They are the psyche's way of dramatizing our deepest hunger, the hunger to live without chains, to stand upright in dignity. Historical voices of the cry. History is the echo chamber of freedom's cry. Spartacus, the gladiator who led a rebellion against Rome, is remembered not only for his battles, but for embodying the dream of liberation in every slave. Harriet Tubman, escaping slavery herself, dreamed of a land where her people could walk free, and then turned her dreams into reality by leading others through the Underground Railroad. Mahatma Gandhi stood barefoot before the British Empire and declared that freedom was not theirs to give, but humanity's birthright. Martin Luther King Jr., in his dream, cried out not just for African Americans, but for the soul of humanity itself. Free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last. These were not merely political figures. They were embodiments of the archetype of freedom. They spoke not just to their people, but to the unconscious yearning of all humankind. Dreams of prisoners during his imprisonment. Alexander Solzhenitsyn dreamed of wide fields, open skies, and rivers flowing unbound. In his writings, he confessed that these dreams were what kept him alive in the gulags. Nelson Mandela, too, dreamed of walking through the gates of Robben Island without guards at his back. Years later, when he finally did, he described it as if his dream had materialized in waking life. Dreams of freedom sustain the oppressed. They are not illusions, they are rehearsals for liberation. The cinematic vision of liberation picture, a scene on film, a cell door creaks open in the dead of night. The prisoner steps out, blinking into the darkness, heart pounding. He begins to run. The camera follows as he races through corridors, leaps over walls, crashes into the open air. Then, suddenly, the camera pans upward. He is flying, the prison. Below, shrinking until it disappears into clouds. This is the unconscious rendering freedom in its most vivid form. We do not merely leave chains behind, we ascend. Freedom in philosophy, the cry for freedom, has also shaped the great philosophers. Jean-Paul Sartre declared that man is condemned to be free, meaning that freedom is not only a gift but also a burden, for with it comes responsibility. John Stuart Mill argued that freedom of thought and expression is the foundation of human dignity. Hannah Arendt, reflecting on totalitarianism, wrote that to strip people of freedom is to strip them of their very humanity. These thinkers remind us that freedom is not merely physical. It is spiritual, intellectual, existential. Dreams, too, speak to all levels of freedom: body, mind, and soul. Letters that shaped freedom history remembers speeches and battles, but it also remembers letters written from the heart. In 1845, Frederick Douglass, once enslaved, wrote, "I prayed for freedom for 20 years, but received no answer until I prayed with my legs." In 1940, Winston Churchill wrote in a letter to his cabinet, "We shall not fail or falter. We shall not weaken or tire. Give us the tools and we will finish the job." These are cries for freedom inscribed in ink, fueled by the weight of suffering, given voice by the soul's refusal to remain silent. Dreams, as prophesying suggested, that dreams sometimes act as prophesied, not literal predictions, but glimpses of the soul's future trajectory. For oppressed peoples, dreams of freedom often precede liberation. It is as though the unconscious already knows what the conscious mind cannot yet believe, that chains will be broken, that walls will fall, that the cry will become reality. The cry and its tension. But the cry for freedom is not without tension. Every cry echoes against resistance. Every liberation stirs fear in those who cling to power. Dreams reflect this struggle too. Escape pursued by captors, flight interrupted by obstacles, wings torn by storm winds. These are not failures. They are reminders that freedom must be fought for, both outwardly in the world and inwardly in the psyche. The cry in the modern Sullivan today, in a world that calls itself free, the unconscious continues to cry out. For many are imprisoned not in cells, but in systems, in poverty, in prejudice, in invisible cages of the mind. Dreams of running, of flying, of breaking free continue to surge in the collective unconscious. They remind us that freedom is never finished. It is a work of every generation. The archetype of the rebel in Jungian thought, the rebel is an archetype as ancient as myth. Prometheus defied the gods to bring fire to humanity. Moses defied Pharaoh to lead his people into liberation. Rosa Parks defied the bus driver to claim her dignity in dreams. The rebel archetype may appear as a figure urging you to resist, to speak, to break rules. Sometimes it is you yourself, standing up against unjust authority in the dream. This archetype signals the unconscious demanding liberation in some part of your waking life. Closing the chapter, and so, we arrive at the cry for freedom, the voice that rises from the weight of suffering and refuses silence. Dreams reflect this cry in chains breaking, in cages opening, in wings unfolding. History reflects it in the speeches of rebels, the letters of visionaries, the marches of the oppressed. Freedom is not a gift granted from above. It is a birthright claimed from within. The unconscious whispers, "You are more than your chains. You are the cry itself, the voice that will not be silenced, the dream that will not be caged. You were born to be free." Wonderful weave, descended through sorrow, fragility, and suffering. We've heard the cry for freedom. Now, in chapter 5, the first faint spark of hope begins to glow in the darkness. The archetype of the burden. Jung spoke often of archetypes in suffering. One of the most universal is the burden bearer, the figure carrying a heavy load, climbing a steep hill, dragging chains behind them. In dreams, this archetype appears as carrying stones, pushing carts, or walking with great difficulty. It is the psyche's way of telling us, you are carrying something. You cannot run from it. You must endure it, and in enduring you will grow. From Christ bearing the cross, to Sisyphus pushing his boulder, to countless folk tales of travelers with heavy packs, the weight of suffering is depicted not as meaningless, but as transformative. Philosophers in the fire suffering has shaped the minds of philosophers as much as it has shaped the hearts of heroes. Epictetus, the Stoic, was born a slave, beaten by his master until his leg was crippled. Yet he declared, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it, that matters." Nietzsche, racked with illness and pain, transformed his suffering into philosophy, proclaiming, "What does not kill me makes me stronger." Simone, while who starved herself in solidarity with the poor during World War II, wrote, "The extreme greatness of Christianity lies in the fact that it does not seek a supernatural remedy for suffering, but a supernatural use for it." Each of them listened to the unconscious in the midst of suffering, and what they heard was not despair, but the possibility of transcendence. Letters of Suffering History is written not only in victories, but in the private letters of those who bore the heaviest loads. In 1851, Florence Nightingale, tending the wounded in Crimea, wrote, "Every man here is a ruin. The weight of their pain seeps into my dreams. I dream of blood that cannot be washed away. Yet in that dream I hear a voice, stay, endure, and heal." In 1963, from a Birmingham jail, Martin Luther King Jr. penned his famous letter, writing, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. The cup of endurance runs over." These words are not abstract. They are testimony that the weight of suffering does not merely crush, it teaches. It calls, it awakens. The cinematic language of suffering. Imagine a scene on film. A man trudges through snow, his breath ragged, his body bent beneath a wooden beam strapped to his back. Around him, the world is grey, barren, merciless. Every step seems impossible. Yet he continues. The camera zooms in on his face size filled not only with pain, but with a strange fire, a flicker of will that refuses to die. This is the visual of suffering in dreams. It is brutal, yes, but also noble. It shows us that suffering is not meaningless. Struggle it is sacred struggle. Dreams as consolation. Jung noticed that in the midst of the heaviest suffering, dreams often bring unexpected symbols of consolation. A patient grieving a lost child might dream of holding a glowing star. A soldier tormented by war might dream of a bird perched on his shoulder, singing. The unconscious knows the weight is unbearable, and so it offers symbols of endurance, images that remind us that life, however brutal, still contains sparks of hope. The weight of collective suffering, not only individuals suffer, nations, peoples, entire generations bear burdens. The Holocaust was humanity's darkest descent. Yet survivors' testimonies tell of dreams where dead relatives appeared, offering comfort, urging them to endure. During the Great Depression, People dreamed of endless feasts, of tables filled with bread and fruta, symbolic compensation for hunger. After 9/11s, many New Yorkers reported dreams of collapsing towers, of running from smoke, of holding strangers' hands in the dark. The unconscious does not ignore collective suffering. It mirrors it, processes it, and sometimes even heals it through shared dreams. The wisdom of endurance suffering teaches endurance. Endurance teaches humility. Humility opens the door to wisdom. Jung himself endured his own inner suffering during his break with Freud. He fell into a crisis so deep he feared madness. In his Red Book, he recorded visions of blood, serpents, dead children, apocalyptic landscapes. Yet out of that inner torment came his greatest insights, the theory of archetypes, the collective unconscious, the process of individuation. His suffering became his philosophy. His weight became his wisdom. A mirror for the listener. Think now of your own life. What is the greatest weight you have carried? Perhaps it was grief, perhaps betrayal, perhaps the silent loneliness of being misunderstood. Recall how it felt, the heaviness in your chest, the exhaustion in your bones, and then ask, did it not change you? Did it not carve something deeper into your soul, something that could not have been formed without that weight? Dreams mirror this truth. They do not hide suffering from us. They dramatize it, amplify it, so that we may finally face it and grow. The archetype of transformation. Through suffering, Jung identified another archetype tied to suffering, the wounded healer. In myth, it is Chiron, the centaur wounded by a poisoned arrow who could never heal himself, yet healed others. In history, it is every doctor, nurse, or leader who, scarred by suffering, transforms that wound into compassion for others. In dreams, this archetype appears when we ourselves are wounded but still reach out to heal another. It is the unconscious, showing us that suffering, once embraced, can become service, beautiful now. We step from the weight of suffering into the fiery cry that erupts from the human spirit. When endurance alone is no longer enough, the demand for dignity, justice, and liberation. Chapter 1: Emotional Beginnings. The silence of night is unlike any other silence. It is heavy, vast, infinite, a canvas stretched across the sky upon which the human soul projects its hidden stories. When the world grows still, when footsteps fade and lamps flicker out, something awakens inside us. This awakening is not the awakening of the body, but of the unconscious, the veiled twin of our waking mind. Carl Jung, the great interpreter of the psyche, often described this realm as a second universe within USA, living, breathing cosmos of symbols, archetypes, and forgotten truths. He said that when we dream, the unconscious is not simply entertaining us with fragmented illusions. It is speaking, it is telling us stories that are both deeply personal and infinitely universal. But to understand the unconscious, one must begin not with light, but with shadow. All profound journeys, whether in life, philosophy, or history, begin in sorrow, in doubt, in the cry that erupts from the heart when meaning collapses and the soul aches for direction. And so, our story begins here, in the raw universality of pain, the descent into human loneliness, sitting alone in Turin 1889, when the weight of existence finally broke him. He had spoken of the abyss, of staring into it until it stares back, and in his final descent, his own abyss swallowed him. He collapsed in tears, embracing a beaten horse on the street, unable to bear the cruelty of life any longer. Tragedy is not merely a story of madness. It is a mirror of our own unspoken moments. Who among us has not felt the horse whipped within us, the innocence, beaten by a world too harsh, too indifferent? Nietzsche's sorrow is our sorrow, the longing for compassion in a world that does not always give it. Loneliness is the soil from which Jung's dream psychology grows. For it is in our solitude, in the nights when we lie awake staring at the ceiling, that the unconscious begins to whisper. The archetype of sorrow. Jung believed that sorrow itself is an archetype, a universal pattern that binds all human beings. Across cultures, across centuries, stories begin with exile, with separation, with grief. Adam and Eve cast out of Eden, the Buddha leaving his palace, shaken by the sight of sickness and death. Dante lost in the dark wood of his life, unsure of the way forward. These beginnings echo because they belong to all of us. In every human story, there is the moment when the heart breaks, when the illusion of safety dissolves, and we are forced into confrontation with the unknown. Dreams often replay this archetype. You find yourself wandering an empty city, searching for someone you love but cannot find. You hear voices calling your name, but the faces are blurred. You are falling endlessly into darkness. These are not random nightmares, they are dramatizations of the human condition, symbols of our shared exile from certainty. Letters from the Abysing 1915. Amidst the blood and smoke of World War I, soldiers wrote letters home that trembled with despair. I dream, one wrote, of a world where I can see my mother's face again, but in my dreams she does not recognize me. Another wrote, the trenches are endless, but in sleep I walk fields of flowers that vanish when I reach them. These letters, fragile scraps of paper soaked with mud and tears, are testimonies of the unconscious. Even in hell, the psyche speaks. It shows us both what we lack and what we hope for. Jung, working as a psychiatrist in Switzerland during those same years, collected such dream fragments from his patients. He noticed something uncanny. Soldiers, civilians, and even children in faraway lands were dreaming the same dreams, visions of floods, of collapsing towers, of blood in the streets. The unconscious, he realized, was not just personal, it was collective. It belonged to all of us, and it spoke in a shared language of symbols. The universality of pain. Pause for a moment. Think of the child crying quietly in a small village because she misses her father who has gone away to find work. Think of the widow in an ancient Roman house, clutching her husband's cloak after the Battle of Cannae. Think of the young man in today's world scrolling through his phone at midnight, feeling the cold absence of love in a world crowded with faces. All of them are connected. Their loneliness is a single thread woven through the human tapestry. And when they dream, their dreams echo each other. This is why Jung insisted that dreams are not trivial. They are bridges between the personal and the universal, between our small private sorrows and the great ocean of humanity. The first descent in history itself mirrors the journey of the unconscious. Civilizations, like individuals, begin in fragility and longing. Ancient Mesopotamian epics are filled with lamentations of kings begging the gods for meaning. The Greeks built tragedies that opened with suffering Oedipus blinded Antigone. Condemned, Prometheus chained. Why? Because human beings instinctively understand that the beginning of wisdom is pain. Before there is resilience, before there is triumph, there must be the wound. Dreams follow the same path. They take us first into the wound, into the broken places we do not want to look. They strip away the masks of the day and confront us with our rawest fears. Cinematic interlude. Imagine this, as a film. The screen is black. Slowly, a single candle flickers into view, casting trembling shadows on a stone wall. You hear a voice, not from outside, but from within your chest. It says, "You are not alone in your loneliness. Every tear you shed is a river that others have crossed." The camera pans across faces from every era, every land. A mother in 15th century China, a freedom fighter in 20th century Africa, a poet in 19th century Russia. Their eyes all carry the same glimmer, sorrow, and the hunger for meaning. The candle burns lower. The shadows grow taller. The voice continues. This is the beginning. Not of joy, not of triumph, but of the journey into yourself. From pain to depth. Jung argued that without acknowledging sorrow, the unconscious remains sealed. Pain is the key that unlocks the dream world. It forces us to look beyond the surface of life. He often compared it to alchemy, the ancient art of turning lead into gold. In alchemy, the first stage is called Negredo, the blackening, the breaking down of the old self. Only after the darkness can transformation begin. And so, in life, the Negredo is our sorrow, our loneliness, our nights of despair. In dreams, it appears as death, as chaos, as loss. But Jung teaches us not to run, to listen, to let the unconscious speak its truth. The emotional weight of beginnings. Every great figure of history carried this weight. Abraham Lincoln, before becoming a symbol of resilience, wrote letters confessing to friends that he felt the most miserable man alive, consumed by melancholy. Mahatma Gandhi, before leading India to freedom, confessed in his autobiography the nights he lay awake, trembling with self-doubt. Marie Curie, before discovering radium, endured poverty, hunger, and the loss of her beloved husband, wandering through grief. Their beginnings were not triumphant. They were fragile, broken, and uncertain. Yet in those very nights of despair, the seeds of greatness were planted. Dreams mirror this arc. They begin in shadow, in the emotional chaos that prepares the soil for growth. The symbol of the descent Jung often pointed to myths of descent as dream symbols. Orpheus descending into the underworld, Inanna descending to face the Queen of Death, Christ descending into hell before resurrection. Descent is not failure, is initiation. The unconscious speaks first through descent, because it knows the soul must be broken open before it can expand. And so, the first chapter of our journey must linger here, in the descent, in the emotional beginnings where sorrow is raw and unresolved, perfect. Let's step deeper into the philosophical and emotional journey. Now I'll unfold Chapter 2, The Fragility of Existence.